to another space hosted by yours truly, Afro Elite. I'm going to mute myself and look for things to put on the Jumbotron as you guys are coming in. If you guys could please share. If you're watching this on the playback, I would encourage you to go check out my YouTube channel, which the link is in the bio, because with Twitter Spaces, I tend to record them and to host them and to put them on my YouTube channel. So that's very important as well. But tonight, my brothers and sisters, is going to be a very educational night. Very educational. Hold on for a second. Let me just adjust something in the hashtag. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Okay. I'm glad that you guys are in here. Y'all piling in way faster than I thought. Okay. So let me get this brief, and I will allow people to speak because I really want to get other people's words on this. I want this to be a very diverse conversation, a dialogue, so to speak, of Black people specifically, where we share our thoughts and minds and try to address the code. Now, I've been thinking about all day, what is, being on code. I was actually thinking about writing it down, but I thought that wouldn't be a good idea. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say it and people are going to listen to it. Now, I did think about what are the do's and what are the don'ts. I have a list of do's in my head. I have a much, much longer list of don'ts. Okay. Let me start off with the do's. Being on code means that you are promoting the empowerment of your race and the empowerment of people within your race. Okay. That means by any means necessary to the best of one's ability. So if you have any money that you can donate to a specific cause, then you should do so. You should prioritize that and do so. If you don't have any money, you can share and spread the word. If you can't even do that, you can at least give a kind word of encouragement to your brothers and sisters. Okay. When it comes to Black people, we have to understand that we are in a globalized system of white supremacy that has waged war against us. Okay, so we will greet our brothers and our sisters like we are fellow soldiers in an army. Okay, we will greet them and we will be respectful to them like they are our family. Now, the exception to this rule is when, unfortunately, our melanated brothers and sisters are just wolves in sheep clothing, so to speak. The exception to this goes to the bed bucks, to the tethers, to the divestors, to the Biden sexuals, to the Trump heads, all of the Black people who are off code and who promote things that are destructive to Black society. Okay, those people are ostracized and do not get the warm greetings of Black people. But besides that, every Black person that you meet or interact with, you are to interact with them with a default level of kindness and friendship. Does this mean that you have to be friends with every single Black person that you meet? No, this does not mean that. But this means that there is a default level of respect and courteousness that you are to give every Black person by default. Now, Black people's actions can get them out of the default. Like, for instance, just thinking of one. Jim Clyburn. Hold on. Call it now. Let me see. Okay. Just thinking of one, Jim Clyburn. Jim Clyburn would not get the default greeting because his actions, his words and thoughts have gone against Black empowerment. Thinking of another one, Kamala Harris. Because of Kamala Harris's thoughts and actions, she would not get this default greeting of gratitude and love that Black people are owed to other Black people. Okay. Another one of the do's: promoting Black empowerment in any way you possibly can to the best of your ability. Okay. So when it comes to Black-owned businesses, you are to support and promote Black-owned businesses to the best of your ability. I know everybody um, does not have a great financial situation currently, unfortunately, but we're trying to fight for our reparations to change that. But if you can't support financially, you can support verbally. Word of mouth is a good thing. You can even support by encouraging the business, telling them how, giving them constructive criticism or a word of advice or encouragement. Anything and everything that you can do that can help empower another Black person is one of the dues of being on code. Okay. One of the dues is being on code is realizing that your race comes before your class, your sexual orientation, your gender or gender identity or whatever they're saying, any of those things. So that means that you should not prioritize one segment over the other segment, with the exception of that other segment being off code. You are to do business and give the default greeting of friendship um and familyhood, I guess, to all Black people. Okay, with the exception of them being off code. You are to promote anything that is good for Black people in general, even if you do not personally believe it, even if you have a personal opinion against it. For instance, I personally am not a vegetarian. I am not a vegan. I eat meat. I know certain Black people who are vegetarians and who are vegans and who go on a campaign promoting, their vegan diet, their vegetarian diet, promoting healthy choices. I would not disparage that Black person. Every time I meet that Black person, I engage with them on a friendly basis. I see Black people like, oh man, I could never do that. Going to their comments or making posts about them and their businesses, talking about how they would never decide not to eat meat. Okay, that's off code. If you do not have something nice to say about your fellow brothers and sisters, then don't say anything at all. Anything that promotes Black empowerment, that's what we promote. That's one of the dues. Okay. If you have a personal belief against something, well, I guess we can go on to the don'ts because I got a much longer list of don'ts. Okay, number one, and this is something that I feel is a big thing with the propaganda. If you have a personal opinion that goes against something, if you're an outlier, that it is against something that is generally agreed upon, that is pushed on by the dominant society, you are not supposed to be a naysayer and is supposed to be a shield for the dominant society. For instance, there is um what's a code word for it? A sickness that is going around, and for this sickness, people are talking about a specific serum. Now, majority of Black people have questioned the validity of this serum and validity of the people pushing the serum. However, if you choose yourself to take this serum, and if you trust the people who are pushing the serum, that is your personal choice. It is off code for you to say, well, I trusted, I took the serum and nothing happened to me. And to you, and to lend your melanin, as Professor Black Truth would say, and to lend your melanin for the dominant society to use against Black people. Because each time you do this, you make it harder for the on code Black people to fight against the dominant society on a racial basis. Each time a Black person gets off code and loudly promotes something promoted by the dominant society, they can use that to say, okay, well, this is a colorblind issue. When in America, in the world in general, there is no such thing at all as colorblind issues. Every issue has a racial factor to it to some degree. I'm going to post this here because I posted earlier today about the 9 areas of human activity. Some people say people activity, human activity. I remember Dr. Claude, not Dr. Claude, I can't believe I said that. I remember Neely Fuller and Dr. Francis Quest Welsing, they kind of use the two terms interchangeably. Okay. So one of the dues is understanding the 9 areas of human activity. Why this is important to understand is because white supremacy uses every single last one of these areas to attack black people. So when black people talk about, okay, we need to promote the black family, and then somebody's talking about, oh well, you're talking about the black family, but why aren't you talking about the kids who are in foster care? The whataboutism, that's one of the don'ts. That is a big don't. When we're promoting something, a method of white supremacy, and a black person lends their melanin to the dominant society against black people to promote this whataboutism, to deflect away from the fact that the dominant society is using a specific method. If we say the dominant society, if we say I forgot her name, Margaret Sanger, who is a open white supremacist, promoted abortion towards black people. She promoted that because she wanted the murder of a lot of black children before they were even born. When you point that out to certain people, the response should not be, okay, well, what about this? Well, what about this? In defense of your personal belief, okay? Understand all areas of activity and how white supremacy attacks black people through every single last one of those areas, okay? This one might be controversial. Keep your off-code relationships to yourself. Okay, everybody has attraction for something. Well, with the exception of very few people in the world, everybody is attracted to something. Nobody needs to know exactly what you're attracted to. You do not have to use your preference as a weapon against other black people. I'm sick of seeing that. I'm sick of people using their sexuality as a weapon against black people in general. Okay. I'm sick of people using their color preference as a as a weapon against black people in general. Nobody actually needs to know that. You can keep your relationship opinion completely to yourself, and if you don't, if you make a post trying to like if you see somebody who you like and who you have a taste for, you're like, oh wow, that person looks so good or whatever. That does not have to be in a distasteful, demeaning fashion to anybody else. Okay, so this goes for the black men who are all like, oh man, Latinas are so fine, Latinas are so hot. Trust me, in Chicago I see way too much of that. Okay, if Latinos, I'm sorry, are your thing, which personally I don't understand because a lot of them are shaped like potatoes, if we're going to be honest. But if Latinos are your thing, then you keep that to yourself. You do not need to go there and promote anything because you do not see other Latinos promoting their attraction of black people above their race of people, and they damn sure do not demean them. Okay, I'm seeing way too much online. Okay, well, this is why I wouldn't date a black woman, or this is why I wouldn't date a black man. That if that is your coonish reason as to why you would not date within your race, then you keep that shit to yourself. You do not use your melanin to promote anything that is against black empowerment. Okay. Well, another thing, as far as the don'ts, okay, black people need to get out of their feelings. When we are promoting black empowerment, certain things might apply to you. Certain things might come close to you. Okay. If you guys heard the term, if you throw a rock over the fence, the dog that yelped is the one that got hit. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. Now that term does not apply for the general attack of your group. So when somebody's saying black men are the weakest link, and if it doesn't apply, let it fly, no, that's an off code term to say. We do not generalize the entire group because we understand generally black men and black women are not off code. There are a segment of black men and there are a segment of black women who are off code. And it should be, like we were saying, with the default level of respect that we have for our brothers and sisters, we will specify when we are identifying someone who is off code. So when I was earlier today, I made a post And in my post, I didn't say black women are promoting this. I specifically said bed wenches are promoting this. Or if I say something, I'll specifically specify the ones who I'm specifying. I will say black or bed bucks are promoting this. I'm not going to generalize black women as being off code. I'm not going to generalize black men as being off code. Even when I hold our black brothers and sisters from the diaspora to account, even when I hold them accountable, I specify which ones I'm addressing. Okay, I specified several times, multiple times over, that I'm not referring to every single black person who is not a descendant of American slaves, who is not a foundational black American. We specify, when I say tether, that specifies people with a tether mentality. Okay, I'm not generalizing all of them, and I make sure I go out of my way not to do that. Okay, because that is the default level of respect that I do have for our on code brothers and sisters. Even when I address the black LGBT and I say the black LGBT as a collective is hella off code, I specify as a collective. I do not specify every single last one of them, because every single last one of them is not off code. Okay, black society, it is not this group versus that group. There is a large segment in a specific group that may be off code. Even majority of that segment might be off code, but everybody who falls in that segment is not off code, and it is our responsibility to realize that. Okay, so as far as the generalization of demonizing or quote unquote holding other black people accountable, we have to specify exactly what we're doing. However, and I said that to say, however, if somebody says something to hold the people accountable that might be in your segment of black society, whether that's black men, black women, black foreigners, black LGBT, black whatever, you know, it is your responsibility to get out of your feelings and get the point of what the person is saying. We have too many people getting way too offended off of a true statement because that true statement hit a little bit close to home. Black people need to understand that everything does not need to touch a nerve. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. If they're not specifically talking to you, then they're not specifically talking to you. I understand that majority of black people, unfortunately, are not on code the way we need to be. Now, however, we are changing that dramatically. There's been a very dramatic change within the last few years or so. But when people say black people are not on code, um, that doesn't hurt my feelings. I'm not in my feelings about that, and I'm not getting defensive and combative. And wow, damn, what's the term? Combative about that. I'm not getting in my feelings. Black people need to get out of their feelings and see the logic. Certain black people refuse to recognize the methods of white supremacy because they have been unfortunately used by white supremacy, and in order to recognize that, they would have to recognize the fact that they've been used and they need to stop the behavior that they are promoting. Okay. So when I see a black person, for instance, and I have examples of this, I wish I had some clips. Okay. Um, when I see, for instance, I don't know why, but I've been being stalked. Me and our brother Nino, shout out to Nino in the room. Me and our brother Nino has been stalked by this trans individual. Okay. And this trans individual, now I'm not going to say that all black LGBT are off code. Okay. But when I say that, when I say black LGBT need to hold other black LGBT accountable, I need you guys, and unfortunately I've had spaces and YouTube videos about this. Black people need to do that. When I say you all are off code, don't get in your feelings because it applies to the group. You need to be the one standing out from your group, and you need to be the one holding your group accountable, because you, by being someone in that segment of black society, you will be best fit to actually hold their feet to the fire against somebody else, because they won't be able to use the excuse that, oh my God, you're just hating on me because I'm a this, or you're just hating on me because I'm a that, or I think that way. Every black person needs to hold their segment accountable to the best of their ability. Okay. As far as the don'ts, do not, and I kind of have to word this carefully. I was about to say just don't get into interracial relationships. But in general, and we're just gonna have to have a candid conversation. In general, interracial relationships are off code. They are off code in general, and that might hurt some feelings. But like I said before, everybody needs to get out of their feelings. It is off code for you to do so. If you do so, you need to keep that between you and the other person exclusively. I don't need you coming up here defending interracial relationships because you don't want to hit the nerve of realizing that your interracial relationships is off code. I don't need you. Well, all white people ain't racist. All of them ain't racist. Well, she ain't never called me a niggers. Well, I don't agree with slave pay. I don't need you to do that. When we're referring to things that are off code, if it doesn't apply to you, then let it fly. But the reason that your feelings are so hurt is because it does apply to you. Okay. My number one rule, and I'm glad a lot of people are in this, as far as the don'ts about being on code. The number one rule, in my personal opinion, as far as the don'ts, is you do not on a public platform in any way, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever, you do not ask what the code is. That is the number one don't. That is an agent move. That is like a Cohen-Tell question. I've been on Twitter, and if people ask me, okay, well, what is the code? What is the code? The code is not something that needs to be written down. The code is not something that should be taught. The code is something that should be intrinsic. Okay. Every other race of people has an intrinsic code of self-preservation. Now, I understand that Black people have had our code dismantled, but to get on a public platform and use, okay, so what is the code? This is the code that gives very agent vibes. Now, if you wanted to ask a question, you can ask it directly, but it gives agent vibes when you go on a public platform and you ask what the code is. That's like that COINTEL question. Do not ask that. So, I'm gonna allow if anybody would like to come in and add. Anyone want to come in and add anything about the do's and don'ts of being on code? That's just a few of the do's and don'ts that cross my mind. Now, of course, the do's and don'ts do need a little bit more nuance, and we can get into further detail about that. But those are the basic underlines of the do's and don'ts. Like, let me repeat once again, the do's, and I posted this in the Jumbotron. Understand the 9 areas of human activity. When you understand the 9 areas of human activity and you understand the methods of white supremacy, you will be able to combat against each and every single method of white supremacy. White supremacy is not just one thing. It's in everything in every form. And everything in every form in the world, especially in America, has a racial element to it. Okay. One of the don'ts too, and I forgot to mention this, one of the don'ts is don't be stupid. And unfortunately, I have to say this. One of the don'ts is don't be one of that naive denying of race. We have a specific racial issue, and you got certain Black people talking about, well, I don't really think it's a racial thing. I think it's more of a class thing. I don't really see it's a race thing. I mean, are you sure this is about race? Like they were talking about with Kyle Rittenhouse, or they were talking about with other instances. Okay. The playing dumb about racism. That is a big don't. Now, our brother Nino, you're in here. You can unmute yourself, brother. Gotta get to some of these DMs real quick.
B1, brother.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, see, they got me out the paint earlier. But anyway, to stay on topic, I just got one thing to add as far as a don't. I'm sure I'll probably think of more as the space goes on, but one that I observed today is just really being a naysaying Negro. Man. Like, one of them niggas that always be negative and always trying to poke holes and stuff. Ones that always talking about, well, what we can't do, or what white people won't let us do, but they ain't never got no solutions. I feel like that's off code behavior. It's one thing to ask a question out of general curiosity, but it's another to sit here and just be asking questions because you're trying to poke holes in the solutions that's being presented. I feel like that's off code behavior.
Yes, exactly. Okay. Being the person who's always asking the question, and the question, and one of the don'ts, I would say, one of the don'ts is asking questions in bad faith. It's, let me let everybody know, okay? Everybody in this chat room, and shout out to everybody, Jeff, KD, Kiki, brother Salim, P Flan, Mikey, A Lewis, Antoinette. I mean, shout out to every single last one of you guys. I'm gonna get to you guys a little bit later. uh what's this, melanated vegan, Mikey. Okay, this is the respect that we give other black people. Now, it is perfectly okay for you not to know something. Everybody has a learning point where they didn't know something and they thought something was one way, and they found out that that was not that way, that we were being deceived and misled. It is okay to ask questions in good faith. It is not okay to ask questions if your question is really just to combat the validity of what the speaker is saying. You're not asking questions out of curiosity. You're asking questions like, if I was to ask a question, let's say I was to call on Jason Black's program and I was to ask, okay, well, um how would reparations work? How will we divide that money up or anything? And asking a question out of actual curiosity in good faith, that would be different from somebody, a tether, for instance, coming in asking, well, how would reparations work? And then as he's answering, well, are you sure that's not going to break the economy? Oh, okay. Well, why only do FBA get reparations? Okay. Well, didn't it happen that long ago? Those are asking questions in bad faith. Those are asking questions because you denied the validity or the point that the speaker was making. So you're asking questions to see if you can get the person to slip up and poke a flaw and point a flaw out in their logic. Okay. Though bad faith questions need to stop. That's a big don't. All right. And we get a lot of bad faith questions, especially anytime we're talking about us getting our reparations. Is always somebody coming in with some bad faith questions, not general curious questions. Because I've had people DM me general questions of, okay, um, do you think reparations should be on a yearly basis, a monthly basis, a weekly basis? You know, those are actual general good faith questions. But coming in, oh well, well, what are we gonna do with reparations? Like, how would that work? That doesn't make any sense. Those are bad faith questions. Okay, so that's a don't as far as being on code. Nino, you can speak.
Yeah, I also have another don't, a big one actually. Gender warring. I see a lot of that on social media, gender warring. So let me just clarify on what I mean by that. Just because somebody has a criticism for the opposite gender does not make one, that I don't consider that gender warring, especially if it's coming from a place of love, you know. But just I'm trying to think, how can I articulate my point? Because sometimes, like you said, with generalizations, I think that's what kind of triggers these gender wars, where a dude on the timeline will like, man, black women need to do this, or a girl be like, oh, black men need to do that, or make us big generalizations. When certain words you could just add to that to just lessen the blow, I guess. You're like, hey, some black women, some black men, but full blown gender war, I don't care if you're a divester or a red pill dude or whatever, who I just call male divestors because they all got the same origin story. They feel spite towards the opposite gender that didn't give them no love growing up, and now they're taking it out on them as adults. Now that they feel like they're being desired. So yeah, I feel like gender warring is being off code. That's total off code behavior. Again, that doesn't mean anybody's free of being criticized, but when all you're doing is attacking the other gender and you're not even being fair about it, because neither gender is without blame. We all have a part to play. But if you're just attacking the other one as if we don't do no wrong, then yeah, that's totally off code. Because essentially, we're all in the same boat. They got a hole in it, and we complaining about who's the most wet. Like that's dumb as hell. And I'll park the car in the garage right now.
That's a really great analogy. Everybody, I mean, we're all in the same boat that has a hole, and everybody's complaining about who's wet. Yeah, pointing the finger, I would say that's a don't. We're adding to a long list of don'ts, pointing the finger at a segment of black people and putting the sole blame of the community on that specific black segment is off code. Okay, because like Nino said, every single segment of black society has done some things that have been off code in general. Okay, and we're not speaking specifically on everyone in black society, but every single segment of black society. I can give some criticisms to black men. I can give some criticisms to black women. I can give some criticisms to black gays, black foreigners, black Americans. I can give some criticism to everybody. Everybody deserves some criticism to some degree. Some a lot more than others, though, but everybody deserves something. It is wrong for you to generalize and then put the entire blame on something on another group of people. Okay, like I said, one of the dues is we all meet black people with a default level of grace and respect. That is not graceful or respectful, and that's not an intelligent way to keep the conversation forward. Okay, the reason we criticize things, or I will speak for myself, the reason I criticize things is because I want certain situations to get better. There's a lot of things that I go on and see, like when I scrolling through my Twitter line and I see something, I see a tweet, I see a post, and I think to myself, personally, I just disagree with that. But I don't comment that because every disagreement does not need to be outed. You can disagree in silence. Unless it's a big deal, unless somebody is being harmed or this is potentially harmful, or unless I can say something that constructive criticism that can help, then I will make a comment on it. Okay. Um, but in order to give a helpful, constructive criticism, you have to do that with an honest place of wanting the person to get better or wanting the situation to get better for other people, even if you use that situation as an example. Okay. Now, for instance, I made a post about I forgot her name, the girl from Joyce something. She was from Clean and Slim. Now she's made a very disturbing post with her white husband, where she was posted completely naked, um and her white husband is completely clothed, touching on her with this very racist sexual objectification of a picture, giving very slave ownership, slave auction vibes, Sarah Bartman vibes. Okay, I criticized that. I spoke on that because that is harmful for black people, specifically black women in general, because I understand that black people are often dehumanized and black women are very sexualized, especially when they are partnered with black men. It gives a lot of slave fetishes. So I said that because I have a fair criticism. I personally don't care about their relationship. People are telling me, why do you care about their relationship? I don't care about their individual relationship. But when they are promoting something that is harmful to black society, it is my responsibility to speak out against that. Okay. One of the dues in black, as far as being black first, is to promote anything that promotes black empowerment through our thoughts, speech, and actions. Okay, some people, we are limited in what we can do, so we can't make the actions, but we can speak out against things. For instance, our campaign to save Mason, Tennessee, certain people have donated, a lot of people have donated, and shout out to every single last one of you who have done so. Unfortunately, certain people could not donate as much as they want as wanted to, or that much at all. But a lot of people who have not done so have spoken out against the issues, made posts, made videos. Shout out to Torian Rain. Me and him just did a 3-hour live yesterday to raise money for Mason, Tennessee. So that's on his channel. So you guys should check that out when you guys get a chance to. Everybody can do what they can do to promote black empowerment. That's one of the do's. Oh, by the way, if anybody else would like to get on and add to the list of do's and don'ts, you can feel free to request. Another one of the don'ts, and I can't believe I forgot to mention this. Another one of the don'ts is promoting the punishment from the dominant society of another black person. Okay, we have that way too often in our society. Okay, where the dominant society, first off, let me just let this be known. The black race, unfortunately, is the only race of people who condone another race of people punishing their people. We are the only people who condone that. White people, so you know, white people do not allow black cops to push them over like that. And I've said this time and time again on my YouTube channel. I've brought this up several times. A white cop, do you have white citizens using racial slurs, assaulting black police officers, and getting away with it? And you do not see the whole back the badge. You don't see the whole police lives matter. All this police love when it's the black cop, just like Muhammad Noor. Okay. And Muhammad Noor accidentally killed Justine Damon. You didn't see, oh, they had a split second. Cops have split seconds. They have families too. They just want to get home to their families. No, they don't condone the punish. They don't really condone policing black police people, policing over them. They don't condone that at all. They don't say we need more black cops. They don't say that. If a black person does anything to a white person, the white people are not out there forgiving. Okay. Another one of the rules of don'ts: stop forgiving shit. Everybody needs to stop forgiving all this. I forgive you. I understand. I remember this being told around: the only way to get to heaven is to forgive everybody who's ever done you wrong. That's the only way to get to heaven. White people do not believe that. No other race of people believe that. Black people need to stop believing that. The only way to get to heaven is to forgive every single thing that has happened to you. That is not true. And nobody else believes that. And we've been told that and lied to for the longest time. Okay. When it comes to the promotion of promoting harm to black people, I don't care if the black person was actually wrong in the situation. I'm not going to promote another race of people punishing our own people. It should be. Now, I'm not going to say that black people are above punishment or above correction, but the way it should be is black people should be the ones out there correcting other black people. If black people have done something wrong, the punishment should be deemed and handed to from another black person. Okay, we don't need that. Well, he did do it. He did do it, just like Justice Smollett, for example. Now, we all know Justice Smollett lied about what he did. Justice Smollett lied. Okay, and Justice Smollett was about to go to jail. I've seen too many black people talking about, well, you know, he did do it. He did do it. I don't care if he did do it. I'm not going to co-sign the punishment of a black person, even if that black person is off code. Even no matter what that black person did, I'm not going to get out there and parade for the punishment of a black person by the hands of a non-black person. Because no matter what that person did, I don't care if this was Jeffrey Dahmer or Ted Bundy or any of those white serial killers, white people would never promote black people punishing a white person, no matter what the white person did, ever, under any circumstance. So under no circumstances should black people be out there co-signing white people punishing black people. It shouldn't be, well, we do need more cops. I mean, they are out there robbing and stealing and doing all this. Ain't none of that. Okay, Nino, you can unmute yourself. Somebody just requested. Maybe the Twitter's messing up. Okay, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, man, you made some good points. I just wanted to double back on. I see we got some new people in the room, and I came in a little late, so I apologize if you already covered this. But I heard when you said that the code doesn't need to be written down, and that damn sure don't need to be shared with non-black people. But and don't come in asking what the code is. But I understand when people are new to this space and they ask, well, I keep hearing y'all talk about being on code, being on code. What does that mean? I'm gonna tell you what I tell them. I keep the answer very short and simple. I say the code is black empowerment. That's the code. So anything that you're doing, saying, or thinking that goes against the empowerment of people classified as black, I consider that to be off code. And you're doing a great job running down that list. So I just wanted to put that out there for anybody who's still kind of questioning about what this code is that we're speaking to. That's what we're speaking to. Black empowerment. That's the code.
If all black people viewed other black people, then this is what I was talking about, of black people extending grace to other black people. If black people viewed black people as family members, okay, and we used our blackness as, okay, this is my black person, okay, that's my cousin. Every single black person in the world is your brother, sister, or your cousin, auntie, somewhat related to you. Okay, when you go outside, let's, because I have brothers and sisters, and we argue and fight. But when we go outside, better believe I am not going to tolerate any non-family member saying anything negative about my family or doing anything harmful to my family. I will get into a damn fist fight with my brother with two swollen eyes and then walk outside and defend him to my very last breath against somebody else. Okay, when black people have that mentality with other black people, I don't care if you're beefing with other black people, when it comes down to your race and promoting black empowerment, you promote that first. Okay, that's a part of the code. The code is not in the family code. And the reason I brought up family is because the family code is not necessarily something that needs to be written down on a chalkboard and taught to you verbatim like that. It is something that is picked up through osmosis. Every other race of people understand this. There's no book of white supremacy, but they all understand it. They all learn it through osmosis and they all practice it. There does not need to be a book. And that's when somebody a few years ago has pushed back, oh, we should make a book about black empowerment. Um, and I said, no, to be honest, I disagree. There's a lot of books out there that break white supremacy down to a science. There's a lot of books out there that you can make, but you can't make a book about black empowerment because there is no book about white supremacy. White supremacy does not rely on a book. White supremacy does not rely on a leader. Speaking of which, one of the dudes is stop calling Tariq Nasheed the leader of FBA. Tariq Nasheed is not the leader of FBA. Foundational Black Americans don't have a leader. The code is the leader. There is no one individual that is the leader. That's a don't. But back to the book analogy. There's no book, so it does not need to be written down. Black people just need to be observant and understand and learn through osmosis. That's why I said some of the times, especially when it's on a public platform, when people ask, well, what is the code? What is the code? That gives me the vibe that they're asking that question from a bad faith. That gives them that vibe that they're asking questions from a bad faith because it's not a difficult concept to get on code. Okay, if you were doing something and somebody was to say, hey, you got to stick with your family, you got to you got to be on code with your family, you intrinsically know what that means. You don't have to, well, I have no idea what that means at all. And all of these black people know because they know. And I'm specifically specifying black different segments of people. Okay, like for instance, the black divestors, the black bed bucks, the black quote unquote conservatives. They know what getting on code means. When you got Biden sexuals who get on code to support Joe Biden, they know exactly what getting on code means because they do it against black empowerment. So everybody knows what getting on code means. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, rest her soul, made a statement that white supremacy white people play dumb about white supremacy or racism, and black people play dumb with them. So a lot of times, and I do understand there is some exceptions out there, but a lot of times when people are asking bad faith questions about what the quote unquote code is, though that gives very COINTELPRO vibes. But I got some speakers up here. If you guys had a statement, you could raise your hand. Um, and then if you wanted to add to the conversation. Okay, but Nino, you can go, and then we'll go with Mickey.
Oh yeah, we're discussing the code, but I feel like if we're going to have a code, we should also, I guess, discuss a punishment mechanism to enforce the code. You know, I feel like even though we talk about having a code and we have listed the do's and don'ts of the said code, what happens to the people that violate that code?
I just had a quick something to say. I don't know if anybody stated this already. Stop breaking down or telling people that don't understand our slang what it is. It's not meant for them to understand in the first place.
Yeah, that's a big one. Okay, let me address what Nino said. We do need a punishment mechanism, which is why we need black empowerment. Because as oppressed people, we can't really reward or punish our enemies. One of the ways, however, we've been utilizing punishing each other is through putting people's faces, really much ostracizing certain people and putting them on the Summer Jam screen. Okay, if you guys know what that is. Um, when we do that, that puts black people, and we've been doing that for a while, and you see a lot of black people backpedaling and a lot of black people apologizing for things they say. I've been noticing, and I follow not like follow like I'm following, but I watch and monitor a lot of different accounts, and I've been seeing a lot of these tethers. They'll take their flags out of their bio after we put them on the Summer Jam screen. Shout out to, and I don't know where his account went. Maybe they took it down because I haven't seen him in a while. I think the name is This You? Where Is This You, when somebody would say something off code, Is This You would go up and pull the receipts on that person and put that person on blast. And then that gives ammunition to everybody else to kind of punish that person. And next thing you know, that person tries to retract their statements. I've seen a lot of tethers taking a kata, going years back into their tweets to remove anything that they've ever said referring to a black American as a kata now, because they're scared of being put on the Summer Jam screen. So I guess that's one of the punishment mechanisms that we have. um Mickey, to address your point too, we need to stop being so damn welcoming. We have to stop being so welcoming. Okay, as far as telling people what our slang is, slang is like a code speech that black people have always developed. Black people, first off, and I said this in the broadcast yesterday, we have such an advanced mastery of the English language where we're always developing nuances to the English language. So when we develop slang, that's supposed to be used as code speech in reference to other things. That is not, we do not teach everybody that. You don't see Hispanics going around trying to teach all non-Hispanics Spanish. You don't see Asians trying to teach everybody their language. Why they don't do that is because they like to talk in code. They like to talk to each other in whatever other language they can talk to each other, and nobody in the room knows what they're saying. Black people need to stop doing that. You got black people all the time trying to break down what our ethnic slang means, or asking them on public platform what our slang is. Don't do that. Like I said, a lot of this can be learned through osmosis. If you don't know what a certain slang means, you might be able to ask privately, or you can just learn through context clues. But don't publicly ask what it means, and don't announce what it means either. Nino, you can unmute yourself.
I got one. Hear me out. I know it's gonna sound funny, but I'm being dead ass serious when I say this. Saying Eminem is the best rapper alive, or even in the top 10, is off code. Hell, even saying he's better than any black rapper is off code to me, because he's a guest in the culture. You can How you gonna sit here and say that the guest cook better than your mama? You get what I'm saying? Like, he's in our house. Like, even if it's true, you don't say that shit. You know what I'm saying? I feel like, so in conclusion, basically, big upping a non-black person to put them above another black person, even if that's truly how you feel, I feel like doing that shit in public is off code.
Absolutely. First off, what you said is absolutely true. He's not the top man. The top 10, I wouldn't put him in the top anything. If they had a list of the bottoms, I could find a nice warm place for him to be in the list of bottoms when it comes to hip hop. I'm gonna address this real quick, then get to our brother Rich. Um, like you said, big upping any non-black person is off code. You don't see any other race of people big upping another black person in their race. I remember Beyonce had a country song with her. I think his Daddy's Lessons is the name of the country song, and she sung at some type of country music award. And they tried to demote that and push that off the music, saying that that's not country. Um, they don't, and country isn't even, if you know the history of country music, that's not even really white folks music. That's not their music, actually. But they don't allow any non-white person to get up there and to call themselves the kings and queens, or to even promote their music, even if they are more talented than them. You would never see Hispanics, Mexicans talking about a black person is the king of salsa or the queen of salsa. You would never see a non black person big upping a black person in their in what they would deem as their ethnic field. Okay, you will never hear an Asian person talking about the best martial artist is a black man. The best person with nunchucks is a black man. You would never hear that. So all this big upping and ass kissing of white people is off code. Let's get to Rich, and then flawed.
I just wanted to tip my hat off to you, Afro Elite. And the reason I want to do that is because listening to you speak and break down white supremacy, like it, you point out things that I don't even. It's not that I don't realize it, but you paint pictures that makes so much sense. Like when you said you can't place the blame on one group of black people. Like for instance, the religious sector of black society or the the uh the politicians in black society. That's a very very good point because I do that. I'm gonna be honest, I do that. Like I would place a lot of blame on our politicians or a lot of blame on the religious sector, and I feel like all black people do that because we come from a certain background. Like a lot of us used to go to church, and a lot of us are involved in politics, and we place blame on them. So that was a very, very great point you made. And I just want to tip my hat off to you. And this is why it's important to speak about white supremacy, because the more you speak about it, the more you understand it. And the more you understand it, the more you feel like it can be solved. Like hearing you speak about these things, I'm like, damn, this thing called white supremacy, this thing could be solved in no time if we all just stick to the code. I really feel like the code is the solution to white supremacy, and that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, well, definitely, and thank you, brother Rich, for saying that. And the reason why I say that now, don't get me wrong, there are some segments in Black society that is more to blame than other segments of Black society. But the reason I say we should not put all of the blame on one or two segments of Black society is because by doing that, we ignore the blame that needs to be dispersed among other segments, and that creates an avenue where white supremacy can attack us through other segments. Okay, we have to understand that this is a multi-layered problem. This is a multi-layered issue, and when we face everything with only addressing a couple layers and ignoring the other layers, we're not going to be able to defeat this thing. There might be a couple, like for instance, a building that's held by multiple pillars. Okay, we're focused. If you put all of the pressure, if we say, oh well, this is the pillar that we need to take down, instead of every single pillar, then the other pillars will be able to sustain the weight when you knock that pillar down. So this is why you have to have an understanding of, okay, there might be more segments, or there might be segments that are more to blame, but there is not a single segment that is to blame. And we have to understand that, because we don't want to get ambushed by that, by attacking one individual thing and ignoring the flaws in other segments of Black society. In order for us to be on code, we have to completely recognize all of the flaws everywhere and simultaneously correct it. P Flawed, you can go. And thank you, brother Rich.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I don't know if you said this already, but what I think should be a don't is when there are comments, like black people kind of talking among themselves in Twitter, and then a non-black person comes in and asks, well, hey, what does that mean? And then you literally have somebody 2 seconds later telling them whatever it is, what the meaning is. So I think that should be a don't as far as being on code, because it's like, why are you so quick to tell a non-black person what the meaning of whatever we're discussing is? I can maybe see if it's in like a teaching forum, so to speak, and maybe they're coming up and you having kind of a back and forth and they just possibly generally don't know. But some folks, they troll a lot and they just want to know everything that's going on with us. So I feel like that's a don't.
And to speak on that, and I'm glad you brought that up. To speak on that, earlier in this space, I used the word serum. Now, if black people and all these black people, I know you all very well. I see you guys on the daily basis. Your own code. You know exactly what I was referring to when I said serum. The dominant society is promoting a serum against black people. Some people use that when I've gone in spaces where people are like, okay, well, we're not trying to take the jab, and then somebody's like, well, what is the jab? Oh, well, the jab means no. No, that's we have to understand certain code speak and things like that don't need to be explained. Black people have a thing where we want to welcome everybody to our thing. We need to get better when it comes to gatekeeping. Okay, if I said serum and then somebody came and asked me, well, what is serum, or especially a non-black person, I'm not going, well, what serum means is this. No, as if they don't, if a non-black person doesn't know, that's all the better to keep using that. Okay, and try to mix it up to throw them off, actually. Okay, because you don't see other races of people sitting up there announcing their code speak. I mean, it's a reason it's called code speak. Let's get to brother Salim. How you doing?
Peace, Black first. Yeah, I just wanted to chime in about gatekeeping. I've been on other platforms where I've, of course, now I've been banned from the platforms. But when I was in discussing Black empowerment or Black issues, I didn't allow tethers or white people to intervene in our conversations. It had to be that you had to, be able to articulate your lineage to me, and I'm all about proposing what's called a tether tax or a white tax, where if they get on those platforms and want to speak to anybody hosting a panel or a group like what you're doing, Afro Elite, and want to speak, that the Cash App should be hit up, whether the donation to the family, just to show that you're serious about the information. Because I think that, we shouldn't be letting people up here talk for free. You know what I'm saying? And I believe in putting dollars behind those who put in their effort to bring forth change and protect our lineage, like what you're doing, Afro Elite. I feel you should be supported. I'm not about the free game. So I just want to know what you guys think about a tether tax.
You know what? To be honest, I like that idea because that could be used as a punishment mechanism, and I think Jason Black uses that. Like if you have somebody who's trolling in his account, he'll block them, and he'll make them pay for him to unblock them, and then when they do, they get their get right. They learn how to behave after that. So that could be an interesting punishment mechanism, and you know what I'm saying when it comes to promoting Black empowerment. So that can be used killing two birds with one stone, so to speak. So I do like that idea. Sister Nikki, you can go.
I'm big on asking questions, but I'm going to first address the comment that the young lady was making about how they come in and pretend to not know something. They may not know. Like I get people all the time saying, well, what is FBA? What is WS? And what I do is I quickly say that's not for you to know. So if someone sees that I put that in the comment section and they still answer that question, that person who answers that needs to be called out and made to feel really, really stupid for answering that question. Another thing that I noticed, I have a problem with, like, they had that one guy that's been getting called out for speaking against the Mason, Tennessee thing. And if you look at his profile, he don't even look FBA. I don't have nothing against non-FBA people, but there are some people who are not FBA, and they just happen to not mention that they're not FBA, and they've been in our spaces for quite some time. Now, if you are in our spaces and you got this big ass head and you sitting there, you don't mention in several conversations, hey, I'm with y'all and everything, even though my mom was born in Jamaica or my dad is from Somalia. If they never mention that, they should be banned from being around us forever. I can name a few, but I'm not going to name them right now, who have been sitting in our spaces and they're just now mentioning after like a year and a half of being in our spaces that they are not FBA, and they'll pretend, oh, I didn't know. The hell you didn't know. You're lying, you knew. So that's all I have to say. I feel like like there should be some type of punishment or people shouldn't speak to them anymore. That's all I got to say.
Mm. You know,
Or they
and
pay that tether fee,
yeah,
that tether tax.
to touch up on what that is. I don't like when the concept of people acting like they don't know what FBA means, as if this is some brand new thing that's been came up with like this year or something. FBA has been around for years. The concept of FBA has been around for many years, but we've just been starting to refer to ourselves as FBA for a few years now. So it's not like it's a new thing, and we it's been something that we've openly identified with. Now, I have personally no problem with non-FBA, but why it's important, and I'm glad you brought that up, why it's important to state where your people come from is because, like I said, everybody has a role to play. For instance, I'm FBA. Both my parents are FBA. If let's say for instance there was somebody who was from Nigeria, right? He's a black first person, but he's from Nigeria. You need to state that you're black first and you're from Nigeria, because you can use being from Nigeria to benefit black empowerment, because you can be the voice of getting of holding your people accountable, because it's a lot more effective of holding your people accountable than it is from somebody from outside of that segment of black society to hold them accountable. But what happens is we have too many um tethers who, Nikki said, who stay in our spaces with the sole intention of gathering intel. They're not in our spaces to contribute anything. They're not in their spaces to promote black empowerment. They're in their spaces to gather intel. It shouldn't be anything. Like I've said personally, I have no problem with an on code brother or sister who's from the diaspora. I have no problem with them at all. Excuse me. You can come up and you can state, hey, I'm not FBA, but I'm on code. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll rock with you then. That's fine with me. That's no problem. I've had people say, hey, I'm black and I'm LGBT, but I'm on code, and I'm like, well, all right then. you know that's cool, because that's the point, being on code. But you not being honest about where you come from, especially right now when we're trying to differentiate where we come from, and we're trying to specify and highlight where we come from. You coming in with this, I'm not going to state where I come from, gives the vibe that you're not stating where you came from or where you come from, because you have some dishonest intentions, and you want to kind of use your melanin to get in FBA spaces, but you don't have the best interests at heart. So I'm glad, Sister Nikki, that you pointed that out. So it does have to be a thing where we do ostracize them or make them play like brother Salim was talking about, a tether tax. And a hefty one too. And the tether tax should not be a default thing. It should be depending on the grievance that you've committed. So the worse you committed, the more off code you were, the bigger your tax is, the bigger your fee is. Let me get to, I think, who had Nino, I think you had your hand up, and then Coops T, we'll go to you next after Nino.
Yeah, I got another one. Fraternizing with the enemy, and that enemy can be black, white, Asian, whatever. I go harder for my people, man. And I know when I see somebody that's doing off code things, I'll confront them about it. And some people will do something off code, and if you bring it to their attention, they'll fix the problem. So just because you do something off code, doesn't necessarily make you my enemy. But how you go about after it being pointed out, that then determines your stance with me. And I know there's been times where there's been certain people that's been essentially labeled persona non grata, meaning like, hey, this person is a leper. Don't be around them. That person's bad news. They working against us. And I have seen where pretty much as a community, folks will come together and agree on that. But then every now and then you'll still have some people that still be fraternizing with that person and be like, oh well, that's still my boy though, or that's still my girl though, or they changed or whatever. And it's like, nah, Shawty, like, see, now I gotta look at you sideways because you want to keep dealing with that person. They violated heavy to the point where they pretty much been ousted. And now you want to keep on chopping it up with them, keep on being friends with them and everything else. And I'm at a point now, like, listen, it's too late in the game for all that forgiveness shit. You know what I'm saying? For instance, this is one girl. It's not my platform, so I'm not gonna say her name. Not gonna give her no shine. But if you know, you know. One girl was a staunch Trump supporter. Like, I understand some people, black people, have voted for Trump as a protest vote, I guess, against the Democrats or whatever. I got thoughts on that too. But no, this girl was a flat out Trump supporter. I'm talking about MAGA hat, MAGA dress, going to the White House, just doing all type of just coon shit. Skinning and grinning for the Republicans, which ain't no better than skinning and grinning for the Democrats. And then the minute Trump got out of office, all of a sudden she's now a relationship expert on black relationships. And it's like everybody just forgot that this bitch was Miss MAGA a year and a half ago. And it's like, hey, and some people just didn't know. Some people just dead ass didn't know or didn't realize that was the same person. And that's fine.
Tariq called her out. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, I remember.
Y'all send me that clip because I know exactly who you're talking about, and I've been watching this individual for a while too.
Right, and I actually fell out with somebody who claims to be B1 and in B1 space and everything, because this person in particular, I'm gonna try to use gender neutral pronouns. They was kikiing it up with her on the timeline and everything else, and I told this person, like, and I showed all the receipts. Like, hey, you may not know, but this girl was Miss MAGA. She was dancing for Trump and doing all types of shit. I brought all the receipts to that person's attention, and that person started making excuses for her. Like, oh no, maybe she changed and all this other stuff or whatever. But I'm like, wait a minute, you the same person that has a hard line for any off-code behavior for anybody else, which I agree with. But all of a sudden, because it's somebody that you so-called like, now all of a sudden you giving her a pass. And I had to cut that person off, and like I said, that that person claimed to be B1 and stuff, but it's like, nah, see, our rules can't just be on a person by person basis. No, she was hella off code for years and switched up the minute Trump became got out of office. But it's like, what did she do to what did she do to I guess repair
Redeem
would be the
herself,
word.
yeah.
What did she do to repair the damage that was done when she was caping for Trump the way she was? You brother Salim said, Shada, you gotta pay a tax to get back in here. She paid no tax. She just rebranded herself, and a lot of people just giving her a pass for that. And those people doing that, I had to separate myself from them. And I pulled the car in the garage right there.
Yeah, and this is why I have to be more careful with some of the people that I associate with and I talk to on a regular basis. I watch certain people because there are certain people in Black society who have been moving funny for a while, and people have really give them the benefit of the doubt. And to an extent, I get that because, as Nino said, certain people can be off code and not mean to be, but then once you get educated, you can be kind of redeemed. Like I said, giving grace to your brothers and sisters. Okay, every single time somebody says something that's off code, or every single time somebody asks an off code question, that doesn't necessarily make them an agent or a traitor. You can't come like, hey, that's not what we talk about up here, and then the person snaps into reality, like, oh, okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. My fault for asking that. That's happened to me before. I'm like, hey, that's we don't talk about that up here, or on my YouTube channel, we don't say certain words in the chat room. We don't say certain words, and then they say, okay, my fault. Let me delete that. So there is a room for correction. However, when it comes to people being, it seems like overly forgiven. When it comes to people, and I know who you're referring to, and there's other people as well too who've been moving funny for the longest time, and they seem like they get a lot of passes. They say things one way and then they move things another way. Being Black first is not just what you say; it is what you do. It is you are B1 through your thought, speech, and action. You're not just B1 through your speech. You're not B1 on Twitter and then you're moving in a way that's not B1. Okay, so just having B1 in your profile or having FBA in your profile does not make you on code. Let's get to Coops T. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you, brother. Peace. I think that one of the things that's hella off code is when Black folks don't recognize white supremacist agendas and trends. And I think each of us has a personal responsibility to learn and to know what those trends are. And to me, one of the easiest ways of doing it is if you see stuff being pushed in white mainstream media, then you know you should be going in the opposite direction.
Exactly.
And one of the things that really is getting me at this point is this feminist agenda that's being pushed, and it's for B1 or FBA, especially women, putting down our black men. And I know that TBA talked about this. He had a program on this just here recently about, a matter of fact, might have been yesterday, but anyway, about the black man. We got to get off of that. I'm a woman. Yes, I want to big up my sisters when they accomplish things, but I'm not going to do it to the detriment of the black man. It's not going to happen, especially in white circles, especially in white circles. So, they want to push black women voters, black women, this, that, and the other, even this judge that's up and all this stuff. And then I will be a contrarian in that kind of situation. I will purposely go on posts and basically denigrate what's being said, or I'm not sure if I'm using that word right, but you know what I mean. Just in order to make sure I'm lifting the black man, because without the black man, there's no black family, and that's individual families as well as the collective black family. So I think for black feminists, male or female black feminists, to get up there and not lift black men is hella off code. That's all I want to say on that.
Yeah. The fake separation and promotion of your own specific group of people, while also while also denigrating the other groups of people. Like, you would never see me talking about, black men do make more money than black women in general, so y'all need to catch up to our level. I would never say such a thing like that. I would never say that. Okay, because I understand they're victims of white supremacy just like we're victims of white supremacy. Now, like what I said, Neely Fuller, the 9 areas of human activity, we might face white supremacy in different avenues, because certain things apply to other people a little bit more than other people, right? Like, I'm not an entertainer, so maybe a black actor or a black music artist, they face discrimination, or they face white supremacy from a different angle than I would. If somebody's a black lawyer, they would face discrimination and racism from a different angle. So we faced white supremacy from a different angle, okay? But we all face it together. We are all under the same rainy, dark, demented cloud. So it's unfair to say, well, my people have an umbrella. We have to look at ourselves as one big family. Nobody is succeeding unless everybody is succeeding. All this group individualism is off code. Let's get to our brother Rich.
Our brother Nino raised the excellent point. It is true. Us black people, we will be upset at something for one day, and then the next day we're back on it. For example, for example, Doja Cat, that racist shit she was doing in the whatever chat, those group chats and whatever the case may be. We was mad at her for what, probably 2 days. After that, everybody's listening to her music. Everybody's reposting her. We got Doja Cat. We got H&M. I see black people still going to H&M. I haven't been in H&M since. Gucci, I haven't shopped in Gucci since. I keep that same energy. If you disrespect any black person, you do anything coonish, the same way I was upset at you when you did it, 10 years later, until you put that work back in, I'm on that same energy. We got all these type of people who do things to black society, and we let them back in, and there's no consequences. They get to do whatever they want to do whenever they want to do it. We don't have that same energy, and that's why I think in the last chat I mentioned that how you can go on the average black person's page, and the last time they spoke about white supremacy was when George Floyd died. Go back to June 2020 on most black people's pages, and you'll see that's the last time they mention white supremacy. Ever since then, they never mention white supremacy ever since. And that's the problem. A lot of us, not us B1s, but the average black person is not consistent. They're mad one day, and then the next day is back to regular schedule. For even little baby. I remember last year around June, around the George Floyd situation, he was on a magazine. I think it was XXL, and no, it was Complex. One of those. He said that black people can be racist too. Nigga, what? Ever since then, I haven't listened to that man music since, and I will never listen to his music again. I keep that same energy. Gucci, you're done. H&M, you're done. Doja Cat, you're done. Lil Baby, you're done. Kodak Black, anybody who disrespect black society, until you put that work back in, you send some money, you send some type of something, something back to black society, do something right by us, you're done in my book.
I absolutely agree. I 100% agree, and that's very disheartening. The forgiving nature that we have when it comes to our group of people being disrespected. Like for instance, the H&M thing. Okay, that was deliberate and racially disrespectful, and you still got black people like, man, but they got some nice sweaters though. I mean, look at the sales though. The black people forgiving all that shit got to stop. Okay, because if you guys remember a few years ago, when Nick Cannon said that's something that they quote unquote deemed as anti-Semitic, the Jewish community is all like, we are taking every single thing away from you to the best of our ability
Hello?
until
Anybody
you
hear me?
beg for apology, until you stay. I don't know who's that. Okay, hold on, just wait.
Man, I
Hold your
can't
hand
hear
up real quick.
nothing.
Maroon, mute your mic for just a second, Maroon.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
we
I
hear
can
you,
hear you
bro.
well.
Okay. Um, yeah, when Nick Cannon did his thing, he had to beg to the Jewish community over and over and over and over again. And then he still never really came back the way he was before he left. Nick Cannon, that was a big stain in his career. His career could have been a lot more successful. He still never came back. All of these other people, anytime a black person says something that's halfway offensive to another community, they have to beg for forgiveness. If you guys remember when uh what's his name, damn, what's the dude who got like a crazy hairline in the sports thing, uh
Stephen A.
he's
Smith.
like, yes, yeah, him, right? Say it one more time.
You said
What
Stephen
was
A.
it again?
Smith?
Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith has dissed black people, specifically black men, for the longest time. The second he says something that's offensive, and he's made apologies, never to a black person, specifically a black man. He said something offensive to a white woman, he's toned himself down ever since. All that yelling and snapping off he does, he did that one time to a white woman, he was almost fired. He made public apologies, letter apologies, personal apologies, and he's never said anything halfway disrespectful or looked at her in any other type of way since then. Black people are the most apologetic people and the most forgiving people. We forgive and nobody else has to, and we're sitting up there apologizing. We should keep the same. I'm glad, brother Rich, you brought that up. And I hate to be long-winded, but this is very passionate for me. When everybody was putting a hashtag Black Lives Matter in their bio and talking about black empowerment and are against white supremacy, I said, all of these people are doing this. This is a trend. They are doing this because this is trendy right now. This is a phase. And then once this dies down and once this stops becoming a popular topic, you're only going to see the real ones keep talking about this, because the real ones didn't have to wait for George Floyd to be killed in order for them to talk about white supremacy and promoting black empowerment. We didn't wait for that. Okay, we didn't have to wait. We're not waiting on the next black person to be murdered for us to talk about white supremacy and black empowerment. They're only talking about white supremacy and black empowerment if it's a thing that's trending all over the world. That's when they talk about it. And then next thing you know, they're back to the same shit. Like, for instance, we're trying to do this thing where we're saving Mason, Tennessee. How come when Nicki Minaj or Cardi B, when they post a picture or something like that, that gets hundreds of thousands of likes and shares and comments, and you only have a few hundred shares when it comes to the hashtag Save Mason Tennessee, or people talking about saving Mason, Tennessee. When it comes to something real, you only see a few people out here actually doing the work, but everybody wants to claim that they are. So I'm glad that you brought that up, and that's hella off code. I think, what was it, the Black Pragmatist? I think you had your hand up first, then Vovo.
It was Bovo.
Okay, Vovo. Okay, you can go.
The number one thing you can do to be off code is not be willing to sacrifice. That's the problem that we having with all the off code people. Little baby don't want to lose his celebrity, so he got to say certain shit. Nick Cannon had to apologize because they was gonna take away his celebrity. Like they won't stop wearing Gucci because they don't want to sacrifice. Gucci cool. Like my brother said earlier about H&M. He said, you see the deals? No, sometimes you gotta pay extra. Fuck the deal. That's like me. I'm willing to. I'm growing my hair out now, right? I got to drive all the way across town to go to a black-owned beauty supply store. I don't care. I don't care. Like I got to drive past 5 gas stations because all the gas stations in my neighborhood is owned by the Arabs. There's only 2 black-owned gas stations in the city of Cleveland. I don't care. I'm willing to sacrifice. The number one thing about being off code is not willing to sacrifice.
Absolutely. Do you know how many products? And I'm glad you brought that up because that's a great point. Black people, one of the dues is sacrificing, is realizing that there's something bigger than yourself or your inconvenience. Um, do you know there's so many things? I buy so many miscellaneous things. As long as it's black owned, I buy a black owned. The toothbrush that I have in my house is black owned, from a black owned place. The toothbrush, there's a bread company that I get shipped that's black owned. There's a lot of different things. Would it be easier to go to Walmart or to go to the grocery store and to get a loaf of bread or to get a toothbrush? Yes, that would be easier. Would it be cheaper to go to Amazon and buy the same things? Yeah, it might be cheaper, but I sacrifice, first off, the convenience of getting it fast, and I sacrifice the convenience of getting it cheaper to promote something that is black owned, because that is a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. Okay. You know, in order for us to reach black empowerment, we must be willing to sacrifice. Now, we can talk about the way the civil rights generation went the wrong direction, because a large majority of them did. But if we look at the Montgomery bus boycott, they didn't say, you know what, it's just too cold outside, I'm gonna take the bus, I'm gonna sit in the back of the bus. They sacrificed for as long as it took for them to get the laws changed. Now, should they have gone in a different direction if they were willing to sacrifice? Yes, they should have. But the point being that they were willing to sacrifice, however, even for the wrong thing. But we need to have that same discipline, the willing to sacrifice. You know, if you love something, if you believe in something, and this is why I'm saying you have to be black first through your thoughts, speech, and actions. Okay, you know, just I say it, but you know what I'm saying. Gas is kind of high. I can't be doing all that driving right now. Oh, you know what I'm saying. I mean, if black people would just lower the price, and that's something that they've been saying for a long. Well, black businesses are the reason I don't support black businesses. First off, that line in and of itself is treacherous as hell. The reason I don't support black businesses, that's a treacherous statement to make. And it's always followed up with some bullshit. Oh, well, they just too expensive. They just too expensive. Yet you never complain about any other expensive, cheap item that you buy from a non-black person. I don't care if it is too expensive. I don't care if I have to pay double for the same quality meal that I would be charged for if I went to a non-black restaurant. I'm willing to pay double for that. Okay? Or I'm willing to go hungry. I'm willing to just wait till I get to the house and cook something to eat. You know, so shout out to Vovo for that point because that was a great point he made. Now, the black pragmatist, you can go.
Hey, what's going on, B1? Um, so I just want to touch on how, like, I think one thing I thought that was, off code is sometimes I be in these spaces, some spaces, and one space I was in, they was calling a particular individual out because, come to find out, she's been heavily off code and she's a tether and stuff like that. And then they also was talking about stuff that was really empowering, like talking about getting reparations and tangibles, what we got to do to stay focused. And then later on throughout the space, like these two individuals just got on the mic and they started talking about their own personal beefs and dramas and stuff like that. And I'm just like, what the hell is going on? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all too old to be doing that. Like, y'all need to, like, take that to the DMs or something. And, you know what I'm saying? And from that point on, like, the conversation, like, the energy, it just kind of shifted to something that was, like, about, like, Black empowerment to something that was, like, some love and hip-hop stuff because, like, one individual got on the mic and was like, oh, well, this person said something about me and I feel some type of way and I don't like it. And I'm just like, bro, like, take that, like, somewhere else. Like, we talking about, like, uh, Black empowerment. And and the thing that was really off code is that the host allowed it and was saying, well, no, we need to hash out our differences and we want to move forward. I'm like, no, they need to do that on their own and stuff like that. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
I'm glad you brought that point up too. And this is the point that um this is the point that I wanted to bring up. Black people being too emotional. There's black people, like I said, all black people do not have to be friends. Now you are supposed, there is a bottom line level of respect and courtesy that you give to each and every black person. Okay. But that doesn't mean that you have to be friends with every single black person you meet. I understand even there are people on this app who don't like other people for whatever reason that they don't like other people. But the thing is, when it comes to getting on code, we do not promote drama on a public platform. That's one of the don'ts. Okay, promoting fighting, promoting people yelling, promoting people cursing at each other, that's a don't. I don't. And I've hosted a few spaces before and I've seen the spaces kind of get out of hand. I didn't sit up there and I'm like, oh, this is entertainment. I'm just gonna sit back and act like I don't see this and let the chat room curse each other out because it's entertaining and it gets people to stay tuned into it. I'll mute the chat real quick and I'll be like, hey, I don't know what's going on with you and whoever. I don't know what beef you have with that person, but you're gonna have to take that somewhere else because we do not make spaces and we do not promote degenerate drama and infighting in the community. Okay, if we have something, we can hash it out like civilized adults. I'm glad you made that point. Nino, you can.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I'm actually scrolling down the timeline while I'm in this space, and I'm seeing some real time off code behavior. Some off code behavior happening in real time. Apparently, there was an interview with Machine Gun Kelly. He was being interviewed by a black woman. When Machine Gun Kelly said some real denigrating things pertaining to black people and black women in general. Something about black women giving the best oral sex and whatever. And another black woman said something to him that overheard him saying all this shit, and apparently he started snapping on her. Well, I'm gonna post it in the jumbotron really quickly just to give you a frame of reference, and I'll take it down after a while. Um, so the first thing I posted is the interview with Machine Gun Kelly. Y'all watch it when you can. But the point that I wanted to get to, where this is resurfacing. This interview is resurfacing where he's basically fetishizing black women, and so it's resurfacing. Well, somebody posted it or whatever, and the girl who interviewed him is a black woman talking about some. This is me in the video. Girl, give it a rest. I asked him a question and he answered. The end. I didn't ask for you to put on a cape on my behalf. I'll holler if I need you. I'm gonna put that in the jumbotron as well. And I feel like this is peak off code behavior. I haven't had a chance to look into this girl's background yet, I'm just seeing it happening on my timeline right now. But apparently, she asked him if he liked black girls, and he just started talking about how black girls get the best head and all types of other stuff, just real denigrating shit. Um, and then, but it's a black girl coming to his defense, and it's just that shit right there is just mind blowing to me. Like it's just mind blowing to me. And this is the type of code behavior I feel like that needs to be punished because now you giving him a pass to do that to somebody else, you know, or when somebody does check him, yeah, she seems like she'll be the first one to be like, well, we're not protected. Black women are not protected. Well, shit, when we was trying to protect you, your ass didn't want to listen. But I don't know. I just wanted to just add that because I'm seeing it happening right here on my timeline right now, and this, it just pertains to the topic. But y'all just look at it when you get a chance.
Can you send me the screenshots? Because I'm not seeing a lot of comments about this space. But yeah, damn, I want to get to the hands, but stop being a willing person who's just sexually objectified by a non-black person. That's off code as hell. That needs to stop. Just like earlier today when I made the post, I'm all like, I don't care about their relationship enough to even know their names off the top of my head. So it's not like I'm doing it, but the fact that they're posting this and it's this clear racial sexual objectification, and I got a whole bunch of bed wenches in my comments talking about, oh, why don't you just mind your own business? Why don't you just mind your own business? They look in love. All of that's off code as hell. Even if you disagree, my thing is, even if I disagreed with a point that a black person was making about a white person, I'm not going to step in and come to the white person's defense like, come on now, you being racist now. I would never do that. That's off code. White people don't do that to black people. If you seen videos, there was just one just trending not too long ago where a white girl is beating up this Muslim girl, and I think the Muslim girl is black too. Ain't nobody jump in, nobody was trying to help. Then a black girl jump in to help the other girl jump, to help the Muslim girl out. And then next thing you know, everybody coming to break the fight up. You see that all the time. A white person just doing a thing, beating up a person, nobody stops them. White people don't come in to try to stop racism. They don't ever do that. Then when a black person is defending themselves, then everybody want to be like, hey, let's break this up right now. So they don't know, white people do not come in and run in the defense of black people under any circumstances. So we need to stop doing that. Vovo, you can go.
I sent it to your DM, by the way.
Okay.
Another thing that's off code behavior is worrying about other people's personal business. That's one of my pet peeves, worrying about somebody else's personal business. Me, I'm the type of person, I'm from the street, so I was trained to mind your business. Just mind your business. Worry about what you got going on. So I don't worry about how somebody dress or what type of money they got, who they sleeping with. That's not my business. I always say, worry about the plan and not the man. Worry about the plan and not the man. The reason why I like Tariq with Tariq Nasheed doing is because he got a good plan. Him personally, yeah. Everybody think he pretty cool. Yeah, he pretty cool. But I don't got time to be worrying about his personal business or nothing like that. When I vote for the president, I don't vote for him because he cool. I vote for what's his plan, what's his topics, what's his issues, what is he trying to do. Off code behavior. You very off code if you're worrying about what this man is doing and not worrying about his plan. Worry about the plan and not the man.
Agreed.
Yeah, absolutely. People get too, and a lot of people, I don't know. I guess Tariq hurts a lot of feelings, but a lot of people disagree with logic just because they don't like Tariq on a personal level for whatever reason. There was one person I had trolling when I was talking about the museum. They was all like, well, isn't Tariq's mother-in-law? I'm like, first off, it's disrespectful for me to address somebody else's wife. Okay, that's not my wife, that's not my business. And if it was, what does that have to do with a history museum? What does his personal relationship with his wife or mother-in-law have to do with the history museum? So you're deliberately getting off code because you don't like him as an individual for whatever reason. Okay. So I had to address that, and the dude's now I don't know where he is. He's probably back in Liberia or wherever he came from. Let me see who was it Black Voltron or Rich who had their hand up? I think it was Rich, right?
It don't matter. Whoever, it don't matter.
Um okay, well since Black Voltron hasn't spoken yet, you can unmute yourself, brother.
Rich was before me. He can go.
Okay, Rich, you can go. I was
I mean,
looking at the screenshot, so I didn't see.
mm, I don't know if you said this because I came in kind of late, but one of the biggest don'ts is never, ever, ever defend white people, whether they're right or they're wrong. And you see this a lot in black celebrity media. You see this a lot in like the mainstream media where black people are quick to defend white people, but white people never ever defend us in any circumstance, whether we're right, wrong. Even today, I was actually when I walked outside my house today, I seen a black guy arguing with another with a white guy, but I was late to the scene, so I didn't know why they was arguing. I just heard them, but immediately I was on that black guy's side, and I don't even know who he is. I was looking at him, making sure he's okay, and whatever happened, whatever did happen or was about to happen, I was gonna be on his side, whether he's right or wrong. And that's a very, very big thing. Never, ever, ever, ever defend white people, whether they're wrong or right. You always have to be on the black person's side, and then when you get home, you school that black person on whether they was right or wrong.
You know, to touch up on that, have you guys ever watched those football movies where the team is losing, the home team is losing, and the coach has to go off on the team members because the team is just not playing, they fumbling the ball, they missing passes or whatever it is. And the coach pulls the team in the locker room and addresses the team, and then the team comes out better. They correct them privately. Do you see now what the coach would be off code for doing is allowing the other players and the other coach to criticize the team and be all like, yeah, that is true. You did miss that pass. Yeah, that is true. You did fumble the ball. I don't care if your team is fumbling the ball and missing the passes and can't catch the ball or whatever it is. You don't let the other team point that out. It is your responsibility to point that out. And that goes back to what we were saying about black people correcting other black people. It is our responsibility to do that. I'm not going to take the side in defense of the other team, even if the other team is right in the situation. I'm not going to jump in and be all like, no, wait, hold on. He's right, though. We got to right is right and wrong is wrong. No, I'm just going to sit there and I'm going to be like, you know what? I feel what the brother is saying on this. And it's gonna be like, damn, they getting on code against me. And then when we off somewhere, I can be like, hey man, I feel like you was kind of, I feel like you was kind of off with that comment or whatnot. In the privacy of me and whoever I'm addressing. Okay, that's the respect I was talking about.
That's like cutting
Black,
your partner in spades. I just want to say that real quick.
exactly. Black Voltron, you can go.
Uh, Thanks for having me, Afro Elite. Appreciate it. And peace, Black Power, and reparations to the whole chat here. I just want to just kind of reset a little bit as far as folks being off code. I think those of us who, call ourselves B1 need to, we're going to have to learn to lower our expectations of people because, a lot of us, here are at different learning levels as far as B1 life and learning how to be on code. So we got to learn how to have patience, lots of patience and grace with some people. And then the other part of it is, we got to realize that, it's only going to be between, maybe 5 to 25% max of us is going to be making the move. The change doesn't come from the masses. The change comes from, the minority of the minority. So it's going to be up to us to move the Overton window, but don't be expecting to, the rest of the masses to be following because they choosing to be ignorant. I mean, why would you expect, people who like doing ignorant shit, to all of a sudden, especially if they're older, all of a sudden just wake up all of a sudden and say, hey, I think it's time for us to, be black, black first, blah, 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 blah. it's best probably to work with the young. They're more pliable, flexible, they're open to new ideas. And if we get some older people along the way, cool. And I'm speaking from somebody who's Generation X, so just letting you know. But we gotta learn to lower our expectations of what we see, so-called on code people being off code doing. Recently, and there was a space last Friday where I seen some off code shit by this one nigga, and I'm gonna call him out, Lord Abba, so-called president of Freeman. Nigga, you ain't president of my motherfucking lineage. I don't give two fucks about you, never heard of you. And, when I see, folks in public going against something positive, trying to save a town called Mason, and you just go completely off code without checking, calling, and doing anything, and then you go, and I say something, call you out, and you gonna try to cuss me out, nigga, I'm gonna cuss you out too, nigga. Because if you were really on code, you would have came back in my DM and said, "Hey, brother, I don't think that's a good idea because A, B, C, D, E, F, G." But being that I don't know you and you know me, and you doing some off code shit in public, and I'm not, I'm gonna. You think I'm gonna sit there and not say nothing? Nah, I'm gonna say something. And some other people I've said things to, and they didn't like it, and conversely, other people said stuff to me. But I've learned to, go behind closed doors, at least try to talk it out with you. But if you get crazy with me, then I'm gonna get crazy with you. All right. That's just what it is. I give you the energy that you give to me, you know. So we just have to learn to, just lower our expectations. Don't expect, this big, massive, all of a sudden change, We gotta be patient. We gotta learn patience with black folks. And unfortunately, y'all, most black folks, speaking about the ignorant Negroes, they're gonna require a bunch of pain. Usually, back those of us of a certain age remember how we used to get our asses whipped. We wasn't listening to our mamas and our daddies. That belt action, that switch action. For me, it was Hot Wheels racing tracks and extension cords. But that corrective action sometimes was probably the best medicine because you see your baby touching a hot stove, you're not going to be like, "Hey, baby, don't touch the hot stove. You're going to get burned." No, you slap her hand away so she don't get third-degree fucking burns and get her fingers chopped off from gangrene or some shit like that. Sometimes corrective actions means you got to swat some, you got to get that belt action out on some people, figuratively. And if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. But we just have to learn that everybody, this is casualties of war. This is wartime. And when you're in the middle of the war and the bullets start flying, you're going to have to look to your left, look to your right, and you might have some of your partners just fall off and drop dead, get off code. And that's just how they're going to be. I've seen a lot of people in this, my 5 years of being here, I've seen a lot of people who were B1 at first, and all of a sudden they go to that liberal route or they go to that conservative route. And I look at them as like, well, I look at them as dead, bury the man, bury the woman, as John Henry Clark was saying, carry on with the plan, the B1 plan. So if they're not gonna, come, move on to the next person. Don't waste time. We got too much work to do. No, don't be sad, y'all. Everybody ain't meant to make it. Everybody who came into 2021 didn't make it to 2022. And everybody in 2022 ain't gonna make it to 2023. There's gonna be a bunch of disappointments, people. Learn to expect it, plan for it, and don't be disappointed when you see it. That's just the way war goes. And I'm gonna land my plane on that. Thank you very much.
Before we pass on the mic, I see the other hands up. I just wanted to ask Voltron.
Yes.
At what point do we determine who gets that grace and who doesn't? Because that is one of the things Afro stated in his intro, that we got to extend grace to other people because we are all victims of white supremacy. So I guess my question is, in the case of Lower Ava, does he get that same grace? Because, and also, I don't know if he was in here, but we did state that
No, I
I'd be
wasn't.
speaking for myself. We would be willing to extend grace to people that's looking to repair, their wrongs that they did. If somebody was off code and we check them on it and they willing to repair it, I'm willing to work with that person. You get what I'm saying? But if it's somebody who's sticking to their guns, that's the people that I'm like, oh nah, you persona non grata, we can't fuck with you. But I guess my question to you is, where do you draw the line? And I'll pull the car in the garage right there.
Okay, I wasn't, I was late to the space. My bad. As far as me, I look at, I look at patterns. You know, I recognize pattern recognition, and I just look to see. I mean, we can use history as our guide. I mean, remember the COINTELPRO program? Anybody who studied that, and how they went against the Black Panthers specifically out here in the town, you can see how they place people in prominent positions within the organization, and they did things to destabilize the organization. Okay, you just look for people who can either are they I look at it simply as, are they helping Black folks, or are they a detriment to black folks? Are they saying things that are positive and trying to push the race along, trying to push Black people to better themselves, or are they subtracting? Are they are these people like permanent activists like Tamika Mallory, or some of these Negroes, or were these like 10 years ago, were they up there on 125th Street talking that Hotep Babel, not to denigrate, but talking all that bullshit, but not really being about Black empowerment. You trying to talk about the sun, moon, stars, and quasars, but you're not talking about okay, I'm gonna buy this amount of property because gentrification is coming and they're gonna be kicking us out within 10 years. Knowing that you have that knowledge, but you're not sharing it. I look for the patterns. And do I see do I see a pattern of agent behavior, COINTELPRO behavior, destructive behavior, that's, not, that's taking away, subtracting instead of adding and multiplying to the collective. That's what I look for. And if I see a consistent pattern of that, then it might just be one time. And I'm gonna put you on the back burner and turn the heat off until I see otherwise. But if I see a consistent pattern, you're a casualty to me. You're dead. You're dead. And there's no coming back. Look, hey, look at, remember when Colin Kaepernick, all right, in the NFL, and he was kneeling and so many people got on code and was talking about, fuck the NFL, blah, 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 blah. I'm talking about the men. How many of these Negroes are back watching the NFL talking about their favorite team and Tom Brady didn't retire and all this other bullshit? I stopped watching NFL back in 2018. I got rid of all my Oakland Raiders gear, just for that reason. I haven't watched a single NFL game since 2018. And I don't even miss the shit, Same thing with the NBA. What the fuck, man? Everything's back to normal now, looking at the fucking halftime event at the Super Bowl. Fuck that Super Bowl. These motherfuckers didn't do right by Colin Kaepernick. These motherfuckers are still treating these athletes like $40 million slaves. Granted, they allow themselves to do that, but why are we supporting a clearly racist organization that we clearly know that discriminated against Colin Kaepernick and a host of other, Eric Reed and a whole bunch of other athletes? They're trying to stand B1. And a lot of people didn't back them up. Why are we still supporting these billionaires in this fucking machine, and the sports media and all the other auxiliary businesses that helps prop up the NFL? Why are we the fucking sports media and all this bullshit? Why are we supporting all that shit? That's off code to me. We already know they racist. What the fuck you gonna support a racist organization and make them even stronger? We should be supporting the big three. Ice Cube, his league, he got a whole goddamn league right now. That's B1. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Pattern recognition. 1 minute we on the NFL, next minute, oh man, it's cool again. Jay-Z there. He doing chess moves. Fuck the NFL. They ain't got one fucking red cent from me and will never get one from me again. Pattern recognition. What are your patterns? What are you consistent? What you put your money behind? What you put even more important, what you put your time and effort behind. That's what I see. So I'm gonna land my plane on that.
Exactly. The real ones, and I'm gonna just touch on this because you really spoke some truth to power there. The real ones are always gonna stand the test of time. That's how you know. The real ones are gonna last. The fake ones, they're gonna be quote unquote black first or pro black at the beginning, just to get some validation, just so people can believe that they're legit, and that won't last because you can't fake being black first. Being black first is something that you are on the inside. It's not just something that you say or something that you make a tweet or a post about. It's something that you are. That's a mentality that you believe in. Okay, you're not gonna be black first on Monday through Friday, and then off code during the weekend. You're not gonna do that. Okay. Another thing too, where you were talking about Lord Abba, I've seen him before, and then I stopped seeing him totally. And then next thing I know, he just pops up talking about he's the president or the co-founder or whatever of Freedman. One of the telltale signs of an agent is someone who comes up and talks about they're the leader of something or they're the president of something. Anybody who claims, "Oh, I'm the leader of this group of people." Now, I mean, you can be a president of a business or corporation, but anybody talking about I'm the leader of this movement, I'm the leader of this group of people, that's a telltale sign that that person is an agent. Okay, and it's very obvious. Just like him and who else? Grandmaster Jay. He was another one. Came up out of nowhere talking about I'm the leader of the NFAC or something. Whatever it was.
Scam Master J.
Yeah. So always watch out for these quote unquote leaders because they never last the test of time. Nikki, you can go ahead, sister, and then we'll get to 1093.
Okay. This is more of a question. This kind of bothers me, and I see different people handling it different. Like there'll be someone who kind of isn't fully on code or whatever, and then they'll be like making little statements that show that they really aren't with us. And I see people spending their time trying to explain to them. Uh, I personally feel like that's a waste of time. If someone is cooning, to me, that there's no way of getting them out of that. If they are set on cooning, that shows that they have fear. They're cowards. They don't want to change. So why should we keep trying to explain something to them? So I just want to ask everybody, whoever wants to answer, when do we stop? At what point do we stop trying to explain something to someone? Trying to get somebody on code who is uncodable. Where do we get to the point where we stop trying to explain something to them?
In my opinion,
Good question.
Go ahead, Black Voltron. I'll let you have it, and I'll respond after you.
Can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Well, do like what you do on the job. Put them on a probationary basis. Give them like 3 or 6 months, and when they still doing coon and stuff after 3 or 6 months, probation over, you didn't pass and you fired. End of story. Or laid off, whatever you want to say. Excommunicate their ass and stuff. It don't take that long to get on code. If you really got the fire in your belly, you're gonna be doing this within a couple days to a week, and then you'll start to pick it up. Anybody of reasonable intelligence. But if you consistently, once again, pattern recognition, over and over and over again, you keep doing off code shit week after week, month after month, quarter after quarter. Nah, we're gonna give you 2 quarters to get it right, and then we got to blow them up. But if you do something major, to me, shit, hit them right then and there and just check them and then see what the response is gonna be. Either it's gonna be on code or not. Just consistently watch those people, but give them a trial basis. I don't think there's one set rule for it's me, but I just look for the consistent patterns. And if you keep doing the same shit over and over and over again, keep making the same quote unquote mistakes, you ain't trying to learn. You don't keep repeating kindergarten, first grade, 6, 7, 10 times. You know what I mean? Especially if you're an adult, you can't keep going over the basics over and over and over again. Either you're gonna learn or you're not. If you're not gonna learn, we got to move on, okay? Because time's wasting, and time's our most critical natural resource that we got, and time's always working against us. So give them a couple months, give them 3 to 6 months, at least far as me. Maybe I'm being generous, because of condition of our people, but I say that's reasonable. If I see you keep doing the same shit after 6 months, bye, nigga.
Can I say something real quick? Just real quick, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
with me, sometimes I can talk to somebody and within their first few sentences, I can tell if they are a waste of my time. So are you saying that I'm not patient enough? I, I just don't have patience for some of these people who don't think that racism exists. I'm done with them after a few sentences. I'm done with them. It's like I'll just cut them off. So am I not patient enough with them or what?
I can't call it. You know, you got to do what's best for you, Nikki.
I can
As
answer
far
that.
as me, that's how I look at it. You know, I look at the overall totality of all your actions. I mean, it might be, you know, might be there one time you might be correct. But, you know, as far as me, you know, I think it's good to, you know, especially with our own people, you know, to have that grace somewhat, you know, depending on the severity of their, you know, infractions, let's say, you know, against the B1 collective. So, you know, you gotta treat it on a case by case basis with each person. You know, if there's somebody who's been in it for a while and all of a sudden they just go completely off code, man, I'm like, kick that motherfucker to the curb, excommunicate them immediately. They're a traitor. But if it's somebody that's new, you can't expect somebody new to pick up all this knowledge. I mean, we talking about, you know, we got, you know, master teachers like all of Dr. Claude Anderson's books, all of Brother Neely Fuller's books, all of Dr. Francis Cress Welsing books. I mean, we talking right there. I mean, these are like, you know, college level classes reading these books and stuff, you know, if you really getting into it. So it's going to take a lot of people a while to digest a lot of this information in addition to everything that's happening with the new black media. So that's what I'm saying. You know, we gotta have patience with folks. I mean, you can't expect somebody to get a bachelor's degree in, you know, 6 months. That takes 4 years, 5 years. Some degrees 6 or 7 years. You know, that's what I'm saying. But if you seeing like, you know, if you don't have that patience, then that's you, and then cut them off. You know, you got to do what's best for you at the time. You know, that's how I see it. I'm not saying you're right or wrong. You just, you know, for me, you know, I can afford to give people grace, you know, and consideration, you know, but some people I don't. You know, it's on a case by case basis. You got to determine that for yourself.
Okay, but let's move to, because we got some people who just requested to speak, and then we got some hands up. So let's move to 1093 real quick.
All right, cool. Thank you, fam. Shout out to the whole, shout out to the B1 fam. Couple familiar faces. Honestly, both of y'all are correct. And because I'm like Nikki, you know what I'm saying? Especially if you are of age, I would say if you over the age of 25 and you ignoring the environment that you're in, you don't have too much time. But also, in the brother Black Vote, like he was saying, you know, you kind of got to give leniency or give patience to a certain degree because everybody may not be so equipped or so on code as the rest of us are. So I'll say both of y'all are correct, and the code really applies to it. Our code, what we have to really understand and take into consideration that our code adapts. The only thing that's constant in code is when you wake up, you're doing something constructive to benefit the black community or black society, and you never go against someone out. You never team with someone outside of black society against someone in black society. Those two, in my opinion, are the only two constants. Now everything else is kind of how the individual feels. Like at this point, how we are at this time right now, collectively, how we're getting on code. My opinion, we just don't have time. We've been holding hands. We've had like our brother Black Voltron said, we got these teachers, grand teachers that's been teaching for decades and years, and YouTube free, Google free, and you know, if you just don't know, and I gotta explain to you how what white supremacy is, and you think racism don't exist. That to me, it shows a level of laziness to a certain degree, where you just like, for example, I use the sports. I use sports as an example. Now we all seen what happened to Kaepernick, and we all know what's going on with LeBron, with the people calling him nigga and attacking him, and Dwayne Wade, who is a part of the agenda as well. And we see what's going on. Now, the people who want to ignore that and just go back to watching the game, it's at the when they get hit with it, when they get hit with white supremacy in their personal lives, like we always seen, then they'll come holding signs and wearing T-shirts and going to Professor Black Truth, the authority, and Tariq Nasheed pages or channels calling in talking about what we gonna do. It's kind of the code is kind of gotta use common sense at some point. It's not our job to hold everybody's hand who refuse to see the signs and or refuse to take heed to the warnings that they see. You know what I'm saying? Because we all see the same news for the most part. We all see the cops gunning down black people in their homes. We all see what happened to Ahmaud Arbery. We all see what's going on. Now, the people on code gonna take heed to that and act accordingly. And as our brother Jason Black says, some of us gonna fight and some of us gonna go back to picking the cotton. Now, when they get hit with the whip and it's not possible to pick cotton anymore, now they want to come run with us. So we have to draw a line at a certain degree. So I'm not necessarily saying, you get one strike, you out. But at the same time, baseball is not the sport we playing. And it's those who don't want to be on code, they kind of they're putting their own lives in more danger by denying, turning a blind eye to what's going on. And those of us who are on code, it's not our responsibility to wait and hold people's hands and bring them to, you know what I'm saying? Because Harriet Tubman, she had a gun for people who changed their mind down the road. She had a gun for them. You know what I'm saying? Now we may not have a literal gun, but the code is our metaphorical gun. And if you know what's going on, you see what's going on, and all this other stuff, and then when it happens to you, what happened to somebody you want to come ask the question, we're gonna have to kind of turn a blind eye to you and kind of shun you out until you earn your keep, so to speak. And I'll land my plan there. I'll land my plane there. We just can't we can't shun everybody. We can't expect everybody to know everything that we know, but we can expect people to use their common sense and take the threat serious and act accordingly. Now, if you don't take the threat seriously and you get hit with it, and then all of a sudden it's, oh, my brother, what am I supposed to do? What's going on? Now we kind of gotta put you on the outs a little bit. We'll still watch and we'll ride for you. Don't get me wrong, we'll still ride for you, but as far as being on code, we'll have to look at the people around you and see how they respond to what happened to you before we can actually respond wholeheartedly, because nobody's blind, and even the blind people know.
Okay, and I want to answer that question, but our brother Mickey, I know you wanted to answer. Did you still want to answer? Can you hear us? Okay. Well, okay. So to me, did you want to answer?
I'm good. My fault.
Okay. Well, to me, it's like how Black Voltron was saying, it kind of has to be looked at by a case basis, kind of like a job, so to speak. First off, I've watched people who can there are certain people who I rock with. I've been rocking with recently, and then I've been rocking with for years. Okay. And I have a lot of respect for the things they say and the people that they vouch for. So that's like a recommendation to the job. Now, when you first get to the job, though, you're automatically on the 3-month probation period or the 90-day probation period. Okay, so you can't be slipping up and being off code if nobody can vouch for you. You have had to have put in some work first before you do anything off code. You can't just come through the door, nobody knows who you are, and you're being off code and expect this grace. No, you have to be on your best behavior to earn the grace. Now, there's a default level of grace, but if you have not been paying your debt, if you have not been putting any work in, you will lose that default level of grace very quickly. Just like with a job, when you first get hired at a job, hey, I just got this job. I need to not be late, versus people who've been there for a couple years. They might be late a few times, and they get a little bit more grace because they've been there and they've been working for years. A new person coming in, you can't afford to be late. So until we've seen you put in work and until people can vouch for the work that you've been doing, you can't afford to be making off code statements at all. Okay. And that's just on a lower level. Now, even the people who have been there, like Black Voltron was saying, if they do make off code statements, you can put them on like a probational thing, but it depends on the grievance of what they said. Like, yeah, you might put somebody on probation for, showing up late. You know what I'm saying? If they show up late a few times, you'd be like, okay, well, we're gonna have to do a weeks without pay or whatever they might have, or you're gonna have to write you up. You're not gonna get probation, or you're not gonna get a write up if the cameras catch you stealing from the register. If the cameras catch you stealing from the register, then it's automatic termination. So it depends on how bad the off code thing was. If you wind up, I mean, if they make a statement that's not necessarily attacking black people, and somebody can be like, hey, you know what, you've been kind of saying, I don't know what's been going on with you, but we're gonna have to keep an eye on you because you've been kind of making slightly off code statements. Okay, then they're on that probation thing. If they just full out came out like on some Candace Owens type shit, or on some damn Jim Clyburn type shit, if they came out like that, that's like stealing from the register at your job. That's an automatic termination. I don't care if you were the best employee beforehand, you get automatically terminated and you're not rehireable. Even for the people that we do have to fire, yeah, you're gonna have to wait, and then you're gonna have to show us you can come back. And that's brother Salim was talking about a tax. I think that we should really implement that. It should be like almost like a GoFundMe or thing like something like that we use for the collective black community, and everybody who's off code or all the tethers and everything have to pay a fee and a tax to this black bank or what have you. So every time it's like what's they called, the swearing jar, where every time you swear you got to put money in the jar, you got to put like $1 in the jar or something. That's what they need. Every time you make an off code statement, hey, the collective of black society said you need to put $1 in the jar. We all, not just one or two people, but we collectively have agreed that you need to put $1 in the jar, and you better put that dollar in the jar. Okay, so that's my 2 cents on that. But I think that's an actual good question, because where is the line? That's a really good question. Brother Vovo, you can go.
Yeah, I wanted to address Nikki, what she was saying. Also want to say, man, that was a good point. You still out the register, you finished, you is done. Get your ass out. It ain't no coming back from that, because we know your heart wasn't in the right place. You know what I mean? But I wanted to address her. I look at it like this: if you off code and you cooning, that's a personality. That's a simple personality. That's just your personality, and you can't fix somebody's personality. That's just who they is. It's like your crackhead uncle. You can talk to him. You can have an intervention. You can take him to rehab. He gonna sneak out the back door and go get high. That's just how he is. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like a coon or somebody that's always off code, either they too stupid or they just evil and weak. So you can't deal with them at all. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm the type of person, I don't really, like, once you do some crazy shit, I really don't forgive you, because I feel like I'm a sucker if I let you back in after you done did some crazy shit. Now, if you do some off code shit and your heart was in the right place, you just made a mistake, yeah, that's different. But if you're doing it on purpose, that's just your personality. That's just who you is. And we got to be willing to accept people for who they are. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like I look at it like babies cry. If a baby don't cry, you like, what's wrong with my baby? There's something wrong. It's a matter of fact. Dogs bark. You know what I mean? Water is wet. You know what I mean? Like, a coon gonna coon. Like they used to tell us back in the day, they used to say you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. Because we already done seen a hoe's behavior. A hoe ain't gonna be loyal. We already know. It don't matter if she white, black, whatever she is, she a hoe. we already know what come with that. You know what type of person that would be. She ain't housewife material. So shit, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife, and you can't turn a coon into a real nigga.
Yeah, that's excellently put. And to touch up on that, I want to say first off, I know we extend grace because we understand that all black people, like, clearly the speakers in here are very well read. Clearly, we know about white supremacy, we know their tactics, we know their strategy, so we're well read as far as that's concerned. But we do have to understand you do have younger people. You got 17 and 18-year-olds just getting out of high school, um and who are new to black media, who are new to this, so they don't know. So you do have to understand, like, yeah, everybody might not understand to the fullest extent, but everybody knows that racism exists. Anybody denying that racism exists is not hireable, does not belong here. Okay. As far as giving people the benefit of the doubt, I try to do that to some degree, but to other degree, black people are not stupid. It's not rocket science. Okay. Like Dr. Francis Cress Welsing said, white people play dumb about racism and black people play dumb with them. So we have to understand when, okay, you're not just really dumb, you're just really playing dumb to waste our time or to be an agent or something like that. Because you can't tell me, oh, well, I just think racism is, I mean, in the past. No, you really don't think that. You're saying that. You're not confused like you're saying you're confused. There's a difference between not knowing something and then respectfully asking the question and being educated, or making a mistake. It's a difference between that and then, okay, there's some basic things you just need to know. Okay, before we can hire you to work at any store, you need to know how to read. If you don't know how to read, then you don't need to work here. And Walmart is not going to teach you how to damn read. We might teach you how to work the register, but we ain't going to teach you how to read. If you don't know how to read, you need to get out of here. So you know what I'm saying? These people coming up here and they talking about, oh, I don't know if racism is a big thing. I don't know if white supremacy is black people's biggest problem. That's one of the vetting questions, the interview questions. What is the black people's biggest problem? If they say anything besides racism, then okay, well, we'll call you back. Don't call us, we'll call you. Black Voltron, you can go.
Thank you, Afro Elite. I just want to, touch back on, both our theme of looking at B1 is like, how would you approach a new job? And, as far as me, for those that don't know, I'm a tradesman. My trade is the elevator escalator industry. And I've been in it for 26 years. So when I first got in '94, I had no idea what it was. All I knew is, starting out, I'm getting paid. I was making $10 an hour, and I'm getting paid just for the probationary period, which was 6 months. I'm getting paid $17 an hour. So, man, I ain't trying to fuck this bag up. I'm gonna be on my best behavior, come in on time, shit, early actually, every day, do whatever they ask me to do. And, it's gonna be some things I don't like. For the first thing was my fear of heights. How the hell I'm building elevators and I've got a fear of heights. Well, I had to conquer that, and we need to look at people coming into this space as, a really, really, strict job applicant now, because time is of the essence. When I first got the job, I had to go to an interview. So there were some basic skills I even had to have. I had to know how to read and write. I had to know how to do mathematics really good. Not to the calculus level, but I had to know algebra and trigonometry very well. I had to, know the tools that I'm going to be working with, and I had all those qualifications. So there was no need for me to, be asking about basic questions and stuff. And the other skill, probably the most important skill that served me for the last 26 years is when I first got in, I wasn't running my motherfucking mouth. Ask questions when I don't know, but I was always taught, by my dad, you got 2 ears, one mouth. You should be listening twice as much as you should be talking. And when you first go in somewhere, you don't need to be running your motherfucking. This is how you talk to me. You don't need to be running your motherfucking mouth every goddamn place, because you don't know fucking nothing. They gonna know that you don't know nothing. So why you running your fucking mouth? All right. And that's wise advice. Same thing for the B1 space. We gotta vet people, and we gotta find out where their head is at by asking questions. And at the same time, the elevator escalator companies were, getting information on me. I had to do a probationary period. So I'm being looked at constantly. And I know I'm being looked at. So I don't need to be, going all pro black or anything. I need to get through this probationary period because I need to learn these skills. That means I don't need to be coming late like a nigga and shit, smoking weed because I know there's going to be a motherfucking drug test. None of that shit. I need to be on my P's and Q's, on my best behavior. Same thing, we got to treat these people coming in. And then, I got to have an aptitude to learn. And that's the key to it. When you're on these jobs with white folks, and my industry has very few black people, still doesn't have many black people. When you're on a job, people are expecting you to have a certain type of aptitude. And when you don't, they get rid of you really, really quickly. You don't make the first cut, the first evaluation after a month, they cut you. You don't make the second one, they cut you. You don't make the third one. Same thing with the NFL and sports and shit. You don't make the grade, you're cut. When people are coming in, we need to be, again, have pattern recognitions. We need all the other thing we need to do, which, I love what D. Tubman does. She keeps receipts on everybody. All right. So we need to be doing the same, having detailed files on people. And if you're suspecting somebody, you need to be getting as much information as possible about that particular person if you're unsure about them, because, again, COINTELPRO, we have to constantly vet people all the time. So treat it like a job application, a job that you started, and, they should be at certain benchmarks. If you're not sure yourself, then you need to study some more. You need to fall back in this B1 space. I've been in this B1 space since 2017 when I accidentally stumbled upon Professor Black Truth, believe it or not. And then that led me to Jason Black, and that led me to Tariq. Now, I didn't have no idea how to work. Every color, I didn't know shit. I was working 16 hours, 6-7 days a week. So I had no idea that this B1 space even existed. So for the first, I would say 4 years, I wasn't online. I wasn't in the spaces. I wasn't commenting. I wasn't talking. I was just observing, learning. Same thing I did with my job: observing, learning, practicing, getting better, getting a feel of what the environment called for and environment requirements. So when I got my Twitter space and it's not Twitter space, my Twitter account in 2020, my first one of now I'm on. And
I can't hear you. I don't know if it's just me. Are you saying
you
it?
can tell us.
Okay.
Hello?
I can hear you now. I don't know. I guess my phone was tripping.
No, he went out for a second, bro. He's back on.
My bad.
Okay.
Just give people an adequate amount of time.
You back on, Voltron.
Can you guys hear any? I don't know if this is me, if my phone is tripping, but I can't hear him.
I can't hear him either. I can't.
I can't
Okay.
hear nothing either.
Okay,
I
Black
hear
Voltron.
everybody.
You Nino, you hear Black Voltron?
No. I was saying I hear everybody but Voltron.
Okay.
Twitter be tripping sometimes.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Black Voltron, I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe you have to reconnect. But let's get to WB. We'll get to WB because you had your hand raised, and then I have some questions for our new speaker.
Okay. Now I really agree with everything everybody really saying. I look at the code. It's a lifestyle. It's like you're going outside, and you just gotta keep your head on a swivel. This B1 code, it protect us. When everything that we do, it protect the family. It just keep you focused. And Black Voltron was talking about, like, what do you say, 4 to 6 months or something like that. I don't even get that long. I just kind of be quiet and be around certain people, and you can see how they move, how they talk, and things of that nature, and you can tell right off. Oh yeah, they ain't on shit. They off code.
You get what I'm saying? So I don't really think it takes that long. It's a lifestyle. It's protection for us out here in these streets. How we moving, how we take care of our families for the women, for the men and the women. So I think we kind of should just treat it like that. Is put it up there on that pedestal and charge whoever to the game if they ain't on point. I don't give too many chances. If one chance and I ain't fucking with you, whether it be a whole family, I charge them all to the game. You get what I'm saying? Because a lot of people are just cowards. They be out here moving around in these streets or and just refuse to do what it is that need to be done for everybody to be protected. And that's what the code is. So I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody doesn't need 1,000,010 chances. That's not what everybody needs. You know what I'm saying? There are certain people, like I said, if a good employee, comes in late a couple times, you can be like, hey, well, you've been a good employee for the whole time you've been working with us, so we'll just let that slide. Now, the second that employee steal from the register, okay, you don't get a second chance to steal from the register. You don't get a check. There's certain things that you don't get second chances for. So I definitely agree with that. Um, Black Voltron, I don't know if your speaker works. You can land your point. I know you weren't able to before.
Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me? Because I don't know what the hell just happened.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, fucking Twitter's technical issues again. Because I heard everybody plainly. It's just y'all didn't hear me. Anyway, I was just saying, treat it like a job. Just go ahead and you can't. What I mean by not treating everybody the same, I'm not gonna treat a 5-year-old kindergartner the same I'm gonna treat a 10-year-old fourth grader or a 18-year-old 12th grader or somebody in college or postgraduate degree or somebody who's had 25, 30 years with experience. Like I said, each individual case. Some people been burned by some of these niggas and stuff. So you know, like you said, Afro Elite. If somebody's been stealing from the register, shit. If it's that egregious, I say not only fire them, prosecute their ass and throw their punk ass in jail for the up until the maximum degree, whatever that is, maximum punishment. But again, we all got that Negro PTSD from slavery, and that's what I mean, giving people grace. Because you get rid of, you start shooting all your soldiers for cowardice and disobedience before they even had a chance, before you give them a chance to learn, then you ain't gonna have no army. Because it's like to a certain degree, everybody gonna be scared. But you got to determine who's going to be a coward, who's going to stand under the fire when the bullets are firing, and who needs some encouragement, who needs a boot in the ass, and whatnot. But that takes time. That's all I'm saying. I'm laying my plane on that. I'm out.
Well, okay, thank you, and absolutely, Black Voltron speaking truth to power. I appreciate that. Now, let me address something. Okay, Glicio, I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce your name. Um, I've noticed that you've been hopping in our spaces very consistently almost every time, and I've seen you in other spaces, and you've made a lot of off code remarks and publicly denigrated Black society, and have made a lot of off code statements about Black society. So and the reason why, because I did invite you to speak, and the reason why I did so is because we were just referring to a punishment mechanism, which is publicly ostracizing and calling the person out. So in front of all of these people, okay, first off, why do you keep stalking Black people? Because we've outed you that you're not a foundational Black American, but you're always in foundational Black American spaces. Okay, we've outed you for being as Professor Black Truth would say, lending your melanin against Black people, lending your melanin to the dominant society, and using the white LGBT agenda against Black LGBT or against Black people in general. Okay, so we've been noticing the tactics that you've been using. You're using your sexuality or transality or whatever word y'all came up with today against Black people. Okay, so in front of the Council of Black People, I guess this is going to be the first of many councils of Black people. What are your statements to address this? Because we're not going to have you in here spying on our spaces. So you need to make a statement addressing your grievous actions against Black society. You can unmute
Okay.
yourself.
Okay. Is this serious?
Yes.
Very.
I
Okay,
wouldn't
so
have asked you to speak if it wasn't.
okay, so first off, my name is Giselle. That pronunciation was horrible. But you made a comment that you've identified that I'm not FBA. That's actually not correct.
Okay. I've had
Wait,
some people that I take their word very heavily that they've outed you for not being an FBA. But since I don't have the proof at hand, I'll let that slide, or I'll put a pin in that. Let's just say that you're FBA. Okay.
I
What
am
about the other off
100.
code statements that you made?
I am 100% on both sides of my
Okay, I
family.
said
I'm
we're
from
moving
the
past that point.
Carolinas.
Okay, we're moving past that point. Let's address the other off code statements you made. Now, I want this to be a lesson of this is how we're going to start addressing off code behavior. Okay, what about the other off code statements you made?
So, I mean, you have to reference the statements that you're referring
Okay,
to.
well, I'm glad Nino Black raised his hand because I've been seeing you and Nino go back and forth in which you've tagged me. I can put it on the Jumbotron for everybody to see. Just give me a second. But Nino, you can go.
Yes. Giselle, I'm going to ask now that you don't interrupt me while I speak. I will give you the respect not to interrupt you, so I'll just ask for that in return. I'm saying that now. Yes. I don't even remember how you even found your way into my mentions, but eventually it led to a discussion about being supportive of anti-Black candidates, anti-Black policies, anti-Black communities, and anti-Black political parties. And you claim to be B1, which means Black first. But when I specifically asked you, okay, are you Black before anything else? And you kept equating your sexuality to your race, which by definition means you're not Black first. Because I remember I specifically asked you, were you Black before you were LGBT? And you said you've been LGBT since you were in the womb, which again, biologically speaking, wouldn't make sense because LGBT is based on sexual preference. So I don't understand how an infant who hasn't even breathed air yet could have a sexual preference, but I digress. The point being, you claim to be B1, which means Black first, but you keep equating your sexuality to your race. I pointed out how that mindset is a detriment to the Black collective. When anybody puts their subgroup equal or above their race, that's off code behavior. I'm Black before I'm a man. You don't see me as a Black man being in cahoots with white men or Asian men on the basis of manhood. I'm a heterosexual male. You don't see me being being on other non-Black people's side on the basis of heterosexuality. You know, I'm putting Black people first before anything else. So when I specifically asked, so off-code behavior number one was equating your sexuality to your race. That's off-code behavior number one. Off-code behavior number two is when I specifically asked you, are you supportive of anti-Black candidates, communities, parties? You kept deflecting, but essentially we know the answer was yes because you kept deflecting away from that. And then after that, you just started going on tangents about the Black community and the Black community being homophobic, which I, in my personal opinion, I feel like that's the new buzzword now. Just like when people try to say anti-Semitism or whatever, homophobic is just a word that's being thrown around to try to punish Black people. Because really, Black people are the only people that get punished for being homophobic. No other race does. And that's off-code behavior because when you're going around, and it's not just you, Giselle. I'm gonna make that clear for everybody to listen. Giselle's not the only person that does this. Many members of the LGBT community does this. Not all, because I know some A1 riders that's LGBT. But Giselle, based off of what I've seen, you ain't one of them. And then you just be doing a lot of off-code stuff, Shawty. And like I said, you be stalking, like you really stalking our groups, our spaces, and everything else. And then for some reason, you sent us a private message that somebody sent you. You tagged me and Afro in it, and the person was like, "No way, you're trans." And he was like, "See, somebody's husband is always trying to get at me or something." I'm like, "What does that got to do with anything?"
Yeah.
Like that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. And let's just be honest. Like he gonna tell you whatever you want to hear because he's trying to come at you and get some sexual gratification out of you. So he just gonna gas you up. like that's just anybody. So, like I said, you just got a track record of being very, very off code. And it's not only people in this space that recognize; it's people in many different spaces that recognize. I've been in three different spaces today, and your name came up or has been alluded to. And if this many people is recognizing that you're doing something off code, it needs to be addressed. And you say you black first, but your actions ain't showing. So I'll let you respond from there, unless Afro wants to step in.
Yeah, I just wanted to step in. Just the things that I've seen from what you've gone at Jason Black, made discouraging remarks towards Jason Black, made discouraging remarks toward me and Nino and other Black First people. You've posted off code as hell pictures like Little Nas X talking about hashtag FBA finest. Okay, you've also denigrated other straight Black men talking about an agenda. You've been, these are just a few things I can pull up by what you've tagged me in. And I put this on the Jumbotron so everybody can see it, because we're not going to let you be an agent and sneak in our rooms and then you can gather information and take it back to your white LGBT masters. We're not going to allow you to do that anymore. Black Voltron, you can go ahead. I feel like the verdict is out for you because you haven't came up with a
Wait a
good
minute,
defense.
but how can you make these accusations without allowing me to speak?
Okay, yeah, okay. Let's all right, in fairness, okay. What do you have to say about this?
So, first off, I want to address the whole agent thing. That I just think that's strange. Just because someone has a difference of opinion does not mean that I'm an agent. I mean, the United States government is not going to pick me, a random person, to come into these spaces.
They did with
So,
William O'Neill, so why not you?
I honestly have no idea who that is. But
Of course, yeah, of course you
you
don't.
can send me research articles. So let me be clear. So when you state that I'm stalking your spaces, I think that's a very strong statement. First off, I'm black, and so the subject matter is Black America in these spaces. And being that I'm 100% Black American on both sides of my family, I feel like I should be able to participate in these conversations. So I I've only been on Twitter Spaces for like a week. So it's interesting that you say I have a reputation when I've only been coming into these spaces in a week. I discovered the B1 hashtag, and some other hashtags. I identified as ADOS. I discovered that on Clubhouse because like I said, I'm proud to be Black American. I wanted to find a community. I just felt like in the real world, no one is talking about our issues. No one is talking about other Black people cosplaying Black Americans. No one is talking about being proud to be Black American. And I'm from the South. And so I discovered, there's an online community of us. And I know the FBA is a lineage, but, I'm proud to be Black. And so um, a lot of the things that I hear, I do support. But I will say, and this is why you guys call me an agent, because when we have movements, everyone is not always going to be on the same page. It's good to have different ideas. I think that the messaging is a little bit off because what we don't want to happen is we don't want FBA or ADOS or Freedmen or B1, etc. We don't want our own government to identify us as hate groups. And I think that the messaging is so off.
I'm not
And
gonna lie, you sound like a goddamn agent, and it sounded like we all need to block your ass. You talking about a hate group? What are you talking about?
Hold on. Let's.
can
I
I
mean,
finish?
for the
Like,
sake
what?
of fairness, let's let
Are we
Giselle finish.
adults? Right. So yeah, this is supposed to be a dialogue. But so again, the stalking statement is really weird to me because I'm black, and so I don't know how I can stalk my own culture. Again, for me, it's just the messaging. Another reason that I've been joining the rooms, honestly, is because like I said, I'm new to Twitter Spaces, so I don't know all of the hashtags. So B1 was a new hashtag for me. And so the only way for me to become familiar is to join your rooms and just listen. I mean, I don't think what's wrong with being educated on a subject that you're unfamiliar with. So that's my only purpose in joining the room so I can get a better understanding of what you stand for to decide if that might be something that I may want to add to my bio as well. So I'll be honest, from what I've heard the last couple of days, would I add B1 to my bio? Probably not, but I'm still black first. I can't shed this black skin. I don't understand this misconception that black LGBTQ people are like not loyal to the black community. Are there some black LGBTQ people, like the awful mayor of Chicago, that are not on code, quote unquote? Sure. But that's not all of us. And I just
It's
think that
you, but keep going.
it's not.
Actually, you know what? I feel like yeah, you've said you made your point. Um,
Can I just point out one thing? Because I just want
yeah.
to address this one big thing. You
Hmm.
say you're black first, Giselle, and I need you to say right here in front of everyone that you put your blackness above your sexuality, if that's true.
Yeah. So we already debated this. You've already
No,
It's,
it's
mentioned
it's,
not a
it's not a
debate.
debate. It's not a debate. It's not a debate, and I mean that respectfully. If you said it
Mhm.
yourself, everybody in here, it's over 30 people in here. They all heard you just say you're black first. So I need you to say you put your blackness above your sexuality, if
I
that's
do.
true.
Yeah, I do absolutely.
You do what?
But
You do what? I need a
that
complete sentence.
that I my blackness that matters to me the most, but I can't eliminate the trans as
No, it
well.
ain't
So
no
You
you
but,
have
ain't no
to.
mixing
you
words.
can't even say it though. See, that's part of the reason why we can't trust you. And
But
don't
Yeah.
hide and don't
actions
hide
speak
behind the
louder
whole.
than words. So
Absolutely, really
actions
quickly. I'm gonna let you finish. I'm sorry. And I know it can be real confusing when more than one person talking. So I'm gonna make this very
it's
quickly.
absolutely not. We've already discussed
No, I know. Like,
education.
yeah, listen, I'm not even
Period.
going there. I'm not going there. My point is, you have a hard time even saying, I put my blackness above my sexuality. That's all you got to say. You have a hard time saying that. You got to keep adding qualifiers just to say that. And then when people critique you on that, you try to hide behind the LGBT community. Well, we got hella LGBT people that are B1 that understands that blackness comes before their sexuality. So don't hide behind the whole entire LGBT everybody in this LGBT because there's a lot of on code LGBT people. You just so happen to be LGBT and consistently off code.
So I
Hey,
will
let me
say
say this, bro. Hey, let me say this, because this Bovo, you went in on me yesterday. Remember, we was in the space yesterday, and yesterday you were saying it with no problem. And I heard you say a couple of days ago that trans people are attention seekers. She an attention seeker, bro. That's all this is. It's just a way to crowbar your way into some attention.
I'm about to strike the gavel and deem the verdict in a second. Um, let's let Black Voltron speak because you had your hand up for a minute.
While we waiting on Black Voltron to come in, but yeah, Giselle, you also made very anti-black comments towards me, talking about something about you need to go to the welfare line. You probably don't have no education and all types of other
Y'all,
Yep,
stuff.
she
make
told
that
me that
about me
yesterday,
too.
y'all.
When I
You
and I told
tagged me in post. I didn't even know who you were before you started tagging me and DMing me. I didn't even know who you were, and you went out of your way to tag me and mention me.
and like like if I ain't know no better, that would have sounded like a white person saying that shit to me. And then I had to dead ass. I had to literally pull out my degree and take a picture of it.
It sounds like everybody in this group chat need to block her. Just give me the word and I'll do it.
Okay, since the verdict is pretty much out, and you can't even say that you put your race before your before your sexuality or
but you have to
gender.
allow me to speak.
No, we asked you, and you didn't say that. Do you put yes or no? Do you put your race before being trans and before your sexuality?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Say it. Say that then.
My blackness is what is most important to me. Yes.
Black Voltron, you can go.
Hey, can y'all hear me? This Twitter space is fucking up.
Yeah, yeah, we can hear
Thank
you.
you. Fuck Twitter, man. Anyway, um, Gazelle, I don't know you, and I've never met you. I've never heard of you before now. But the thing that we're not hearing is you saying I put my blackness above my sexuality. I'm B1 first above all, above my LGBT, above my sexuality, above my job, above my position in life, above everything. I am black above all. There's plenty of other on code LGBT people, like, you know, James Baldwin, for example, perfect example of being LGBT and B1 above all. Right now, we got Marcel Dixon, who is, relatively new to these spaces, but he's stated, I am black before my sexuality. Let that be known, period. End of story. I'm not here to bank on or use my sexuality to get me into Congress. I'm here for the betterment and upliftment of my black people to get these reparations. Gazelle, is that you or not?
So it's Giselle, not Gazelle. But yes, it is.
Sorry, Gazelle.
And Giselle, anyway,
Sorry,
yes, it
Giselle.
is. And I receive your message. Messaging matters to me. Myself, Nino, maybe we got off to a rocky start, but I absolutely received the message that you just gave me. But yes, and I'm aware of Marcel as well. We've had conversation.
Okay. Well, that's great. And we're going to move this conversation going forward. Um you have committed a crime against black society, and for that crime there is a punishment. There will be a fee. Now, at the top of the jumbotron, I just posted the GoFundMe to the hashtag Save Mason, Tennessee. Okay. From here on out, and we will let a couple people comment before this. You are, at least in my opinion, in any of my spaces, you are persona non grata until you pay a $50 fee to the GoFundMe of hashtag Mason, Tennessee. And then once you do, you take a screenshot of that, because it's going to go to your email. It's going to go to your email. Take a screenshot of that, crop it out so we don't see your personal information, and then pin that to your pinned tweet. And until then, you are persona non grata, and you are no longer allowed in our spaces because we have deemed you as an agent due to your behavior. Now, you're caping because I've seen you in a lot of different spaces. I've seen you in many different spaces, and the way you're talking now, because we're calling you out directly, you don't have your LGBT buddies to back you up. The way you're talking now is way different from how you've been talking for the last few weeks. And we have multiple people in this room with each individual cases that can verify what we've been saying. So, first off, the fact that it took you this long to say that you put your blackness before your sexuality is an offense to me and is an offense to everybody in this room. Okay, so you have been fined and you must pay the fee, and you are not welcome in spaces. And this isn't to say you're not a black American, but this is to say in our spaces where we are talking about the code and moving the black society forward, you are not welcome because you have been officially deemed as an op. But before you go, brother Rich, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I seen her in other spaces causing confusion, and that's the biggest enemy in black society. Whenever somebody's causing confusion, that's the biggest sign, because that's exactly what white supremacists do. They cause confusion. They come in different spaces, they change the topic, they want to speak about them. Once you start causing confusion, that's a big problem. So, I think, we should make a decision, and I'm for, blocking her. But if everybody else wants to do that, we can all move forward with that. But that's up to you guys. I'm not a big fan of people causing confusion. This is not about
So
you. This is about B1. Period.
so Afro, I
Really
know you're
quickly,
lying
I
because
really
I've only
quickly.
been in Twitter Spaces. This is my second week on
Hold on,
Twitter
Giselle.
Spaces.
Hold on, Giselle. I'm gonna let you finish. I see, Brother Slim. I see you with your hand up too. I just want to bring attention to something you said. What today? Afro Elite posted a tweets specifying all 9 areas of human activity that's dominated by racism, white supremacy. And what is the first thing you say underneath his tweet? Who don't know this? Y'all want to be Malcolm X so bad. Laughing emoji, laughing emoji, laughing emoji. Literally, any suppressed minority knows this. That was your response to him trying to spread awareness about racism, white supremacy. That's
I
another
didn't even see
example.
that.
That's
Yeah,
not something that
I
he
posted
doesn't
it
know
in the
that.
I
We don't.
posted it in the and I posted that in the jumbotron for all to
Oh,
see.
really?
And also Afro Elite, I also want to just offer an opinion. This is your space, so I'll let you run it how you see deem fit. But you said $50. Giselle consistently brags about how much money she gets from being a sex worker. So I say boost it. $50 is nothing to someone that brings in as much money as Giselle does. So why not make that $100 minimum?
You know
I heard
what?
her
I
say that
agree.
too. I heard her say that too. I heard her say she got access to all these big $1 million tax bracket niggas and all that. Yeah, so 50 ain't it.
Yeah, you was bragging to me about how successful your OnlyFans was. So let's see it. Let's put that to the test. All right, $50 then. I mean $100. We'll go there. Let me see who had their hand up. WB, you can go.
Yeah, I mean, everybody kind of cleared it right up, but I was wondering how long we gonna tolerate this type of shit. I mean, it
Oh,
was
we're
like
not.
pulling teeth, trying to get somebody to be on our team. At the end of the day, she's still a op. There's no way to look at it, but that's a op, flat out.
Just
That's it.
because someone has a difference of opinion does not make them up. You guys have got to stop that.
You do not speak until we give you the permission, brother Salim. You can go.
All right, thank you, sir. As a member of the actual board and council here of the B1 Brothers, I'm just a part of what I've heard as far as the evidence brought against you, Giselle. And I think that with you being LGBT, you can set a precedent here as far as fixing your conduct towards our efforts. I believe $100 seems fair, but I suppose it should be more than $100. This to show that anybody of your community who is off code in the manner that you have been is going to have to pay a healthy fine to be considered in the good graces of the B1 Brothers or anybody that's on code with Black empowerment. So that's all I wanted to say in regards to the situation.
That's a good point too. I mean, you was just bragging about how successful your OnlyFans is, so why keep it at 100? Black Voltron, you can go. Now,
Hey,
Giselle, you do not speak. The council is speaking, and we're issuing our verdict right now.
hey, Giselle, I'm over here looking at your Twitter feed, and you talking about, you know, um, you know, a whole bunch of off code stuff. I mean, we don't put, our sexuality before our race. Nothing comes before the race. Nothing. I mean, you got plenty of on code LGBT people like James Baldwin, Marcel Dixon, and a whole host of others. And then you got people like Billy Porter who's saying fuck black people. And now you co-signing, homophobia and everything in the black community. There's nothing bigger than white supremacy. Period. End of discussion. Black people ain't up here lynching, running over, killing LGBT people more than white men. And they're not really doing it because you're LGBT. They're doing it because you're black, just like they would heterosexual people like myself. We the first ones who are going to be attacked way before LGBT people are. We are the first line of offense and defense from the white community, specifically white males. So, I mean, the whole LGBT thing before blackness, which, from what I'm looking at your page, this is just a cursory glance. It just seems like you're more LGBT than you are, black first, just based by your actions. And as we saw with over there in LA with that, I forgot the name of that guy who was murdering all those gay black men, the
Ed
Democratic
Buck.
donor, Ed Buck. Thank you very much. I mean, you LGBT men still get attacked by the system of white supremacy just the same as heterosexual black men. So either you on the team or not. I mean, if I did something off code, I would expect, the council, the brothers, black people in general to call my black ass out like they should. Nigga, you fucking up. Black Voltron, get your shit together, bruh. And I'll have to take that. That's called constructive criticism. We not attacking you because of your LGBT. I don't give a damn if you're LGBT because that's your business at home. What you do is what you do. It's not of my concern. Are you on the team with us against the system of white supremacy or not? That's all I care about. So I land my plane on that.
Let me see who had their hand up first, Rich or Nino. Which one of you?
I think I did, and I'll make it real brief.
Yeah, because I'm
Yeah,
about to deem the verdict real quick, and then we're about to continue our progressive conversation.
man. Even now, you can click on the Afro Elite hashtag, and Giselle thinks this shit is funny. She talking about some I am weak
Saw that too.
and everything else, and it again. And then she's telling Jason Black this page is weird. Go get a job. It's like, Shawty, you don't even know who you talking to. Like, this man done did so much for the black grassroots in the last 10 years. He the whole reason why him, Tariq, and Professor Black Truth, those are three pillars. I mean, they're not leaders by any stretch of the imagination, but they definitely have the resume to show that they put their people first and they put their money where their mouth is. You know, I live in Atlanta. I seen firsthand this man that put his own money to put billboards to get our little thought ass mayor up out of here. You know what I'm saying? I done seen this man bail people out of
Keisha,
jail.
I love Keisha.
I bet you did. I bet you did.
Keisha's an HBCU graduate. I'm always going to stick beside my people.
And HBCUs, unfortunately, have became nothing but white Democratic indoctrination sites. And your actions and speech and ideologies have proven that, you know, unfortunately.
But how are you claiming to be black first when your education is from a white school that banned black students for decades? Make it make sense.
Ma'am,
you're on trial right now, ma'am. Ma'am, hold on, time out. You're deflecting. We're dealing with your off-code behavior, so this is not the time for you to be responding about anything that's going on the B1 side here. You're on trial here, and you continue to be out of order. So I'm proposing 250 and a public apology via video in HD quality regarding her behavior. Afro Elite, the decision is yours, but that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Right, but like I said, man, I just feel like at the end of the day, this is all a game to you. It looks like you've been deleting a lot of tweets as well. Like I said, I'm gonna be honest with you. Even if you pay that $250 right now, make that video and everything, I still ain't gonna trust you. I'm just gonna keep it a buck with you. I'm not. You have shown consistently that you are not to be trusted. And when we say agent, we're not talking about you necessarily being on the government payroll, getting, we're talking about an agent of white supremacy, whether you realize it or you don't. By spreading all this anti-black ideologies, anti-black narratives, by calling us homophobic and everything else. When you call black people homophobic, who do you think distributes the punishment to the black community for being so? Giselle, that was a direct question to you. When you say black people are homophobic, who distributes the punishment to black people for being quote unquote homophobic?
So just having a one-on-one conversation, there's going to be no action taken, but I am an actual black LGBTQ person, and so some of the statements that you have made to me directly, can you ask me a question?
I don't require. I just need the name of a group. Just name me the group. That's all. So you can answer it in one word, 2 words max. What is the name of the group that would distribute punishment to black people for being homophobic?
So in the real world, on a larger scale, like everything in America, white people control everything.
Okay, thank you. So I will move on with my point. So thank you. So white people. So when you calling black people homophobic, you're signaling to white people to punish black people. And then you try to use the fact that you went to an HBCU and I went to a PWI against me, and somehow going to an HBCU makes you more blacker. Ma'am, I was born and raised around nothing but black folks. Went to school with black folks. I had all the colleges that you named, with the exception of Spelman, I got offered a scholarship to run track. Savannah State, Fort Valley, all the ones you named, Morehouse.
So but when I visited, to be educated with white people.
Because when I went there, I seen the type of Negroes that was there, and I was like, these ain't nothing but a whole bunch of black people who didn't even hang around black people in school. And I was like, I ain't want to be around that. I was like, I'm just here to get my education. So I went to the 4th largest college in the state of Georgia, got my education, and
amongst your black brothers and sisters.
We all behind enemy lines. Who do you think is funding these HBCUs?
I have one question.
It don't make a difference.
Yeah, we'll let Rich go, and then we'll give the sentencing.
Yes.
The elite of the black community has.
Rich, you can go.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it quick. I just have one question, and the question is: do the jury have a verdict? That's the only question I have.
I've come to a verdict, and I've actually put the verdict on the jumbotron. Marcel, or whatever your name is, you have been, at least officially to me, you have been deemed as persona non grata, and I believe that everybody else on this chat and everybody in the chat room, because if you guys disagree, you guys can let me know, but everybody in the chat room has agreed that your actions have been completely egregious towards Black empowerment, specifically foundational Black Americans. Okay, so your fine has just jumped because you haven't even been humble in this space. It was $50, now the fine is $300. So Until $300 has been paid, you will be no longer allowed in any space that anybody here is hosting. And if we get in the space and we see you, we will call you out immediately and you will be blocked by that person. Okay. The only way for you to redeem yourself is, like I said, go to the hashtag, which I posted in the Jumbotron. So you might want to get it before you get off the space. Go to the hashtag and donate at least $300 and then pin that to your page. You have 2 weeks to do so. After the 2 weeks have expired, if you have not donated $300, I don't know how much dick you got to suck to get that much money, but you got to do it. So if you have not donated $300, you will be permanently banned from this space. And that is the verdict. Does anybody disagree?
I have a closing statement to make on that verdict. My
Okay.
closing statement on that verdict is this.
I put the verdict in the Jumbotron.
Yeah.
And it's been recorded by Nikki, correct? Nikki, is she recording this as well? It's been recorded, right, by the recorder?
Yeah, this is being recorded.
Okay, thank you.
My closing statements to Giselle is this. Listen, I know you probably over there laughing because I'm over here laughing a little bit too.
Yeah, the comedy is A1, or should I say B1?
Listen. And while that's all fine and dandy, at the end of the day, our sentiments are very serious. You claim to be Black first. Well, guess what? The Black first community, the Black grassroots community, who has been so influential over the last 10 years that we have literally moved policy in governments, have gotten things brought to the new mainstream news cycle that wouldn't have been brought otherwise. We're now telling you that we don't fuck with you. So your only choice is, if the Black community ain't rocking with you, okay, what's your other options? The LGBT community? Well, good luck, because racism runs rampant in that. And I just want to point out that, listen, if ain't nobody else gonna have your back, Black people gonna have your back. So we not the people that you want to be in bad graces with. So I advise that you do what you need to do and get back in good graces with your people.
You have to, thank you. You have till April 1st to donate the money. You have till April 1st to do so. Okay, so you might want to open your webcam up and get that warmed up so you can make whatever money you have to make. After that, there is nothing you could do. You could run in burning buildings and save baby's life. You will not be welcome back. Okay, to be honest, you better be glad and thankful that we're extending this grace to you. But the verdict has been reached and the sentencing has been done. So you are no longer allowed in this space anymore. And if I catch you in any other space, I will immediately call you out and you will no longer be allowed in that space either. Okay, now he's gone. Now we can continue our productive conversation.
Okay,
now,
let me say this. Let me say this, bro.
Am I the only one who don't see it on the Jumbotron? Am I the only one who does not see this on the Jumbotron? I went on his page and found it, but I don't see it up there on the Jumbotron at all.
I wanted to say,
what are you looking for?
That the post where Giselle has to pay the $300. I saw the post on your page, but I do not see it on the Jumbotron.
I thought I put it. Let me go back and double check.
It's the very first slide. It's the very first slide.
Okay, yeah. Normally with the Jumbotron, it goes from left to right, so everything you put goes to the left side.
Okay, I'll leave and come back.
Okay.
All right. I wanted to say, shout out to the Honorable Judge Afro Elite. He's fair, but he's firm.
Thank you. And I respect this council of people. If anybody has, and people DMing me right now, so I don't think anybody disagrees. But this is how we handle them, because we're allowing, and the reason why I'm doing this is because we have been too welcoming to our agents. Okay. This person is in here getting info, getting intel on our B1 conversations, and is going to take that back to the white LGBT community and use the white LGBT community and white supremacy against Black people. First off, I don't believe that he's a FBA anyway, and I'm calling him a he. I'm not going to respect whatever his pronouns is, but I don't believe he's FBA in the first place. Secondly, the way, and everybody's seen him, the way he's been acting in different spaces, he has a lot of anger and vitriol. But now when we caught him, and now that he doesn't have any of his LGBT masters to come and help. He doesn't have a lifeline to come and help him. Now he wants to, oh, well, that's not what I said. I didn't know what Black First means. I'm not stalking you guys. This dude has tagged me. I've never even known this dude before, and has tagged me, insulting me. He's insulted Jason Black, which is a grave offense. He's insulted Tariq Nasheed, which is another grave offense. He's been causing grave offenses after grave offenses. Do I think that he's going to be able to pay that tax? No, I don't think so. If you looked at his wig does not look expensive. He looks like he's wearing a cheap wig. I don't think he's making the money that he said he was. But Rich, you can go.
I have blocked that man, and I suggest all of you guys do the same thing. He has caused great confusion. He's over there cosplaying a woman, and we don't need that confusion in these spaces. We're talking about Black first here, not about LGBT. So, like I said, I suggest everyone in this group chat go over to his page, and block him so that he doesn't come back and be in our business again because he is an agent. Thank you guys. Thank you, Judge.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, everybody go ahead and block him. Everybody go ahead and block him. Now, I'll be able to tell if he's paid the fee. I'll be able to look at his account a little bit later and see if he's paid the fee by the first. I doubt he will. But until then, everybody block him. That way he won't be able to creep on our profiles anymore. This dude's probably had like some type of fetish for us going on.
He has another profile, by the way. It's like TS Giselle _ FBA. I'm looking at it right now. I just blocked that one.
Okay. Actually, let me see.
And I'm sure he got more than one. Them weirdos typically got multiple burner accounts. But hey, as long as I ain't got to look at that face.
Look at the Jumbotron. He up here laughing, kikiing, and cackling like it's a big ass joke. So there you go.
Okay. Now, like how I was about to say Professor Black Truth always says, when white supremacy is done with its tools, it'll break its tools. Now, this dude is always crying about how the trans is always being killed and nobody's paying attention. And this is the issue that we're having with the Black LGBT, because you guys are consistently off code. Now, when he gets his wake-up call, which I don't know why, because 2022 seems like it's the year of wake-up calls. You got the damn Africans in Ukraine, you got Justice Smollett, you got a whole bunch of people getting their damn Negro wake-up call. When his Negro wake-up call comes and he needs our support, because we will be the only people to support him, or who would have, when he needs our support, we won't be there. So he's really shooting himself in his own foot. Let me see.
Unfortunately, though, I know what tactic he's going to use. He's going to start trying to snuggle up to Marcel, because he knows that we all rock with Marcel. He's going to be trying to snuggle up to Marcel. Marcel being a public figure, he ain't going to get too deep into that, But I'm telling you now, every time Marcel holds a space, that motherfucker is going to be in there with their wig smelling like Black and Miles and sperm.
Yeah. So that's, and this is going to be, and I'm glad we have the campaign. Oh, speaking of which, hashtag Save Mason, Tennessee. If anybody hasn't donated, please donate or either share, so we can spread the word out to save our brothers and sisters down in Mason, Tennessee. So I'm glad we have that. Hopefully, once we save Mason, Tennessee, we'll have some other GoFundMe that will obligate them to donate to. But there will, and I'm glad Brother Salim has brought this up, there will be a fee. And he's laughing now, but once he knows that this word is going to get out, and he's going to be massively blocked by a lot of the people that he's been trying to spy on, he's going to be tempted to pay that fee if he can afford it. And this is the thing. I did this to set the precedent going forward. The precedent going forward is that we call the ops out. This is going to be one of many. When I took the screenshot of his profile, there's going to be one of many to go on the Jumbotron. The Jumbotron. Yeah,
The Wall
the
of
Jumbotron.
Shame.
Yes, the
Yes,
Hall
the
of
Wall of
Shame.
Shame. I like that. The Wall of Shame. Should be called.
Yes. So when they're in there, Black society will know, no, you don't come back and get forgiven. We were just talking about that. Everybody's coming back and getting forgiven for stuff that they did. We won't allow that to happen anymore. Okay. I like that. I like this method because we're getting rid of an op either way. Either the person is going to financially come back and ask for repentance and repent for their crimes, or the person is going to stay gone forever. Either way, it's a win for us. Okay?
Yes,
This
and this
person
and
is
this
a menace to
strategy.
black society, and we've gotten rid of him.
Well, this strategy would be good for any of the off code tethers as well. I feel like it would be a good strategy to impose this technique on them as well. And if it been the case, get your screenshots and things of that nature and build your case against these off code individuals, the tethers, or whoever it may be. And even some of our own B1 brothers. I'm not opposed to being put on trial for anything that's been off code. So this is definitely a good move. I think that Afro Elite, that you definitely were fair. You heard you let the person speak. It was fair. It's been recorded by the recorder Nikki, and it was voted upon. And this is a great thing. So be one and thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, and this is going to be the precedent going forward. Okay, because a whole lot of, and he isn't the only one, but it's been a lot of people who've been on. We were just talking about, was it Lord Abba or whatever his name is? He's going on the jumbotron, or he's going on the Hall of Fame next. He's going on trial. And see, this is the Black Nuremberg that Jason Black has been talking about, that we've been needing to have. This is what the Jews do. They have the trial just like this. It wasn't just me talking about, no, you're off code, so you have to do this. I got everybody's opinion who wanted to speak on it. I have people DMing me, telling me about him. Everybody got a chance to speak. The person had a chance to defend himself, still making jokes currently while he's on trial, still currently making jokes, clearly didn't take the situation seriously. And he was deemed guilty, and his sentence was deemed to him, which I feel like was a little bit more than fair. We probably should have went for 5, but I'm all like, I don't know. Judging by his wig and the cheap makeup that he wears, I don't know if he could afford 5. He might not be able to pay his rent. So that's going to be the way we move going forward. But let's get to Brother Rich, and then Cherie.
I just want to say thank you to the jury, Nino and Brother Salim. Justice was served, and that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Okay, Cherie, you can unmute yourself.
Well, good evening, everyone. I just wanted to say on the topic of the do's and don'ts of being on code. For me, in this specific situation that I'm talking about right now, it's not so much about the people that are off code, but the people that allow those people to be off code. So, like, when we see people acting crazy and moving funny, and we ignore that shit because we say to ourselves, oh, it's about the overarching mission, it's about Black liberation, it's about reparations, it's about whatever, and we ignore when they're acting fucking crazy, doxing Black Americans, putting people's names in fucking titles, fucking focusing specifically on foundational Black Americans and leaving every other group out of the conversation. That type of shit, when we allow that shit to persist, to me, that's the most off code you can be. Because I'm a gatekeeper. I'm 100% about when we see somebody that's off code. If it's somebody that I have a rapport with, I have no problem with pulling that person to the side. I'm gonna slide up in your DMs. Yo, whoa, hold on. Do you see what you're doing? This is a little crazy. Or, this is my opinion on this. Or can you give me some insight as to why you're moving this way? Okay, that's one thing. But when we see people who literally only attack foundational Black Americans, me, Cherie DC, my fucking government name has been put up in titles of rooms, okay? Because I am a genealogist. And I literally switched my career path to become a genealogist for reparations and for Black liberation. So I want to be really fucking clear about that. And because of that fact, my name, my government name has been put up in titles of rooms, and people ignore that shit. They ignore it. They still go around these same people who put those, who create these spaces, and they tell themselves that this is because we're fighting for reparations. We're fighting for Black liberation. What I'm here to tell you, okay, as a combat veteran, okay, as somebody who's been to Iraq and back, been in the army, morale is your number one resource. If you don't have people who are willing to get up every day and step into this fight and do it over and over again, understanding and knowing the fucking challenges that they face, but also knowing that they have a fucking support system to lean up behind them when some fuck shit happens. You know what I'm saying? So I'm only here not to talk about those off code people who gonna act crazy, because that's gonna happen no matter what. But I'm here to talk about those fuck niggas who allow this shit to persist, who see the shit happening and they don't want to speak up, and they sit back and they step back and tell themselves it's for the greater good. But the whole while, you're chipping away at real fucking warriors who are willing to come and step into this fight. But everybody needs fucking emotional and psychological support. So that's all I wanted to say. And thank you for allowing me to speak, Afro Elite.
Well, thank you. And like I think I said this earlier in the space, we do not condone drama. Okay, if something happens and we're publicly saying, first off, each of us have, some people in this chat room have family to take care of, have lives to live, families to take care of, jobs. Um, a lot of people in here, I don't see anybody in here using their full government name. When I first started Twitter, when I like first started Twitter, yeah, I used it because I wasn't doing anything controversial. I was barely using Twitter, so I was like, okay, yeah. But then when I started, I'm all like, okay, well, if I'm gonna be saying anything that's controversial, let me completely change my name. Okay, and there's only a few people in this chat room who even actually knows what my name is or whatnot, and they're very trustworthy people. But nobody uses their real name in this, because that's a very dangerous thing to do. Okay, if I mean, some people might use their first name or what have you, but they're not using their actual full name. And if they don't use their actually full name, that's a sign that that person does not want their full name out there in the public. So by doxing somebody, that's op energy right there. That's straight up, like we were referring to, stealing from the register at your job. That's not coming in late. That's stealing from the register. I don't care if the person was off code. I don't care. Just like Giselle, I'm not sitting up there doxing Giselle, or whatever his name was. I'm not doing that. I'm not sitting up there putting the person's address or whatever his real name is. I'm not putting that out there. Okay, that's dangerous behavior. Okay, now we will punish other black people fairly, but attacking other black people is something that we do not tolerate. Punishing and attacking are something that we don't tolerate. Are two different things. I mean, let me see. I thought somebody had their hand up. They might have took it down. Vovo, you can go
Vovo.
ahead.
Let me say this to the Honorable Judge Afro Elite, and let me say this to the room too. Afro Elite, I think you just coined a new phrase. You stole from the register. That means you discommunicated. You done. You should trademark that one. He the first one that I heard bring that out. So we need to give him his credit for that one too.
You know
I
what? I'm
also
gonna
want
start using
to
that.
direct you to the jumbotron as well. Y'all see y'all boy up there who he hooked up with.
I couldn't hear you, bro. Your phone was broke up. What did he say?
I was saying, look at the jumbotron, because I know somebody brought up Lord Abba a few times. I was saying, just direct your eyes to the first slide on the jumbotron, see who he's hooked up with.
Yeah. Oh, that's the next person that needs to be held on trial. Oh, we got a lot of catching up to do, actually, family. We got a lot of catching up to do. You know, so what I need is for every black person to get their receipts ready, because when we have court, we're going to need the proof. You know, so to be fair, because it's not like I had this personal issue with you, but I can't bring it up and I can't reference this before. If somebody has been off code to the point where they need to be put on trial, they're definitely going to have receipts on them. So everybody, if you feel like somebody needs to be put on trial, then you need to get your receipts ready, which is something that I've been doing for a little bit, but I'm definitely about to start doing now, because we've had a lot of people who've been stealing from the register and been getting slaps on the wrist. We're not writing folks up anymore. We're firing them. Okay. And we're putting that on their record too. So they're not coming back.
I just want to make it clear though, you know, I don't want us to be bringing personal grievances to the table. You know, we're talking about off-code behavior that's detriment to black empowerment. That's what the code is. That's what the goal is. Black empowerment. the not personal grievances, because there's a lot of motherfuckers who get on my nerves, but at the end of the day, we got the same goal. But when it's people who's doing, saying, and thinking things that directly impedes us from reaching our goal, that's the type of things that are punishable.
But Vino, can I just say this? This is where I have a personal challenge in that is where I'm trying to separate my own personal issues with where there's a overarching like issue with the collective. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes we don't understand that bigger issue until we bring it up to other people. This is not to say that every issue you come across, you have to bring it to Front Street and put it on Twitter immediately. I'm not saying that at all. You know, of course, I really want to stress that. Like, you should definitely have people that you can confide in and go to get some type of counsel on that. But I will say honestly that that's been my problem. I have peeped fuck behavior since December of 2020. And I have always been the more diplomatic person. I'm trying to step back and not cause drama or nothing. I'm going to reorganize my own energy before I present it to the collective. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes we find, or I find, that my same intuition, my same problem that I have had, other people have had that same issue. So there has to be a way that we can bring that to the collective without throwing somebody on trial immediately. You know what I'm saying? But still, like, I know there's other people. If you feeling that fucking your spidey sense is tingling, somebody else is the same thing. I hope that's resonating. If you understand what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying. And just for an example, I know someone who I brought a couple of people up last year on my Twitter, and like I said, I forwarded the information to Tariq, and he even spoke on a few of the people I sent him. But one person in particular, I brought up her questionable ties because she was getting real buddy with these right wing gun nuts and other black gun advocates who have already been deemed persona non grata years ago. And I brought up the group that she was advocating for. I even pulled up receipts of the board who was the white women, white Trump supporting women who was funding her to be in their commercials and everything else. So, you know, I had to take that upon myself and put that on the timeline. I typed up a thread, I posted all the receipts, and I just, you know, let the family handle it from there.
Yeah. Brother Salim, you can go. I have a comment I want to make about this too.
Yeah. I mean, I think at this point, it's kind of refining the process. I mean, I think that like the format that we did it in now is great. But if you have a grievance, it should go in front of a council first to see that it will even be heard by the people first, or the community. So if you got your receipts and you're saying, hey, I got a case or a grievance, I think that, you know, we put a person on trial. I think there should be a board of, you know, maybe 5 to maybe 7 to 8 people, not too large, that will actually hear the case before it gets brought to the people to be put on trial. And the person that's being put on trial should be notified, almost like a real court process, you know, like the same kind of process, you know, to even determine, so that way we can weed out if it's BS or riffraff or not. So it should be an actual process where it's been recorded. You have recorders, you have people that's been documented, and going back to paperwork checking, like how TBA always says checking people's paperwork, and Tariq Nasheed does the same thing. We are actually defining a process now of how we can actually do this, and hold people accountable for their off code behavior. And I think it's gonna catch on. But this realizes it's a refining process. But yeah, it should go in front of a council of a small group of people that will hear the argument first, and then if it's enough evidence presented by that person via screenshots, evidence, lineage proof. You know, you've been putting your flag on your profile. I got Twitter shots of you with the Jamaican flag and things of that nature, and you've been saying off code things, and also recordings. I mean, we live in a time now where people got smartphones that can't really use them. I mean, you can do a lot with these smartphones. I mean, screenshots, recordings, HD video, all types of stuff. So we can do this, family, and that's all I'm saying is we should have a process that's really defined with this, and it will be effective. So that's it.
And two, to help with this process, when people have Twitter spaces, I really encourage you all to record your Twitter spaces. So if somebody makes a mistake, because we have this too often where people get in and they'll say the wildest thing if they know the Twitter space isn't being recorded. And they come in a lot more tamed if the Twitter space is being recorded. So I feel like we need to get in the habit of recording Twitter Spaces, so that way we can be like, nope, we got the receipts. You said this. I do agree that we do need to maybe polish up this method a little bit more, because what I don't want this to be a trend of, well, this person said my teeth is yellow, so I want to take them to court and get them deemed persona non grata by the community. You know what I'm saying? This person said that she looked better than me, or this person said that he get more bitches than I do, so I want to take him to court, and I don't want nobody in the community to talk to him no more. So we do got to take this out of our personal feelings. And I said this in the beginning of the space: black people need to get out of their feelings. The reason why we called out Marcel, what is it, Marcel, whatever the fuck his name is, the reason why we called him out is because he has been doing things against black society, not against, it's not like you said something mean about me specifically, and I'm butthurt about it, but I've noticed a pattern that everybody else was able to vouch for as well, that you've been moving against black society. You've been moving in a way of the enemy, of an agent against black society. So you've been called to court, and this should be another method. We should be able to call people to court, okay, and allow people to develop a defense, even maybe call somebody on their behalf. We can actually, I know this is Twitter, but we can actually do it like real court. They should be able to call somebody to back them up, if they, so they don't feel like they're being ambushed by somebody who doesn't like them personally. But if they want to call somebody, they can. Marcel didn't have anybody to call. Nobody would have vouched for him. But in general, they should be able to do that. But that doesn't change the sentencing. You know, just because you have somebody who can vouch for you, that might not change. However, I do believe that we should maybe polish this up, maybe perfect it a little bit, where we do have like a council of people to present it to, kind of like the prosecutors, you know, and the prosecutors determine whether the person should be able to I don't know if we're going to take this case. I think you might be jumping the gun a little bit in this situation. So I do think we should do it like that. I believe it's Luop or Lupal. I'm sorry, don't know how
Blue
to.
up, blue up,
Oh,
King. You
Luop.
got it.
Okay, yeah, you
You
can go,
good.
brother.
You good. Yeah.
But,
I was just.
before you go, if anybody doesn't have anything they want to say left, because I have some people requesting, so if you guys don't want to say anything right now, you can jump off so I can let people
I
come
got
back
one
on.
more
Otherwise, I'll
statement.
just have circling people through.
Yeah, I'll jump down. I got one more statement here, and going back to refining the process of this. This is how you actually can be able to get celebrities held accountable. You know, on a grassroots level, if you see the off code person, a celebrity who's off code, who said some things, and we need to shake them down. Well, I wouldn't even say shake down. I hate to use that word, but I'm for that word too. I like the word shake down. But same thing is if you get a celebrity or a person that we deem to be off code in the community, that's speaking against black empowerment. You know, this is a good way to bring them to the table as well. You know, so I would say, you know, just refine the process. This was a great case study tonight, or a great thing that was done tonight. And B1, and I'll step down.
Well, thank you, brother. B1. Luop, you can go ahead, brother.
Thank you, thank you. I was just going to add on top of what you were saying that yeah, the process that process is dope. It's actually something I've been talking in the back channels about, having a council together so we can have some decisions made that the community should move forward with. It definitely needs to be airtight because this can quickly become a witch hunt, and it becomes what fucking feminists call the Me Too. Like that, like it's the same thing. Like it can be anything. Oh, he looked at me. Me too. That type of shit. So I definitely think that, like you were saying, us polishing this thing and making it and sealing it airtight. Yeah, I definitely think that this will definitely be beneficial, and it's something that needs to happen.
Yeah, I agree. Because we don't want people, kind of, even the people on the council or like the prosecutor, getting like drunk with power. Like, um, we don't need that. We don't need people like over other black people. Like, yeah, you say something wrong to me, and I'm gonna make you persona non grata. You know what? You're gonna be excommunicated from the black community or B1 society. We're not. I don't want people to like take this to their head. So it does need to be like polished before we start just, you know, calling anybody out or putting them on the hall of shame or the wall of shame or whatever the term is, putting them on the summer jam screen. Before we do that, I feel like we definitely do. I'm glad we had this case study, but we definitely do, because I think this is a great method going forward, but I think we definitely need to kind of, perfect it. I mean, who should be on the counselor, who should be in people's defense and stuff, like how much evidence do you need before you can actually call somebody into court or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? So
Well,
we
we can
definitely
start.
should be, perfecting this method.
Well, I think that we should start, holding like there's a small group that those I think who are on this panel today could start. We got people who are good at recording, who are good recorders, and put the stuff in black and white so that way we have a charter and some rules that are defined with this, and
That's
and
the
this is
other
what you
thing I
get to
meant to
really
say.
to
That's the
really
other thing.
organizing. You
That's the
get
other
to
thing I meant to say. I don't want to forget. Please forgive me,
uh,
brother, for interrupting.
no
That's the
worries.
other thing I wanted to say is, Afro, when you were talking about recording the rooms, not only do we need to record the rooms, but when you do record the rooms, we need to have a designated screen recorder, because what we've seen happen is these rooms will get pinged and reported, and then the recording gets deleted.
That's true.
So if we have a designated screen recorder, then we can still hold the audio, and we, cover all bases that way. I meant to say that, Salim. I did not mean to interrupt you, my brother.
No, it's good. But yeah, I think that we need to start having this, whether it be group meetings every, pick a day, whatever people are free, and keep it small for right now. Like I said, because this can't get out of control. I've seen things like this happen where it becomes a witch hunt, and we don't need that. We need fairness in the process because we are Black people, and we need to demonstrate that we are for justice and equality. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, us doing this right is how it should be in the actual court of law. It shouldn't be biased towards anybody, anything like that. It should be fair. If you can prove your case and you haven't been off code, you shouldn't have anything to worry about. But if you have, and people bring the screenshots and the receipts, then you should be very concerned for being against Black empowerment. But yeah, this refining it. We have sisters in here that are very good at just the research part. The geologist sister Nikki, good at recording things and monitoring, watching things. Because I can't catch everything. I got a business I'm running, and I can't be on the internet watching people's pages. I refuse to do anything like that. But just refining the process, starting small, putting things in black and white, the process, and I think it'll be very effective. Absolutely. It'll be very effective. And we can even have a collection agency. If you ain't collected, we got the goon squad that come and say, hey, pimpin', you ain't paid your, that you was due 2-3 weeks ago. You ain't paid nothing yet on this, and it can really go down that way. So, but yes, very good stuff tonight. Very productive. And I'll land my plane.
Well, thank you. And I definitely agree with brother Luop was saying. We do need a screen recorder, because I've seen some great chats that were being recorded, but then Twitter takes it down. And I know, shout out to D Tubman. I know D Tubman does that quite often. As far as receipts go, I know Nikki, she's very good with receipts. Nito is very good with receipts. Black Alpha, Black Voltron, you all are very good with receipts. I could go down the list, but there's a lot of people in here, but there's a lot of people who are good with receipts. So anytime we're in this space, I feel like you're right. There should be a designated like receipt catcher or something like that. Somebody, the receipt catcher or the space recorder or whatever you might want to call the term or whatnot. NATO, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. Oh, wait, I don't know. My hands thing's still up. Anyway, that's a good point that Luop said. He was spitting. I joined pretty late, and it's okay if you don't want to keep me up to date on these things. But what happened with Marcel? You said Marcel was doing something weird.
I
I
think they
don't
were
recall
saying
him saying that.
Giselle.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. What
Yeah,
does
yeah,
she do?
yeah. Look in the jumbotron. Look in the because we've posted that in the jumbotron.
Okay.
Catch
Okay.
catch the playback. Catch the playback, bro.
Yeah, and you
Catch the
can catch the
playback.
playback, but we
Uh,
no nobody was talking about Marcel, Giselle.
Also,
Oh, okay.
if we look at the very bottom, I see somebody got a blank ass account called B1. They just sitting here listening. I'm subject just to block that thing off top because I feel like that's Gazelle trying to gallop her way back up in here.
I don't see that.
It's a blank profile at the bottom called B1. They just listening. They have 0 followers and following 8 people. The account was
Hmm.
just made January 22nd. January 2022. Like that's another thing. It's a lot of fake ass profiles that just put B1 and FBA in they bio and then be trying to slide up in our faces. Like everybody with that in their bio ain't family. Hell, I don't even have it in my bio no more. For real, for real. I mean, other than my display name, you see Nino Black. But other than that, I don't even put it in my bio no more because
That's a fair point.
so many people just be false claiming.
Can you
That
send me the screenshot? Because I cannot. I can't see that name. They only
that's
allow
a
me to
good
see a
point.
certain
The name,
number of
the
people.
name, the name is Black First 33433. Black First 33433.
Black or whoever because I don't know why Twitter's not letting me see it, but so we know you're not a troll account because you don't have a profile. You've been requested to speak, so you need to come up here right now. And by the voice, trust me, we'll be able to tell if you're Gazelle or not. Trust me, we'll be able to tell that.
That's a distinct voice, boy. Also, I just sent you the screenshot, bro.
Let me see. Mm.
Yeah, so it's a few of those profiles in here. We got another one, B1 Badass.
B1 badass. Let me see. I only have 2. Let me see.
And that's another thing we did kind of
Now,
define.
like I said, if you've been putting in the work, people should be able to
That will see
verify you.
exactly, and that's another thing. If somebody can't vouch for you, or you can't look at your profile, your Instagrams, we don't see your tree or something up there that's saying, "Hey, listen, I can prove this, I can prove that." Yeah, it's this is like gang banging. I mean, I hate to put it in that terms, but who jumped you in? Like, what set you from? Is what we're talking about now. You know what I'm saying? Who put you down? How long you been following who and what and where? It's getting to that point now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean, I don't know if y'all from the streets, but I know when you go to somebody's hood, you got to know somebody, and that person got to be able to vouch for you. You can't
Introduce
just go
yourself
to
if nothing
nobody's
else.
hood and you be all like, "Hey, no, I know him, and he can vouch for me. I know old boy, he can vouch for me." You can't hop in nobody's hood, and if nobody can vouch for you, then that makes you a op, and that means you're gonna get handled.
it gets
So
serious.
everybody in here should be able to vouch for you. Now, I do understand that sometimes Twitter, bans people and they got to make new accounts or whatnot. So, you got to be fair with it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Just because somebody made an account last month doesn't make them an op
Right.
necessarily.
I just made this account
Yeah,
today,
but
so
it's based on who's following too. You feel
but
me? Like you need to make that known to your people because we can see
and
who's following you back.
well, unfortunately, though, I'm glad you said that, Lou. That's actually what I was about to get on next. Unfortunately, we got a lot of family who certified, who they riders, you know what I'm saying? But they follow any and everybody back that follow them. They got B1 in their profile at FBA. I know our boy King Rilla, he'll ride for us or whatever, but I know he be following everybody. Because I'm looking at another account in here right now that look hella suspect, and he following them, and they only got 2 followers and shit. And then the first thing I see is a tweet from another op that I exposed last year that Tariq also exposed. So yeah, we just got to be wary about who we follow back, man. Because I know people follow me all the time, and they have B1 in their profile or FBA or whatever, and I won't follow them back immediately until I see how they interact with my tweets. Are you just watching my tweets? Are you commenting on my tweets? You know what I'm saying? Like I watch you before I follow them back.
Well,
If I
not
ain't
even
already.
that. It's more about participation. Is participation as well. Like if you've been in these rooms and we never heard your voice, you never chimed in and said, "Hey, I agree with this, disagree with that." We never heard your voice. You just in here lurking, except for we know. I mean, of course, except from the D don't say much, but we he's been verified. So what I'm saying is, it's one of those things. Is like where I'm from, if a person came on the block and we didn't know you was on who you was, and you started hustling on the block. You know what I'm saying? You got run off the block. We didn't play that. You know what I'm saying? So it's that kind of energy right now. You know what I'm saying? And this I'm finna step down after this. I have to go. But you know, like for me, you know, I'm a person that uses my real name. You know, because I love being Black First. I love being FBA. I love being B1. And so I'm ready. I'm willing to lose everything behind my blackness. You know what I'm saying? And I'm never gonna hide that for no employer. I'm not gonna hide that to get a deal done in real estate. I'm never going to hide that. You know what I'm saying? So, and my flag is on my car, in my car windshield proudly. And I go into masjids because I'm Muslim, you know, and it be Somali people there. You know what I'm saying? They see that FBA, and I'm gonna stand on that. From here on out. So, but it's gonna get real though. What I'm saying is this to me. This ain't just no online shit for me. This is where I live every day. So, and I'm willing to pay the price or whatever comes with that. You know, in real life, not online or whatever, but just in real life. So I will say that.
Yeah. Now, I've followed some people, and this is something that I know, and I'm holding myself accountable. This is something that I've done where I've had brief interactions with certain people, and it seemed cool, and then I see who they're following. I'm like, okay, well, this person might be new. This might be a new profile because I understand people don't want their real name out there. So if you have a business Twitter or whatnot, and your company is following you or whatever you have, you're probably gonna want to make a separate Twitter. So I do get that. But I've been being more careful with some of the people that I've been following too, and I've been unfollowing a lot of people. Actually, some of the people I've been following, I'm just kind of closely watching exactly how they move. I'm not follow. You notice I follow. I don't like or retweet, support, comment anything. I'm kind of just like observing them, like kind of keep your friends close and your enemies closer type thing. But I definitely recommend that just because somebody follows you does not mean they get an automatic follow back. If you can't vouch for that person, everybody in your follow list you should be able to vouch for. Like there's a bunch of people who are following me, and then I look through who they're following, and I see some suspect names. I'm all like, okay, I don't know, because it seemed like you rock with the wrong crowd over there. I'm seeing way too many ops and you're following for me to follow you back. So
Hey,
when
Afro,
anybody
really
does that
quickly,
to me,
brother.
that's the first thing I do. I look through who they're following, and then who's following them. And then their tweets and stuff like that. They get like a review before they get a follow back. And I'm like, I don't know, because I can't have any ops and then somebody calling me out and I'm all like, yeah, I just wanted to keep the follower. You know what I'm saying?
Really quickly, brother. Didn't you call that B1 profile up to the stage and they still sitting down there listening?
Didn't I call who?
That B1 profile, that blank one I was telling you about, then you called them up.
Uh,
B1, it said Black First 33433. That's the at, but the display name is just B1. It has no picture.
mm, I don't. Did
I
I?
sent you
Let me
I
see.
sent you a screenshot. I sent you a screenshot of their profile.
They could have my speaking slot. I'm gonna step down.
Okay.
Yeah, Afro, step me down as well, please. I don't
Okay.
even know
Cool.
how to.
Press and
Okay.
hold your name,
I
and
don't.
you
I
can
don't
go to
remember
listener.
who said that. Who said that they wanted me to step them down?
Yeah, step me down, brother. This is brother Salim.
Okay. Okay. I'm stepping you down. All right. I don't remember that. I hate the fact that I do, but I don't. But I don't remember that person. But it is a little bit suspect. That person has nothing to identify them at all. Let me see.
You
I'm
can
seeing
step
some.
down NATO stand as well.
NATO, just press and hold your picture, and it'll pop up. You can go down to step, switch to listener. You can do it on
I'm
your
gonna
own.
Okay.
step down.
All right, one sec. One sec.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Now I'm looking through some of the screenshots, and I encourage everybody to send me. If you guys feel like somebody is an op, and I'm not trying to say I'm the leader, because we already stated that that's not something we do. We don't claim to be the leader or whatnot. But I'm saying if you guys feel like somebody is an op, um you might want to share your receipts with certain people because they might also have receipts, and you might be able to build a case against that person. If you feel like something like, I don't know, let me show this to Nino, let me show this to D Tubman, let me show this to Avon, let me show this to whoever, And then they might be like, oh, well, actually, I got a video on that person. So then it's all like, oh, damn, okay, so we got a lot of evidence, you know what I'm saying? So I'm looking through some. I don't remember. Let me see. I'm looking through these people.
Yeah, that's the one I
Hey,
said
yo,
that was
Afro.
suspect.
Yeah.
Afro, real quick. I just wanted to say I'm peacing out. It was nice talking with you, my brother. I think I talked to you earlier today. I can't remember. But yeah,
I was in the
I'm
room with
heading
you
off.
earlier, Lou.
Thank you, brothers. Thank you, Nino, man. I appreciate speaking with you earlier as well. Afro, I sent y'all. I'm gonna give everybody a follow up here, and I'll DM y'all later on tonight. I just got to get moving around. Appreciate
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Yeah.
the space.
It's kind of late where certain people might be. It's late here. It's like 10 o'clock here. But I was in a space where he was in a space too. So
Yeah, I got suspended mid space when I was in there with them.
Huh? What? Wait, you said I did what?
No. I was saying when I was in y'all space earlier today, if you see me just drop out, it's because my whole account got suspended. This is a new one. I just had to make this today.
Oh, wow, that's wild. Okay. Oh yeah, that's crazy. Okay, right on, brothers.
Like I said, I don't talk to everybody, but like I said, I watch people, and even if we never spoke directly, I usually could look down your timeline and see what you about. I can see who you follow. I can go through your likes. You know what I'm saying? But it's these blank ass profiles. They ain't got no action going on that I'm looking at sideways.
Yeah. A term our brother let me say the Black Alpha Network uses. He uses verifieds, the certifieds. I mean. Okay. Now, in order, like a job, for instance, in order for you to be certified by the job, in order for them to hire you, they look into your background. They look into the previous jobs that you had. They ask you questions. Somebody you might need to take a recommendation, you know. Some people were talking about there might be an oath. Some people was talking about an oath, I think, a couple spaces ago. So you might need that actually. So there definitely does have to be a vetting process. And I'm not saying you got to be we're not turning FBA into an organization. Let me be very, very clear. FBA is a lineage of people. I can't if Giselle is FBA, I can't stop him from being FBA. I can't stop that. I don't have the power to do so. I do have the power to kick him out of our spaces though. But what we're saying is that our spaces are with like-minded people who are trying to promote Black empowerment. So so just because you're FBA doesn't mean that doesn't give you a license to be here, actually. So you do have to be verified. We might not be able to strip you away from your being FBA, but we will deem you persona non grata in the B1 society. Now B1, I don't know. I need you to speak because I need to make sure you're not
What's
a troll.
going on? I'm not a troll.
Okay.
I don't have no picture up there because I'm old school. I'm sitting back listening to y'all chop it up. And if the guy talking about he's checking, you should see who I follow. I follow Jason Black, Tariq Nasheed, and Professor Truth. If y'all ain't following them cats right there, then to me it's like you're spinning your wheels.
Okay.
Now that's
No.
B1. So don't get
Yeah.
it twisted.
I appreciate you stepping up and speaking, brother. I really appreciate
All
it.
right, I'm finna get back and just listen.
All right.
And yeah. Okay.
OG
No problem.
sound like he might cut a nigga. Y'all quit
Huh.
playing with him.
I'm old school. Yeah, man, I'm old school, man. Everybody ain't with all the pictures and all that shit. I don't do all that.
Hey, I feel that. I feel that.
All right,
I had
OG,
to verify you
chill, OG,
earlier.
all right, chill. Don't cut nothing.
All right, I'm
Stall
listening to
him
y'all
out.
younger.
Stall him out.
Yeah, stall him out, OG.
Hey, I appreciate that, brother. We just had to double check. That's all because we know some people got multiple accounts and they'll hide behind a faceless account. Not saying you did, you know.
Right.
So like we said, people need to be able to vouch for people. And we couldn't distinguish you because you didn't have a picture up there. So we weren't. I'm
And,
not trying to call you out
and
and
besides,
wanted to see.
if I put a picture up, I might break the camera. So probably best now I don't put one up.
Okay. Hey, we're gonna remember you. I'm gonna remember your profile. You know what I'm saying? So you don't got to put a picture up there as long as you can be remembered.
All right, y'all
So,
go ahead.
All right, brother. Brother, Black Voltron, brother, you can unmute yourself.
It's not Black
Not Black
Voltron. It's
Voltron.
Black
The
Alpha.
Black Alpha Network. Black Alpha Network. My fault.
Peace and love, fam. Peace and love. What's up, Afro Elite?
How you doing, brother?
Man, doing good, man. I salute you. It's good talking to you as always. As always. I see a bunch of familiar faces in here as well, man. I salute all y'all one by one. You know, I see this Black Excellence space. I had to get in. I'm sorry I'm late, man. I don't know. I might have missed a few things. I'm not sure or not. But according to the headline, you know, I like the way you phrased it. The do's and the don'ts of being on code. So I got to contribute something to that because that's to the point. That's exactly how I like it. That's exactly. I think a lot of things that we can do is we can follow that right there. You see how direct, how clear, and how uncomplicated that headline is. That's the same energy we got to bring to the space, the same energy, you know, because a lot of times they try to overcomplicate things and cause confusion. Confusion is the number one asset for somebody who's off code. You know, they love confusing things, and this is where the excuses come in and the alibis and the justifications, but we got to keep it straight to the point, just like the headline, the do's and the don'ts. And we all know what it is. It's not even that difficult. We know when somebody's being off code. We know when someone's being on code. You know, people a lot of times they try to murky the waters and make it seem like, well, I don't know what's on code. What is real? You know, nah, we bullshit. We know exactly what real is. We know exactly what on code is, and we got to follow. We're a bunch of intelligent people, And I think sometimes, you know, a lot of folks, they don't want to upset people. They don't really want to upset people. And I like the idea you got going about having some type of court. Matter of fact, if you remember, we were talking about this the other day on my space about having some type of committee, some type of structure, something that we can point to with a consensus that we can do it. It's really just a people's court. Really, it's a people's court. It's just a B1 people's court. It's the FBA people's court. It's real ones. You know, it's ran by real ones, for real ones, and we're putting down a real code. So I love that idea, and I think the best way of handling it is kind of what you're doing right here in this space. This is where it starts. It starts with this type of energy, where you laying down a structure of this is what's real, this is what's fake, this is what's good, this is what's bad, this is what's going to be accepted, this is what ain't, this is what's going to be tolerated, and if it ain't, you know, you got to roll, you got to hit the door. You know, as they say all the time, you know, we're going to throw them out the club and we're going to run them off the block. And you got to do that without really worrying about people's feelings, you know, because we live in a game where, you know, it's real. It's a dirty game out here. You know, supremacy, anti-Black racism, and everything that we deal with, this is real. So we got to get real right along with it. Too many emotions come involved where people don't want to upset other people and they're worrying about what people think. You know, when we on code, we got to be on code. We got to be on code. When somebody's coming with excuses and you got people trying to be snakes and backdoor and they try to undermine us, too many times I hear other folks saying, well, you know, let them be. You know, the worst thing that ever happened was I'm not mad at that. You know, I'm from the era of tell it how it is. That's the era I'm from. You know, tell it how it is. Tell people what time it is. Tell people the line you want. And other people come around with this, you know, I'm not mad at that, or just let them be. This is why celebrities get away with what they get away with. They make one good song and folks is willing to overlook all the backstabbing shit they do because you dance to their record. You know what I'm saying? You dance to their record, so all of a sudden being off code is cool. You know, that's the type of energy we got to get rid of. We got to have a zero tolerance policy, you know, based upon, like you're saying, some type of court system, or, you know, it could be a committee, whatever term somebody wants to call it. At the end of the day, it's something that is created by real ones with a real consensus and a real structure. And those who are not following suit, they got to hit the door. They got to hit the door. And if their feelings get hurt, then, hey, there's going to be some hurt feeling having motherfuckers did, you know, because that's what it's all about. We can't no longer play these games where everybody can come in and everybody can talk. Like we said, when it comes to being an FBA, getting reparations, okay, everybody who's FBA, you can trace your heritage, you can get reparations. But when it comes to being B1 and advocating for B1 energy and advocating for B1 principles, oh, everybody can't come in on that. You know, that's where we got to be real structured, real to the point, and real decisive. Just like your headline is, the do's and the don'ts. If somebody reads that headline and they come in here with some, you know, what is, and we don't know, and we not sure, they lying. They full of shit. You know, you always know somebody's going to do it. We live in an era now where people who are on that bullshit, they're very clever. They're very fancy with it. You know, they make up new words, twist words. They rob words of their meaning. This goes on a lot in our society. So I think the start is exactly spaces like this. I think it's us being galvanized, being on the same page, you know, understanding what that page is as well. You know, understanding what we all are shooting for, what we're all trying to achieve, and vetting people and gatekeeping. Because at the end of the day, if you look at any Black movement, organization, structure that ever failed, it's because they didn't have a vetting process. That goes all the way back from the plantation to the 1960s, the civil rights era to today. If you don't have a vetting process and you don't have a real gatekeeping society, then your shit's going to fall overnight. You know, you got to be as strong as the people in it. You got to be as strong as the code is. So I believe this right here, other brothers and sisters, I see a lot of familiar faces in here. I salute all y'all. People like us. We're the ones, as I always say, we the ones keeping the lights on. We the ones who are really paying the bills, paying the premiums. You know, we're the ones putting it down, and it starts with us. And whatever goes down in the future is going to be based upon us. It's going to be based upon what we contribute, and it's going to be based upon who we run up off the block. 20, 30 years, I do not want to see this era that was a great era with full of ideas, but it went down because we were too nice and we allowed too many people to come in, because we all know, you know, the more people that get involved, the more snakes get involved. You know what I'm saying? So one brother a minute ago said, we can keep it small now, we can grow, but you only grow if you identify and if you codify. And I believe in us, and I believe in us as a people. And I appreciate this space, brother, like always. Y'all keep doing what you're doing, and I support anything that's for the advancement of B1s, anything that's for the advancement of, I say, certified Black society, all of us, my brother. So with that, I'm going to land the plane gracefully, and B1 to all of y'all.
Well, B1 to you, brother. Thank you very much. That was very powerful. And that kind of, I guess, gave energy. So it gave energy to me. I can tell you that much. I can't speak for everybody else, but it definitely did to me. And to touch up on that, I will say, as far as the welcoming everybody in, no. Now, like I said, you can't strip anybody from being a foundational Black American. If their heritage links back, and there's nothing that you can do to strip that from them. But as far as being in the B1 brigade, as Professor Black Truth would call it, or being B1 period, oh, that is something that can be given and taken away from you. The B1 society can say, oh no, this person is an op, this person is not Black first, and this person does not belong in spaces where we're talking about Black empowerment, because this person is an agent against us. Also, too, I don't want to see, and too often we've seen that, well, you know, everybody is Black. I mean, can't we just get along? And I don't understand, why are Black people coming at other Black people? I've had my family members talking about, you know, I've seen you on your YouTube channel. Oh, and don't sleep on my YouTube. The link is in my bio. But I've seen people talking about, you know what, I just see you're just attacking other Black people. I'm like, oh, whoa, hold on. I'm not attacking other Black people. I'm putting people in line. Anytime I address anybody, I got the receipts to address that person or that group of people. And I specify, I'm not saying everybody from the diaspora. I'm not saying everybody from them, but I am addressing certain groups of people. We don't need that whole, well, everybody is Black, so we all just got to get along. No other race of people does that. Okay, if you do something that it is against the damn code, then that is against the code, and you need to be called out for it. You know, so so definitely all that whole, you know, can't we all get along? And I thought being Black first means being nice to everybody. Like I said, there is a default level of grace that you owe your Black brothers and sisters. However, that does not mean that that grace cannot be taken from them, and that does not mean that you have to be everybody's friend. I am not everybody's friend. Now, maybe in this chat room, you know what I'm saying, I don't see any ops in here so far, but you know, I can't see everybody because Twitter's not letting me. But I don't see anybody in here who I get like hella receipts on, or who I would call to court. But that doesn't mean everybody on my timeline is my friend necessarily, or somebody I would DM and have conversations with necessarily. Everybody doesn't have to be your friend. I still will respect them and give them grace, but that does not mean, like Giselle, that grace cannot be taken from them. Okay, your grace can be removed from you. Let's get to brother Nino. You can unmute yourself.
Yeah, you somebody you don't see nothing in here, brother. You got to turn your radar on, because that's why I wanted to speak. The brother that came in here, I'm not making no accusations. I'm just making observations. No accusations, just observations.
You're
Like
breaking up.
Dr. Umar, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was saying I'm not making no accusations, just observations. And to the brother that came in here that was kind of questioning, like wanted a whole rundown of everything that was going on again. And you know, I'm looking at his page right now, bro. And he don't, first of all, he don't follow the big three. That's my first red flag. Second of all, he left a comment under your tweet calling out Gazelle, talking about some, bro, that's a lady. Like, nigga, you can look at that and tell that ain't no lady, my dog. And like I said, I'm looking at his page and I'm going through his likes. And then he using terms like based. Based is a like a white right wing term that you use like in a forums and shit. I don't know, bro. He's looking like he might be one of them Black Proud Boy type niggas. I'm just pointing that out.
You know,
I ain't
I'm just
sure,
not
I
seeing
ain't sure if it's just me.
I'm sorry, Bobo, I ain't hear you.
No, I said I ain't sure if it's just me, but I think your phone breaking out, or it might be my phone. I couldn't hear nothing you
I
said.
think I heard it too. Your phone was cracking a little.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna let Black Alpha Network speak, and I'll come back and reiterate.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Black Alpha, you can go ahead, brother.
Oh yeah, appreciate it. Hey, yeah, I love exactly how y'all just put it. I'm gonna add to it a little more. My big brother, he always says it best. You gotta have a real nigga radar. You gotta have a real nigga radar. It's on us to have our own antennas up, because we're gonna be the ones who see who ain't supposed to be here. We're gonna be the ones who see who belongs and who doesn't. So everybody has to work on that. If you ain't, good at it, get good at it. And if you already are good at it, stay that way. We gotta have our own real nigga radar. Find out who belongs, who's faking, who's a decoy, who's a copycat, who's mimicking, who's betraying. We got to see who it is, and everybody's got to work on their real nigga radar. And to add even more further to what you said, brother, which was exactly my point, and it's excellent. I love it. FBA, our foundational Black American heritage and lineage, that was already defined when we were born. But your B1 premiums paid, that's going to be based upon the work you put in. So everybody who comes around and they ain't putting in that work, and everybody who comes around and ain't putting it down for the community, your track record will speak for itself. Your energy will speak for yourself, and everything that you do will speak for itself. So if your B1 game is tight and your paperwork is right, then you all the way in. Everybody else got to fall to the wayside. Now, with that said, brother, I'm going to re-land the plane, and I'm going to listen for the rest of the night, man. Appreciate the space, my fam.
Hey, well, thank you for coming up here. I didn't know. I wasn't even sure I was unmuted. But thank you for coming up here. You know what I'm saying? And thank you for everything you said. And I'm glad this space is being recorded too. I'm glad this space is being recorded. Now, I got a question actually. NATO, let me ask you, and I feel like this is going to be one of our bigger our questions, because we do have to have like some interview questions. NATO, you can unmute yourself when I ask you this question. For in B1 society, who was the big three? I need you to name the big three, and everybody in here knows who those three are, so I need you to name them. You can unmute yourself.
I'm not entirely sure what B1 is. I'm just here because I'm FBA. I would assume that'd be Tariq Nasheed, Umar Johnson, and probably Naheem.
Who?
Naheem?
Hit the gas. Hit the gas. Hit the gas.
Probably who? Who was the last person you said?
Naheem?
Naheem.
Lord Abba?
Who the hell? Who, does anybody know who that is? I
We
don't
got
even
our
know.
answer, brother. We got our answer, and that's exactly who I was talking about when I was going through his page and I was seeing some questionable shit. Listen, and that's not to say, brother. That's not to say because you're new to this space and you're not aware of everything. That's not to say you are not welcome here. I just want to make that very clear because everybody got to learn. But I'm just looking at your page, my nigga. And it feels like I'm going down a Reddit timeline, bro. My man using terms like based. I'm seeing all types of shit. Like, yeah, he ain't no Democratic Shield. I'll say that. But I don't know, bro. You looking like you might be on the white ring side of the game.
No,
You were literally. Wait 1 second. Let me address that real quick.
Look, Haitian.
Okay, go ahead. We'll
1
let
second.
you defend yourself. Yeah, that's fair.
All right, so Nino. Wait, where'd Nino go? Is he still here?
Yeah, he's still here.
I'm still
Okay,
here.
Twitter
I'm
might be
letting you
tripping,
speak.
but yeah.
Okay, I see him. All right, Nino, you're literally on my page. There's a video of me on my page on my pinned tweet, bro. I'm literally right there.
I'll be clear. I'm not saying that you're white. I'm not saying that. Let me be clear. I'm not saying that you're white. I'm just saying you seem like the type that you got a lot of white friends. Is that true or is that false? You got a lot of white friends? Or
Does that make me non-FBA for having white friends?
I didn't say that. I'm just asking.
Yeah,
questions.
sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I have a lot of white friends.
Okay. Are you black first, or you put your race above anything else? No,
that's not how you respond to that.
Yeah, either black or Christian is what I put first.
Okay, Roland Martin.
Whoa! Wait, y'all hating on Roland Martin?
Whoa!
Hit the gas.
Jay
Hit
don't know
the
what
gas.
B1
Hit
is,
the gas.
so
Hit the gas.
Bruh, y'all hating on Roland Martin? I can't believe it.
Damn. Okay.
Hit the
thank you,
gas
sir. Thank you,
pedal.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I told you I got an eye for this shit, y'all. I promise you I got an eye for this shit. Cause I got a brother like that, bro. My brother grew up in Calumet City, in Chicagoland area. He ain't just like that. He be calling himself a Marxist and everything. This
Bro,
nigga done
your
got a
phone horrible, bro. Your phone can't hear you that good.
It's my VPN.
How do you know what FBA is, but you don't know what B1 is? When
Thank you.
B1
This is my
concept.
first time. This is my first time hearing B1. Can you refresh me real quick on what
No, we
B1 is?
can't, bro. I think you've been outed, fam. You've been
I
He's
think
outed.
trolling
How
you.
am I outed?
I say in the beginning, one of the don'ts, one of the biggest don'ts of being on code is you don't ask what the code is. That includes what being one is, being B1.
I
All the
got here mad late. I got here super
know what that
late.
is.
Hey, let me ask him this. Is you LGBT?
No.
Who
Do you like white
who
girls?
that
Do you like white
who
girls?
that nigga in this picture?
All right. Let me plead the fifth on one of these questions,
Who's
please.
that nigga in your
All right.
picture? Is that you?
That's me in fifth grade,
Oh, all right.
He's
maybe
black.
fourth grade.
He's black.
Boy, you ain't had no bitches in fifth grade.
Time out. Hold on.
Okay, hold
Okay,
on. Let's let the brother defend himself because we ain't ambushing you. We will allow you to get a chance to defend yourself, but you got a lot of people requesting just to address what you were saying. So, I would advise that you come with a very strong defense because it's not looking good right now. You can unmute yourself.
All right. What are the questions? Can you guys hear me? I don't have the microphone
Okay.
things going on. You guys can hear me though, right?
We can hear you.
All right,
Now,
perfect.
you say you know what FBA is. How did you find that out? Who did you find that out from?
On Twitter Spaces, do you know someone named Mimi?
I can't recall, but maybe.
Okay. She's like the not older. She's like middle aged. She's like I was on one of Tariq's sessions. Um, Fanatic. I was on one of his sessions or one of the ones he joined. And pretty much that's it.
Sorry to cut you off, Nail, but can you explain what you meant in this tweet that I put on the Jumbotron? It's the very, very first screenshot.
For the people that's requesting, y'all just hold on because y'all just hold on because I can only let a few people in at a time. I will allow other people get a chance to speak, but y'all just hold up. But yeah, why don't you address the evidence that's been brought to you in the Jumbotron?
Yeah, so that's a joke. The guy below me, the white dude, that's like a white supremacist. I was making fun of him because I knew he'd see that and he'd be really mad at me saying that about him. Usually on these spaces, I do a lot of debating. That's why I say things like based. I'm part of that culture, I guess. I debated a lot of white supremacists. I'm the one that I talk to them a lot more than you guys do. I know their talking points. I can combat their talking points a lot better than a lot of other people can. So that was pretty much it.
I take offense to that, brother, because I literally been I've been infiltrating their spaces for years, going on 10 years now, from Reddit to Stormfront to 4chan to Discord. I'm well aware of their terms, their lingo, their culture, all that. And not just you. You're not the only person that do this, but I really
Nino, no offense. Nino, no offense. I'm better. I'm better than you at debating them.
Oh, hey. You got a lot of people in this council who can vouch for Nino. I don't think anybody can vouch for you, sir. I would not say such things.
So with that being said, I don't like when niggas come in here thinking they the smartest nigga in the room because of the way I talk. Folks, their guard is down. They think, oh, he just a regular nigga. He just a hood nigga or whatever. I got multiple degrees in my name, bro. I had the highest SAT score in my school, bro. Like
Nino, I can't understand it. You might have to drop off and then request to speak again because I don't know. Like you sound cool when you first start speaking and then you drop off. Nino, I'll ask you a question real quick. I'm starting to remember you. Did me and you get into it before in that space? The 9-hour space that I hosted with Eric. Didn't me and you get into it?
You had a really. I I don't think it was you and me who got into it. It was me and somebody else. I think you were pretty chill about everything. Like you had some questions, some credit questions and stuff, but I answered them pretty well, I think.
Okay. Well, I get into it with a lot of people, so I can't remember exactly everybody. Okay. Let me ask you this important question too.
Of course.
2020, who did you vote for? Joe Biden or Donald Trump? There is a right and wrong. There is a right answer to this. And it's not a trick question. It kind of might be, but it's not a trick question. Who did you vote for? Who was the lesser of two evils between Donald Trump and Joe Biden?
Joe Biden. I can
Nope.
explain.
Yeah, I was about to say it. Brother Stripe. Okay.
Wrong answer, boy.
No, fucked up.
Wait, you guys are pro Trump?
No. Explain.
Where this
Explain.
nigga from?
We're allowing you to defend yourself. You can explain why was Joe Biden, and I knew he was gonna say that. Why was Joe Biden the lesser of two evils?
Joe Biden's lesser two evils because he pushes more progressive policies. It's not because of the Kamala thing, all right? It's not about the Kentanji Brown thing. It's about his policies. I know that Donald Trump has things like the Platinum Plan. I know he had the HBCU thing, but those are smokescreen things, in my opinion. The way I see it is that a better America is an America that has more opportunities, and it's an America that has a better infrastructure. It's an America that has like a more equality between the races. There's more racial justice. Joe Biden seems like he was the bigger racial justice candidate. He seems like he actually believed in climate change. It seems like he actually wanted a better United States of America. So it was an obvious choice for me.
Okay.
Can I be heard now? Because
Why are you guys pro Trump? You don't want me asking.
No,
not to flip anything on you. I'm just curious.
We're not.
All right, I just want to pull out my observations. Again, these are just observations, not accusations. But from what I observed with you, you remind me a lot of my brother. You seem like you are a black male that hangs out with a lot of white people. You like white girls or non-black girls. That's kind of your preference. And when
Whoa. I be with the black girls too.
Hey. So
okay.
with that being said, I feel like when you get around black people, you kind of usually feel like you're the smartest one in the group, even if you don't say it. That you internally you feel like you're the smartest one in the group. That's the vibes I'm getting from you. So the red flags that I peep is not only the fact that you use based, but the fact that you don't know what B1 is. When asked who the big three was, that was wrong. You seem shocked at the fact that Roland Martin is a joke to us. And the fact that you pro-Biden, talking about he's the lesser of two evils, even though he has written more harmful policies towards black people than Donald Trump, man.
Can I address that real quick?
You failed completely. Now, if you want to sit in here and listen and learn, that's fine. But I'm honest with you, bro. You ain't one of us.
Okay, can I ask one or two questions about the Joe Biden thing real quick? I'm curious about the Trump thing. So I'm assuming.
Hold on, let's get the hands because we got a lot of people requesting to speak.
Of course.
So we got to get to the hands real quick. Let me see who had their hand up. Brother Salim. Bro Salim, you can unmute yourself. And I'll let people in the whole chat room is the council, pretty much. Just because y'all not speakers don't mean y'all don't get a voice. So I will let y'all address what y'all have to say. But let me see. Brother Salim, yeah, you can go. And then we'll Black Voltron.
Thank you, Afro. NATO, a quick question. In that photo, how old were you in that picture?
Either 10 or 11.
All right. Was that a yearbook photo that you're posting in that photo of you?
No, I think it was 5th grade. I think it was like the start of the school year, like pictures. When they put it in the they sell your parents the expensive pictures. So like I really hated this picture when I was a kid, and I found it in my grandma's house after she passed away. I made it my profile picture ever since.
So that's not a yearbook photo. There's nobody below you or beside you in that photo.
I don't think so. It's all right. So this is a cutout. There's like a glass pane that the picture was in. I think that how it was distributed, maybe the original version that was handed out in the pamphlets, but there's like individual. You know how you can buy individual pictures of that school photo of each year. If you know what I'm saying.
All right.
We're like you're gonna have like the class picture, then you can be like, okay, you can have it with this background and that background. You can buy a magnet. Yeah.
Let me ask you, where'd you go to school? What school did you go to, and what city and state?
Yeah, I went to. Wait, I thought we were anti-doxing here.
Sir.
Fuck it, I'll say it.
Sir. Time out, sir.
I just agreed.
You've been caught, okay? At this point, you've been accused of being a suspected tether. I think you're a tether, or somebody
Tether.
who's who's off code, and you smell real fishy right now. So therefore,
Smells
we're asking you questions here. I think you need to really answer these questions. Name the school that you went to in that photo. What
Yeah,
school,
but this.
what city and state that photo was in?
All right, I'm from Orlando, Florida. I went to a school called Lake Eola Charter School.
Charter school. Like I said, I don't think he a tether, and I don't think he a white boy impersonating black people. I just think he just one of them niggas that be around white people all the time.
Yeah, goofy.
Okay, Black Voltron, you can go. Let's get to the hands.
All right. How you doing, NATO?
How you doing, Black Voltron?
I'm all right. How about yourself, bro?
How'd you like the Netflix series Voltron? How'd you like that?
It was okay. You know, I'd rather stick to the
OG.
original canon. You know what I mean?
Okay, okay.
But it was all right. But far as besides Voltron, first things first, brother, who cut your hair in that picture?
I do not know. This is a kid's
Say what?
photo. This is a kid's photo. This is a
I
photo of a
know.
10. It's a fucking 10 or 11-year-old in this picture.
I know, but where did you go get it cut at? Is what I'm asking.
Bro, I'm trying to remember what those called. It was not Jay Henry's. It was the other place.
Were they brothers? Was it like supercuts or
No. I went to black barbershops as a kid.
Super cuts, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Okay, because look like from the looks of your line, look like that brother just got out of barber's college and shit and fucked your shit up, partner. I mean, your shit is kind of janky. Anyway, far as on a serious subject, what master teachers have you studied under? What would be the master teachers you've studied that you know of that are FBA? Who brings us this B1 ideology, this FBA ideology? Who are our master teachers, and how much of it have you studied?
Okay, I'm just now learning what B1 is. I'm not entirely sure what B1 is. I don't agree with Tariq Nasheed on a few issues. I don't know who the other people are besides Tariq Nasheed.
No, I said master teachers, not the current people. The master teachers.
Who do you mean by master teachers?
That's my
just
point.
like historical. I'm sure
I'm fucked up again, bro.
Black academics who laid down the foundation of our ideology, which means to be black first.
No, we're not helping him.
No,
yes,
Nino.
please. Yes, he's
Nino.
failed.
No, Nino.
He's failed a lot of these questions.
Nino.
Yes,
no cheating.
He's done at this point.
He said he debates white people better than me. He don't even know the basics. So we all know
that's my point. That's why I asked that question the way I did.
Okay, hey, you getting strikes against you left and right. Okay, let's go to the next hand. Nerf, you can unmute yourself.
North
No, I remember him because he debated Tariq one time, and he said that he wanted to date Kim Kardashian as a man or something. Like he was on one of Tariq's space. That's where I remember him from. And then like Tariq kicked him out.
Ooh, okay.
Afro, please check your DMs. Please check your DMs.
Weirdo, man. That's it.
All right, so we need at this point. I think we have enough criteria to make a decision on this case here with Brother NATO. I'm gonna go with recommendation that he's been caught false flagging. He's been perpetrating FBA culture. Therefore, he's been found guilty, and I propose that the council propose a sentence and a fine for him false flagging, pretending to be FBA and B1. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm glad you did that. Before we do that, let me post up some of the things in the Jumbotron. To be fair, because if we're doing this, if we're gonna do this, family, we have to do it right. So we have to be fair. So I'm gonna post screenshots in the Jumbotron that's being sent to me, and I will allow Nino to make a stance against why he's been saying this stuff. Although I think it's going to be very weak, we pretty much don't need it. But if anybody hasn't spoken yet, or if anybody doesn't have anything to say, I'm gonna ask you to drop off because I have a lot of people who want to come up and make a comment. So let's kind of cycle through where people make a comment, then drop off, allow another person make a comment, drop off, and we'll kind of do it that way. Who
I
had
just
their hand
want to know
like
what island are you from? My money is on Haiti.
I'm FBA. I'm not. I don't have any family members from any island that I'm related to by blood that I know
okay,
of.
okay, black um
I
yeah,
was
what's
waiting to hear
what
what you to say.
Yeah, I got a question. What is your lineage on your mother and father? Where do they come from? Say like
Nah, he
where
gets
your
the boots
grandmother, your
flat
great
out.
grandmother,
Period.
what are their
Yeah.
lineage
He off
states
cold
that they
like a
come from?
motherfucker.
And number two, I got a question about, you know, um, what do you mean in your post where you says you got your dick is so ashy that it turns white? That's some funny style
Ew.
shit to the title.
Ew.
What does that mean? I mean, I'm really, really disturbed and confused by that. That's really, really bothering me and upsetting me.
Yeah, it's an
You talking
inside
about your
joke.
dick in public. That's a malfunction of malfeasance.
Yeah, it's an inside joke.
With your white friends.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hit the
So
gas, man. Hit the
so
gas. Hit the
you
gas.
haven't studied any master
Man,
teachers. You haven't studied
get this nigga
any
out.
you haven't studied anything that's related to B1. How long have you been, in these spaces, and what do you know about being B1?
Been in spaces the past 3 months. I've seen Buck Breaking by Tariq Nasheed. And I don't know, I wasn't really that impressed. I was just hearing what other people were saying online. And I was just like kind of gathering like people's talking points. Just doing research and stuff like that. But I don't
Says you.
know.
Okay, can
Mhm.
I say something real quick? This
Oh,
is
Go
I
ahead,
this is
do
sister.
remember him. I remember him. I remember him.
this is the point right here.
Mhm.
He's showing you who he is. He's showing you this is the point where I say I stop with people. I'm not going to try to convince him to feel a certain way that he does not feel. He watched Buck Breaking and he said he was not impressed. He doesn't have to be impressed, but that's where his mind is. That's where his moral ground is. That's the way he feels. That's who he is. He's not going to change. So why keep trying to test him or convince him of anything? He is who he is.
Well, we
Oh
don't know
no,
that.
we already got that. We already know who he is. We
And
just trying to
put the
really get
evidence
him
in the
together.
couple of times.
He was on Tyreek page last week. He was talking to Tyreek, and he came in there and he was debating to no, he was saying something to Tyreek, and then he admitted that he didn't really know who Tyreek was or something like that. He only heard about him. I remember you. I remember you. This had to have been last week.
It
He
was two
came.
weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, I promised
Yeah,
Tariq Nasheed
yeah,
I'd
and
watch
you
Buck
said
Breaking, and then I did, and I was not impressed.
no. You said you didn't watch it or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. And in the span of now versus 2 weeks ago, do you think I'd have
Yeah,
time to watch a 2 hour long documentary? I
I
did.
remember
I
you
was
said
not
you
impressed
didn't.
by it.
You said you didn't watch it and you didn't know what it was about, and you just came in
And
and
I
you just got
promised him, that I'd watch it, and I did, and I'm not impressed by it.
hit the gas.
This is one of those Braxton ass niggas. Oh, Johan Broham face ass niggas. He think he the smartest nigga in the room, not realizing he the one that knows the least out of all of us. He don't even understand what white supremacy is, which is why he's so
He's
confused that
trolling, man. He's trolling. That's
yeah.
what he was doing
I'm
that
not.
day.
All
He
right.
came
Okay,
in
at
and he
this
was
These.
point,
talking to Tyreek,
at
and
this
he
point,
admitted
hold on. I'm sorry, but at this point, I believe that the verdict is out. Now the council will decide the sentencing. Okay, so let's decide what the sentencing should be, council. And anybody have any recommendations, you can feel free to DM me and other people on the council of what the sentencing should be. But you've been deemed guilty.
he should have to jump off a bridge.
Nah. In all seriousness, though, because we got this thing going on with Mason, I think he should make a donation to Mason if he is indeed black first. But when I went asked that question, he was like he had to think about it. So we all know the answer. He ain't even black first, man. He is the black friend that all these white people talk about having when they get accused of being racist.
Okay, so I agree. right now, while we on this campaign to save Mason, Tennessee, that should be the punishment moving forward. Is a hefty fine to donating to Mason, Tennessee. Um, Let me see who had the. I don't think you spoke, Mister. Uh, Fuck. Cop. Okay, you can unmute yourself.
Indeed, indeed. Good evening, good
Good
morning,
evening.
whatever time it is. I just wanted to comment to Black Vulture on he got off back to listening, but I really respected what he commented on over the weekend. Um, and yeah, I definitely feel like we got to put a lot more action uh, as far as our dollars to fight white supremacy in general. So I'll let y'all keep beating up the pinata.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. Bro, Salim, you can go ahead. We're deciding what should the sentencing be.
Thank you, brother Afro. Yeah, I think that what he did was very egregious. Uh, Being on code on the B1 philosophy, we have a strong disdain for those who are not allies and who are tethering. I believe that brother NATO has been caught tethering. He has presented no evidence that he knows what this is about. And that's very dangerous. If you're going to be a part of something, you should know what it's about, where it comes from. It's kind of like a religion almost, right? And you failed all the questions. You didn't answer one, not even halfway. Um, at this point, I'm proposing that he make a healthy donation to the Save Mason campaign of 250. And also, I would like to see more paperwork about his lineage, where he's really from, whether it be some yearbook photos, him next to some black people. He needs to prove his blackness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, brother. Coops T, you can go ahead.
Thank you, family. I concur with the previous comments. I also posted in the Jumbotron NATO's pictures from his profile page, and we can just use Twitter's algorithm because Twitter will tell us who else to follow if we follow this character. And I've just posted 2 screenshots. They're suggesting we follow white, Caucasian profiles.
Damn.
Based off of his. And so if you look in the Jumbotron, and I've highlighted it all in red, and if NATO wants to comment on that, if you feel he needs to, but I think that Twitter speaks for itself.
Yeah.
And it would not recommend accounts if he wasn't associated. And I also showed where he's retweeted other supremacists suspected, allegedly. He's retweeted their comments. So yeah, I'd say go ahead and we can just cut to the chase on this one. NATO, you need to go ahead and give to the Save Mason Tennessee Fund. And if not, blocked. You're blocked. That's it.
Yep, you'll be deemed as persona non grata. Let's go to brother Nino. What is your opinion on the sentencing?
I think that fine might be a little too hefty because looking at his haircut, I don't think he got it like that. But I bet you he plays a lot of Xbox and PlayStation though. So let's bring the fine down to maybe the price of a PS5 game, which is what, $70 now. That's in a little bit more within his price range.
I ain't gonna lie. I think you was abused as a child with a hairline like that. I mean, damn. Uh, Sister Nikki, you can go ahead.
I had to step away from him for a minute to take care of something. But did anybody, NATO? Did anybody ask you about your grandparents? Were your grandparents born here?
Yes, my grandparents are all from here, and their parents and their grandparents too.
You didn't answer my question of where your grandparents were from.
Yeah, my grandfather was from Georgia. My grandmother was from Florida, a place called Alachua, Florida. That was my father's side. On my mother's side, my grandfather on my mother's side was from Louisiana. I'm not entirely sure my grandmother from my mother's side's from. I'm assuming Florida as well.
So they can trace their lineage back to the 1870 census?
My family's been here for centuries.
Can you prove that? Can you prove that?
Not immediately, but if you give me enough time, I can.
We're gonna need
so,
that.
Yeah, that should
yeah,
be
because
part of
that
his
could be
hidden.
part of his, what he needs to do. I don't know if we're going to keep the $250 fine.
Nah, he said 70. He said 70.
Yeah, because that has to be part of it. He has to prove his lineage. He
Yeah.
has to.
You can go to like ancestry.com or another source that can trace your lineage back. So you're saying it like you know it for a fact, so it shouldn't be that difficult for you to be able to do that. But
But family, he was caught lying. I think that what made his degrees is that he got caught in several lies during this questioning process.
Wait, where did I lie? Where did I lie?
Well, I'm sorry, you didn't lie. Take that back. You couldn't answer the question. It's my bad. So,
Okay.
but I think that you were making things up, as far as the big three, and that's why I'm saying I think that his is a little bit more egregious because he's gotten intel. He's been on this talk for a very long time. His algorithm for Twitter is recommending white people. So he might be a double agent going back and telling people what's going on in this room, which is why I think this is very, very serious at this point.
How would I be? Wait, can I answer this? Can I address this real quick? How could I be a double agent when all these conversations go straight to YouTube within 24 hours?
Well, that's true, but I think it was still a private conversation, and this B1 information was being shared, and game plans were being shared.
Wouldn't it be better if I just went on YouTube after all this?
Time out. Even though it was public, you weren't really invited to it, and you were tethering.
Can I just point out? Can I just
people can tether from YouTube? Yeah.
Nato, hold on. Can I just point out to everybody listening? What gave him away initially, what made me even go look at his page in the very first place was when he first came into the chat to speak. The first thing he did was started really running interference, low-key caping for Giselle. That's what kind of sparked my attention. It wasn't the picture. It wasn't nothing. It was just the fact when he came up here, he wanted us to low-key reiterate everything that just happened. That's why I was like, hey, bro, just catch the playback.
All right. That's
NATO, don't let me find out that you really are Giselle without that wig on now.
I don't know who Giselle is. I'm not Giselle.
No, well, you know who Giselle is because you commented under Afro's post when he said this man is not persona non grata, and you said, bro, that's a man. I mean, you said, bro, that's a lady or something like that. And like,
I said that's a lady, dog.
And somebody said, are you trolling? And you didn't respond.
I can respond.
Well, don't respond to that. I already got my answer. I just want to know this, bro. The last person that you had sexual intercourse with, male or female, because I feel like with you, I gotta specify. Was it a person classified as black? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
Okay. I believe the verdict is a 70.
Okay, never mind.
A 75 fine to the Save the hashtag Save Mason Tennessee campaign with some proof of your lineage, some proof of your ethnic background. Since you were able to come in here, so we need to verify the fact that you're not false flagging FBA, because that's an offense too. So we need both of those things. Don't just come up with the $75 and think that's enough. So until then, your face is going on the Summer Jam screen. And we're going to need that, just like Giselle, since you committed the same offense on the same day, you have by the 1st to pay the $75 fine. And
I believe
you what?
I thought Nino said it was a $70 fine.
Well, tax, sir. This is America.
That's 75. Yeah.
Some shit got me there. Fuck. All right.
Yeah, you gotta inbox one of us proof of your lineage. So save one of our profiles so you can send it to us.
I don't even think this guy is black at all. His profile picture's got eyes bucking. Who puts even the cover on his profile page shows his eyes bucking.
You can look at there's literally my pen tweet. There's a video of me speaking. Okay. Like, I don't know who else has a video of them speaking on their profile. Just me. Okay.
There's voice actors. Speaking doesn't mean anything.
I
Were
can
you
go on live
adopted by
right now.
white people? Were you adopted
No,
by white people?
no.
Oh.
How old are you, brother? Because I'm looking at these pictures of allegedly you on your page. And well, how old are you first before I go any further?
27.
You look way older than 27 in your
I was
pictures.
about to say, damn. Holy shit.
I've seen some hard things, man. I've seen some hard shit.
Oh my god. Clearly.
I bet you've seen a lot of soft shit too, mainly in powder form. Come,
Oh my god.
shark fin head.
Well,
Yeah,
your,
this
your,
this
your,
this
your, your,
don't
your,
smell
your,
right.
your voice don't match what I'm looking at. That's all. That's what I'm getting
Nah,
at.
this
Your
don't
voice
seem right.
might be a white boy for real. Matter of fact, good thing he got a phone. All he gotta do is take a selfie, throwing up the peace sign with his tongue out.
And with his left hand.
sir,
I can.
ask
I
you a question because hold on. I
Yeah,
found an
sure.
answer. Hold on. Um, and this is not to disrespect anybody in the chat, so I don't need y'all getting your feelings hurt about this. But I've seen you in this shirt, sir. Are you LGBT?
No.
Because I see you wearing the LGBT flag or the LGBT colors.
He's
Are you?
LGBT because in Tariq's face, he said that he would sleep with a trans woman because technically trans women are women. I remember that.
Oh,
No, 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 no. I said that I'd sleep with a trans man because technically they're biologically women.
You cold busted.
250, bro.
okay.
Yeah, that price might need to go up.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. The price is going, so I don't know if we can do the
Wait, wait,
250.
wait. How
No,
is I wrong?
no, no,
How am
no,
I
no,
wrong about that?
no. Because I really want money to be donated to Tennessee, I ain't gonna boost the price on you
It
yet.
it can't be
Can you tell me? Can I ask one more question, please? For like before I land my plane, as you guys say, what's going on with Mason, Tennessee? I see that hashtag being used and stuff. I'm out of the loop. What's going on with Mason?
This
250,
NATO, come
brother
just
on,
on the
man.
under
stage.
NATO,
250.
NATO, are you
Just been
serious?
watching us
You
and
acting like
listening.
you don't know how to use the internet, man. You acting like you don't know how to look things up on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Google is your friend. And then you sitting
Okay,
up here
I can.
saying that you don't know who the master teachers are. You're not trying to investigate. I mean, who do you plan to read in the next week, month, year, as far as like, black empowerment? Do you even believe in black empowerment or not?
I do believe in black empowerment.
What do you believe?
I believe that people are shaped by their environments, and by making a better environment for everybody, then the tides rise for everybody, including black people.
Everybody
Um,
Okay,
like
okay,
you?
okay,
250.
okay.
I think that having a no, I can talk about this. I think that having
250.
like an Okay, I think that having an environment where black families, black men, black women, black children, even queer black people can thrive and survive is pivotal and important. And I feel like America can do a lot better in making its black residents' lives a lot better and to bring back more equality among the races
What
and
is the
justice.
greatest threat against black people in the United States of America? Foundation of Black Americans specifically.
Ooh, man, that's up for debate. I could say white supremacy. I could say climate change. I could say the criminal justice system. But
Climate
Climate
white supremacy.
change.
change.
Climate
300.
Climate
change.
change.
300.
White
Climate
supremacy.
change
I'll say
is
white supremacy.
Celine is killing them with them prices.
Are you serious? Climate change? How do
300.
you change the climate of planet Earth scientifically as a human? Within the next, I don't know, year or two.
It doesn't have to be within the next year or two. It can be our fucking grandchildren. Like, I want a place where our grandchildren can fucking live, dude.
How
All
you
right, I
gonna
don't
live
care.
when you
Like,
got a white supremacist cop ready to blow your fucking head off? How you
how you
gonna live
gonna how
then?
you gonna live when? What do you think's gonna happen to Black Americans when everything gets flooded? When Miami gets flooded?
Flooded? Why?
When
You won't have
We'll
to worry
finally be
about that
equal.
because you'll be in the grave after you get shot by these white supremacists like Azov
it's not just the
Battalion,
it's not
like these white supremacists right there in Florida where you at. Look at the one down there in Ochicopo. I don't know how you say that.
Okeechobee,
Ochicobe,
Volusia County. Yeah,
right?
yeah. Polk County. Yeah,
He's
bro, we
talking
have some
about
crazy
hanging
motherfuckers
black.
down here.
He's talking about hanging 16-year-old girls, hanging them like we're back in 1922. And since you down there in Florida, I've been down to your area. I've been to Orlando, and just outside of Orlando. Have you ever been to the Ocoee massacre site right outside your town? Because I've been
Yes.
there, and I'm all the way out here in Oakland, California.
I was
And
at
I
the
went there
protest for
and to
Samuel
Rosewood.
Celestin. Bro, I was at the protest for Samuel Celestin. Okay? Like, that's what I did for Juneteenth last year. Like, I am
Nah,
out here
I
on
ain't
the
talking about
streets.
Juneteenth. I'm talking about
325.
I'm talking about just being there at the massacre sites, just knowing about it. I did
Yes,
that for Father's Day, you know. And you surrounded by rabid white supremacists. Do you have your CWP, your Florida CWP?
I don't have a. This is being recorded. I know. I don't. I've never shot a gun in my life. I've never shot a gun in my life.
350.
So you surrounded by
Bro, this is being
armed,
recorded. Stop
rabid
talking.
white
Don't
supremacists
talk about guns and shit,
as a
bro.
black man, and you're not ready
Bro,
to.
this is being recorded. Please stop. Please stop.
You're
Okay,
Second Amendment right
everything is
is a
being recorded,
constitutional right.
brother. That's
bro.
a
It's
Second
literally
Amendment
says
right, your
recorded up there.
constitutional right, and you're not
And it,
ready to defend yourself in Florida, the easiest state to get a concealed weapons permit.
I've
You're ready to
never
be
shot a
lynched. In
gun.
other words, is what you're saying. I want to be
I
lynched by white supremacists, so I'm gonna surround myself with my enemies, and I think they're okay. They're not that bad. These white people are good, but you got rabid white supremacists talking about, I'll lynch your black ass, nigger. I will lynch you, and you're okay with that. Is that what you're telling us?
I'm not okay with that. I combat that every week.
How you gonna do that when they grab your black ass and you don't have nothing to defend yourself with? How you gonna combat that when they say, nigger, we gonna lynch you, and they pull out the shotguns, the pistols, the ARs and shit? How you gonna defend yourself when that
I'm
time
gonna
happens?
I'm I'm gonna take the L on this. I've never touched a gun. I've never shot a gun in my life.
Come on, man.
375.
I've been
All
down to
right.
Florida, and I want you can go rent a gun. There's gun stores all over
Oh,
fucking
bro,
Florida, from Tallahassee all the way down to Miami, or shit to
dog,
Key West.
please. This is a recorded
And
line.
I
Look,
went
look.
there.
Say whatever you want about me. Say whatever you want about me. Don't say the shit on recorded line, please. Like, just say,
Okay.
just
Scared
Let's talk
shit.
solutions. Let's talk.
400.
Let's
fuck,
talk solutions. Let's
fuck.
talk
So in other
solutions
words,
then. Let's
Yes,
talk
please. All right,
you
solutions.
have
let's do
nothing
that.
to defend yourself with, and you think it's okay just to be surrounded by white people who are white supremacists. You already got a white supremacist governor, and you just ready
I
just
agree
to
with that.
blissfully just go on about your life like you out in California, that you don't have nothing to worry about, and life is good. These people aren't gonna harm me. I'm a good guy. You know, that's what you believe.
He's
Nigga,
so
No,
let me ask you, NATO, are you a Democrat?
Oh my God.
he voted
I
Democrat.
am. I did
Yes
vote
or
for
no?
Democrat.
Yes or
I'm a
no?
registered Democrat. Yeah, it's a
500.
yes
Okay.
question.
So with that being said, brother, you game goofy as hell, and I mean that out of love, bro. From black man to black man, you just game goofy as hell. So goofy to the fact that, bro, you put your own life in danger and you don't see it, dog. And I'm saying that out of love and respect to you, brother. You goofy
I
as fuck.
appreciate it, man. I
And
appreciate
like
it.
you listen, you need to surround yourself with some real black folks. And when I say real black folks, and I feel like you carry I feel like I feel like you look at black people in the same lens a lot of white people look at us. Because even when you came in here, one of the first things you said to me was, "Oh, I'm better at debating white folks than you." What made you think that? When you ain't even read the books I read, you ain't been to places I've been. Like, what made you think that?
I don't need those books.
Bro, and listen, you do need to read those books because until you understand what racism, white supremacy is, and how it operates, everything else you think you know only confuses you, brother. That's why you over here voting for the quote unquote lesser of the two evils instead of not evil at all. You could have voted for black empowerment. That's what you
Wait,
could
you
have
think
voted
Trump
for.
was black empowerment? The guy who
See,
uses
you so
save the
goofy.
suburbs rhetoric?
Listen, you so goofy that you think Trump and Biden was the only options. You could have withheld your vote until they gave you something tangible in return for it,
They
like
we
every other group does.
Exactly.
black
Red white
people.
supremacy is the same
Yo,
as
yo,
blue
yo,
white
yo.
supremacy.
Oh my God! No, no! Please
I'm
vote.
talking
Please
525.
vote for
Vote
the
for
Dude,
lesser.
who?
dude,
Vote
dude,
for
dude.
who, NATO? Vote for who?
All right, all right.
Who
I have a
who
quick
who's supporting black empowerment, NATO? Who should we vote for that's going to give us
Biden more than
tangible?
Trump. Biden more than Trump.
But what did
NATO.
Biden give you?
I
Black
was the
person.
political
What did he
action
give you?
chairman
Lowering
for the
child
NAACP.
poverty. Lowering child
Lowering?
poverty. A jobs program in the infrastructure package.
No. What?
Um,
I didn't get that. I didn't get that. I didn't get no child care package. I didn't get no jobs infrastructure package.
you
What did
didn't
I
get the
get
you didn't get the child
specifically?
bonus.
What I didn't get anything specific as a foundational Black American like the Asians got, like the
Let
gay
me
people got,
Can I
like the
can I can I
immigrants got,
address this? I
like the
addressed this in the
Afghans
last
got,
space I was
like
on
the
here.
Ukrainians
Wait,
are
wait,
about to
you're
get.
just talking. You're just
When we go on a playback, because I try to put these on my YouTube channel, and when we go on a playback when multiple people talk at the same time, it really messes up the audio. So I'm letting people speak as I'm trying to find out what the fine is supposed to be, but everybody got to talk at one time. Otherwise, people will not be able to understand on the playback. It might sound clear now, but on the playback, it's going to be all jumbled.
Really quickly, and this is gonna be my point because at this point we already know what's going on with brother. I just want to tell you something that's gonna change your philosophy on life. You seem like you believe in a rising tide raises all boats type of guy. You seem like you believe in that bullshit. So let me tell you something. If black people are on the first floor of a building, right? Let's say Hispanics are on the second. Let's say Asians are on the third, and let's say white people are on the 20th floor of a building, right, NATO? Let's say that building is elevated 1,000 feet in the air. Everybody is 1,000 feet higher. What floor are the black people on?
there's a reason why it's a tide, not a building. You just changed the entire metaphor.
Okay, we're on a yacht. We're on a yacht, a multi-storied yacht. Black people are on the bottom of the boat. White people are on the deck. The tide rises 1,000 feet. Where is the black people on the boat?
In that metaphor, I guess the black people would still be on the lowest solid floor.
See, you hang around white people too much because you think you're so smart with these little smart ass, smart aleck responses, brother. But the point being, a rising tide does not help black people. If we're the bottom class and everybody is elevated, we are still on the bottom. The point of the game is to get us from the bottom, and you don't even realize that. In fact, you're operating against that by supporting candidates without getting anything tangible in return for foundational Black Americans. I'm gonna park the car in the
I
garage
really
right
have
there.
to. Yeah, can I just want to say something real quick regarding that. All right, so when I'm saying that, like, we have to vote for the lesser of two evils, that means it's the lesser of two. It's literally either one's bad and one's worse. Okay, but if you don't vote, then you're giving someone else the power to choose between bad or worse, and they're gonna choose the worst for you. Okay, like there's no way that 13% of the population, which African Americans are just 13% of the population, right? Um, there's no way that some candidate's going to be like, oh, I'm going to listen to this one small chunk of 13% of the population, and just listen for them for the entire fucking vote. That's not going to happen. By leveraging our voting power, we have to like coalition with other minority groups and other marginalized people.
That was just hurt my ears. I'm sorry. I couldn't listen to that. Brother Salim, you can go. Oh, hold on. My ears is bleeding a little bit. Coalition, that's one of the words. That's one of my trigger words. It gives me PTSD. Brother Salim, you can go ahead.
All right, thank you. I think appreciate it. Yes. At this point, um, this person is definitely NATO. The fine should be very, very healthy. Um, it's apparent this person. I don't believe who this person is a black person. I believe we're being trolled and not taken seriously. I'm recommending the fine with a permanent ban as well. It's too much talking to him at this point. It's too much trying to educate him, and we don't have time for that. It's time for him to go, oppose his fine, let him be about his business, and let him go about his way. He's been caught, he's been outed, smoked out, whatever you want to call it. It's late, and yeah, he needs to go at this point.
Yep, just working on the fine now. Let me see. Black Voltron, then we'll go to B1, and then we'll deem the sentencing.
All right, thank you for last time, NATO. I don't think you've ever negotiated any type of deal in your life, have you? You gonna meet your
Where's
life.
this going? Where's this going? Where's this going?
Negotiations. We're talking about negotiations. What have you negotiated in your life? You know, like business deals, anything.
Top or bottom?
Yeah, negotiate like employment contracts, negotiating price of certain things on like different like sales platforms and things like that. I'm
How did
I'm very curious where this is going though.
how did you negotiate though?
Depends on who I'm talking to.
Like, from how did you get what you wanted in a negotiation? Because in a negotiation, you got to have something they want, and they have to have something you want. So how did you negotiate it?
You
No
have to
graphic
realize.
details, please.
Yeah, 1 second. You have to. This is all about value, right? You have to realize the value of one thing versus value of another thing. If you have something that's a small fraction, that's just a small point, just a small little thing, versus like a large chunk that someone has to give up for that small port, then people are going to leave that small part on the table and take that big chunk. Like, if I gave you a choice between $20 and $50, you're always going to choose the $50. It's better if you convince the $50 to work with the $20, and just to get like what works out for both of y'all. If that makes any sort of sense at all.
It makes absolutely zero sense.
No, not at all.
Charging.
Because
None.
Charging to
NATO,
the game.
None.
Charging.
NATO,
Let's go.
NATO, you've never negotiated. I see you never negotiate anything because most
What's your
people that
negotiation
negotiate,
strategy? I'm curious.
you
No,
negotiate from a position of strength, and you
this
don't choose the
But where's
lesser
the
of two
strength?
evils.
Where's the strength?
NATO, can I finish talking, please?
Yes, of course.
Can you shut the fuck up and let me finish talking, please, instead of talking over me?
You got it, man. You got it.
What the hell?
The strength comes in
Charging.
negotiating with what you gonna let me. I mean, goddamn, dude, you gonna be like a little bitch, or what the fuck, man? I listened to what you had to say, and now you talking over me while I'm talking. Really disrespectful. Now
That was
you're
me,
showing
bro.
your
My
hand
bad.
again.
No, that was me, bro. My bad. But listen,
Okay,
listen. Too much talking going on. Let's charge him. Let's get him. Let's get out of here.
all right, fine. Fuck him. Charge his ass to the game.
Thank you. Go ahead. Ready with the sentencing?
Okay, so the sentencing is because we do want to be realistic with it. I'm not going to ask you to pay $1,000 because we know that's not going to be happening, and we do have a for real campaign to save Mason, Tennessee. um yeah, we might be clowning you in the chat room, but each and every single last one of us is 100% dedicated to saving our brothers and sisters down in Mason, Tennessee. So I want to be kind of realistic with the fine that we're going to give you. So in my opinion, a fine of $100 plus the background lineage that you have is a fair verdict. Does anybody disagree, or does anybody have another opinion?
I
Can I
think
speak
B1
now?
wanted to speak.
B1, do you think
Um,
that verdict is fair?
well, wait a minute. I've been trying to chime in on this for the longest. Um, young man, let me ask you a question. I see little Tim. They call you other names, but I see little Tim. Um, how is Biden less racist than Trump? Hello?
Yeah, I'll answer this
How,
question.
how, yeah, how is Biden less racist than Trump? And then that's the first question. The second question is, what do you think your life is gonna? How do you think your life is gonna turn out hanging out with a whole bunch of white people? Do you know about black folks being hung in trees and stuff like that? Being along with a whole bunch of white folks? You don't think that'll happen to you? You don't think that could happen?
All right. So the first question I'm going to answer is, how do I think Biden is less racist than Trump? All right. So Biden, while he does have a shady track record during the 90s and during the 70s, during the past century, I think that his time as vice president with Obama and his time as platforming for president during the 2020 election has warped his. I don't. End of the day, I don't care how he actually feels. I just care about the policies he enacts. I think that the policies that he enacts are more targeted to providing more equity among races, more racial justice, and I think that's what matters. I don't. At the end of the day, I don't care if he like hates you. Like I don't care if Trump hates me. I don't. Trump could love me with his policies, and I still would not want. I still would not want his presidency, because his policies were worse for the black community specifically. Um, the second question you asked
So
was like, how do I? Yeah, well, sorry, I was
no,
going to
go
answer
ahead,
the second one that B1
go
asked.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, so the second one that B1 asked, you were asking like, why do I have so many white friends, and am I afraid of my white friends from hanging me or something like that, or
Yeah, because
Well, let
behind
me
your back they call you all kind of niggas. You know that, right?
I don't think that's true.
Why not? Oh,
Just from
hold on. Now, I'm gonna explain something to you. I'm 55 years old. Okay, I've been around, partner. I've been around. Now, a lot of these cats on here, they young. I'm telling you from old school advantage. They call you niggas behind your back, and they make fun of you, and you're the butt of all their jokes. I'm being 100 with you. If nobody else would be 100 with you, I'm being 100 with you. They're not your friends. They're not your friends. I don't care how you fix it. I don't care how you frame it. They're not your friends. And if one of them will kill you, I don't want that to happen to you, but one of them will kill you.
do you know
And
do,
so we're
well,
having our grace. Hold on. When I was talking about black people being graceful to other black people, this is really us being graceful to you. We're still actually being graceful to you right now. As you're trying to be a smart ass about it to certain people, but we're being graceful. So the verdict is already out, and I've already officially have deemed you, and it's in the jumbotron. You have your fee has been posted for everybody to see. It's public for everybody to see on the jumbotron. You've already been charged. Any other comments is us really being graceful to you, so you can redeem yourself. This is grace, brother. I don't think necessarily that you're an evil person. I think you're one of those token friends, unfortunately, who's always been the black people around a whole bunch of white people. I can almost guarantee you one of your favorite rappers is Eminem. If I unmute this, Eminem is definitely in your top 10, probably top 5. I can promise you that. And when I unmute this, you'll be like, Eminem is mad cool, dog. I swear that's probably what you're gonna say. Um, but that's what we deem you as. So you have a fine to pay. From what I've seen so far, and I'm still looking up receipts, you might not be unredeemable, but you have a lot of work to do to show that you deserve to be back here with us, because all of us are verified, all of us are certified. So you have to pay this fine. I just wanted to, and now I will allow people to address their comments after the fact, just like a judge addressing the defendant after the sentencing. This is what this is, but you've already been sentenced. So this is just the final words from the judges before you get walked off to prison. But you can go ahead.
yeah, I understand B1 is being graceful. I was not being a smart ass to B1.
Not
What I was gonna
you have been to other people.
Yeah, I mean, look, if people come in here, I'm having a good.
You can go ahead, B1.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much all I had to say. I mean, because I just hate to see people lost like this, and I've encountered a lot of black people just like you, lost in life, and they think that they can be just like white people, and they can do this and do that, and that crap backfires on you, man. Man, you need to wake up, man. I don't know what your parents taught you, you know, what your habits are, but you need to look in the mirror and fix that. You need to fix it, dog, because one of these days you can be staring up at the sky and you can be thinking about what this old black man said. You say, "Damn, I wish I wasn't hanging out these white boys." That's all I got to say.
Okay. Now, sister Nikki, I know I interrupted. You were in the middle of a comment.
Oh no, that's okay. I'm just being sarcastic. Hey, have you ever gone on a trip with some white people? You know, like to a cabin or to a lake somewhere, and you were the only black person? NATO.
Been to Nashville, but shit, I'm trying to think of a bunch of white people. Nah, not really. Like when I take trips, it's usually with Hispanic people. Trying to think.
Spicy whites.
Same thing.
Spicy
600.
whites.
600.
Let me see who had their hand. I know you've been requesting.
I'm
I
not a
believe
cabin guy.
baby. I don't know how to pronounce your name.
It's cool, brother. So be hopefully you guys can understand me. I got a janky phone. It took me a while to get in here. How y'all doing? Be one to the family.
B1, bro.
Thank you, bro. So it's kind of funny because I'm kind of torn because I understand being kind of lost, to not understanding the things, or being lost to black empowerment, not really being with the movement, just for the fact of, maybe he's just grown up around white people and stuff, and it just takes that time to flourish. But at the same time, too, it just sounds like the dude's trolling. So I don't even know which line to put the dude on. So it's either you seek understanding or you don't. Like some of my path, I had to seek understanding. I had no kind of parents or anything teaching me about any of this stuff. It took one instance for me to start looking up. First person I stepped onto was Professor Black Truth. Then from there went to the Black Authority, and then from there I went to Tariq Nasheed and just started learning and just gathering that information. And from there you just start seeing these things in a better light and start getting serious about these things. But man, with the whole Democratic and Republican thing, man, like I just don't get how, and I've even gotten to this with my own damn parents, where it's like you got two supremacists, white supremacists on the team, and you telling me you want to vote for the lesser two evils, and you still got white supremacy. Like, why would you vote for that? Why would you sit there and try to understand it? Why would you even take lesser white supremacy than the other? Just like Ballot and the Bullet, you got two raving dogs that are ready to eat you up alive, motherfucker. And one of these dogs is just drooling out the mouth, ready to tear you apart, and the other one just has a smile on his face, still willing to eat your ass up. So, like, man, you need to get out of that headspace. I know I'm probably speaking to the ether and in your head. I can't tell, but I really think you're trolling. But by the same token, man, like, it's really hard for me because, like, especially these things, like, especially like the Black Authority saying, like, man, we get Trojan horses. We got this guy, he goes, pays a fine, he starts learning all this stuff, and he still don't get it, and he's just being the Trojan horse. Like, it's hard to let people in like that and understand these people who are lost. If he's truly lost, just says, like, for instance, like me, I watched almost every single video by Professor Black Truth. And then from there, I went to the Black Authority and watched every single video I could find. And it's just like, and it hits you, it eats you. You just want more and more and more and more and more. That's how it really should be. So there shouldn't be any instance where you coming in the room asking, what is this? What is that? You just understand. So that shit just, sorry, man. It was really bugging me, man. Like, just giving these people chances, trying to look, man, you got to stop. You got to stop. Like, man, this is like some schoolyard shit, bro. Go do your research, come back and be with the movement or not, bro. Just don't fuck with us. Don't come to these spaces. I don't understand why these people come to these spaces with no research. Like, it makes zero sense, and it drives me completely nuts. But man,
oh, I'm sorry, I thought you landed. You can land.
Nah, that was pretty much it, bro. I appreciate you giving me the time to talk, brother. I appreciate it. And be one to the family again, man. It's just hard to take these Trojan horse seriously, bro. I just say keep them out, bro. That's it. That's just me, though.
Yeah, you know something else I've noticed when Nino said, when he specified there is someone in the room who's been making off-code statements, you instantly requested to speak and defend yourself. And Nino never actually specified who that was. So you know what you've been doing. Because nobody requested you to come up and defend yourself. But once we called out an agent in the room, you instantly said, oh, that's me. Let me get up there and let me speak my piece. So it's hard for me to believe that you don't know. Like, I wish I could believe that you're just very, very, very naive. But then some of the slick comments that you've been making, some of the receipts that we've been pulling, like they say, our icon, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, says, white supremacy plays dumb about racism and black people play dumb with it. We're not doing that. I'm not going to play dumb. I'm going to assume that you know a lot more, especially after seeing Buck Breaking, which you confirm that you've seen. I'm going to assume you know a lot more about that, about FBA and about being on code than you're leading on. You're acting like, oh my God, I'm just so naive. I just don't know what this is. But you saw Buck Breaking, and the first thing, yeah, I'm not impressed. No, I don't think that. I don't think you're a naive individual at all. Who had their, I think, brother, Vic, you had your hand up, and then Mighty, let me see your full name. Mighty Max.
Hey brothers, how y'all doing? Can
Good.
you hear me?
Good.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Um, this B1 is you need ingredients for that. This brother is missing some ingredients. It don't sound like he's ever participated in the culture. It don't sound like he's been through any struggle. I mean, B1 is I don't even want to say what it is, but this brother don't he's not B1. He might be FBA. He's not B1. And he can be FBA all day, but he shouldn't be in our space if he don't understand what B1 is. He failed all the questions. If you ask him who his favorite rapper was, I guarantee he's going to say Eminem or something. I mean, he's not B1. And he can look at all the videos. He can practice, watch every Tariq Nasheed video. He won't get it because he'll be looking with objection. He'll be looking for flaws. He'll be looking things to contest because he's not B1. That's all I had to say.
That's a great point. Mighty
I
Mac.
just can I just say something real quick about that? All right, man. My favorite rapper is not Eminem. I just really have to point that out. It's just not Eminem. Thank you.
Oh, in a list of top 10, where would you put Eminem? And there is a right and wrong answer to this.
Not even in the top 10. Maybe top 70.
Hmm.
Wrong.
Yeah. Mighty Max, you can go ahead. Uh,
Okay, what's up? What's up, family? Can y'all hear me?
yeah. Let's let some people who, if you're not speaking, yeah, okay, yeah, we can hear you, fam.
Okay, all right. So I got a question for him. Why is he even in our space when everything we believe in and do goes against his doctrine? Like, why is he even in here? You know what I'm saying? Because we ain't
Because he's
changing the
trolling.
tune. Okay. We need to get him out of here because he is just wasting our
This
time.
is not me trolling. This is not me trolling. The only thing I said today before Nino brought me up was I was asking because I thought you guys said Giselle and I thought you said Marcel. I was like, why are you guys attacking Marcel? Like he's been pretty like straight up the entire time. I've like seen him in these spaces. Um, but yeah, just to address the Nino thing. Like when Nino said my exact comment,
No, this is not you speak. You've been deemed guilty. This is now the council gets to make their final opinions before you leave. Freeway, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
How everybody doing? Man, this man here is a troll. This man is playing. This man is from Florida. I'm from Florida. I'm familiar with Florida people. This man is trolling right now. All he doing is wasting time. He got a white boy next to him, and everybody laughing. He probably got a room full of white boys next to him while he on mute. He playing. I took a call in, came back, and this man still on the line. He playing. He trolling. He
Yeah.
think he the smart. He think he the smartest one in the room. He trolling. That's what he doing. NATO, I'm talking to you. You trolling. You know you trolling. You from Orlando. Okay. You from Florida. I'm familiar with Orlando niggas. You ain't nothing like Orlando niggas. You trolling real bad right now.
Yeah, you are.
I am the Orlando nigga.
Not unmute yourself. Rich, you can go ahead.
I got a serious question for you, NATO, and the question is: after everything everybody done said in here, all the black folks that spoke up and all agreed about, you know, how white supremacy works and how you're kind of out of touch when it comes to it. What do you think about that? What do you think about everything we had to say and how we're all in agreement to this one thing?
I think that the how many people in this chat, like 80 people here, are a minority of a minority of a minority. Me disagreeing with a small batch of people does not mean that I'm against black people. There are black people that are pro-slavery, and I'm against them too. Have you heard of Jesse Lee Peterson? That guy's pro-slavery. I'm against that nigga. Like there are other black there are black people that are just wrong. Okay, I don't have to be
Yeah,
aligned with other
but
black people just because they're black
what I'm
people.
no, what I'm saying is if you have 80
Man.
people, if you have 80 people in a group chat that are saying the same exact thing, they all and you know black people don't agree with a lot of stuff, but we're in this group chat and when we're all agreeing on the same exact thing, nothing is like popping up in your head like maybe I should consider what they're saying, maybe I should you know think about how I view things. Is that anything like that going on in your mind?
Yeah, Rich, that's a good point. I am considering what you guys are saying. Even with I go to a lot of spaces where I go to like feminist spaces. I go to different spaces of like people with different political ideologies. And when they say something about me, I'm like, there's some common thread that's out there, some outline. Even though like the minutia could be wrong, there could probably be some like general piece of truth that I should probably take value out of and from. So yeah, I've been doing that. I don't think you guys have all been saying the same thing exactly, but I see what you're saying, Rich.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, you haven't spoke. Yeah, real quick. 'Cause I'm trying to progress this room forward. So
Okay, my apologies, brother.
no, go ahead. If you have a comment, you've been patient.
NATO, I just want to ask you because you mentioned about the whole rising tides lift all boats, that Kamala Harris thing. How does that work for us so far as FBA?
It's worked out great for us so far. Do you think that the lives of black people 200 years ago in the United States is better or worse than black people today?
It's about the same, if you ask me.
Wait, 200 years ago, there's still slavery.
And what do you call it now when you can't go nowhere without getting your head blown off because they don't think you belong there? You ask Trayvon
Where
Martin.
is that? Wait. All right, these are fringe cases, okay? I live in Trayvon's backyard. I used to work in the city Trayvon got killed at, okay? These are fringe cases. These are important cases, but they're still fringe, okay? We can travel. We can start businesses. I can fuck as many white women as I want, bro, as we want.
Oh, whoa.
No, sorry about that. Sorry being crude. I'm just saying that this is like a different world. This is a world that's different than what our grandfathers could envision for us. It's not perfect, but the onus is on us to change it and to make it even better for our grandkids and our grandkids.
Dude,
I can't do this.
You say about fucking white women? Is that what he mean?
Sorry. Ignore that. I'm from Orlando.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's in contempt of court. I mean, he's saying things about fucking white women. I mean,
So that's the
he's continuing on beating the banner for the Democrats. I mean, the more he talks, it's getting worse. It's like he's in quicksand and he's just flowing around and he's just drowning himself even more. Like he's sinking fast. So I mean, at this point, I'm proposing to us for us to open the fine back up and reconsider the fine. It needs to be increased to at least another $100. I believe this person is a troll. I don't believe this person is black at this point at all. Person who's making fun of us at this point because he's been on this panel for too long at this point. He needs to go, and the fine needs to be increased and imposed that he submits documentation of his lineage, which I believe he cannot do that. Thank you.
Yo, can I speak?
Shout out to Florida, man. Free our brother Ozone.
Free but yeah, I agree, and I feel like we've entertained the conversation with you. We've paid our debts by extending enough grace to you. I'm proposing that
Can I speak? Can I speak for a second?
The more you've talked, yeah, you can. The more you've talked, you have shown that you're not asking questions out of curiosity. You're just speaking in bad faith, which is trolling. Let me see. Little Timmy's. You can unmute yourself. Do I remember you?
Look at the account.
Yo. I just popped in here for a second. I just saw Taj in here, and he was he's usually in spaces that I usually agree with. So I'm trying to understand, like, what exactly is going on here. Is like, are y'all like questioning like Taj being black, or like?
Are you white, sir?
About it.
No, I'm not. I'm
Don't
black.
worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Well, Taj is my guy.
This another troll.
Don't worry about it.
Wait, hold on. How am I a troll? Because I have concerns.
Sir, be quiet. We don't know who you are. You were late. Just be quiet. This doesn't concern me.
That's why I asked the question.
No question should be asked here. This is a hearing has been held, and you're in the audience, whatever you are, just trying to. It's over with. Your comments and concerns, whatever it is about NATO, is irrelevant at this. Okay, you can't prove his blackness. You can't vouch for him. He's already been found guilty. So therefore,
wait, prove his blackness. Have you guys like seen the type of stuff that he puts out? Like this
dude.
dude's in the trenches fighting against people that all the people in here are not even human beings.
Well,
He
how
has
about this?
not
How
been
about
there,
this?
sir. He's not been verified nor vouched for. He
Well, I
answered
have no
several.
problem verifying him for
Well,
y'all if
it's
y'all
just
have
too
an
late.
issue with that.
It's too late at this point.
Afro,
He's done.
Afro.
Hold on. First off, to be verified, it is like the mafia. Okay, in order to be verified, you need to be vouched for by somebody who is verified. You don't get to come up as a complete stranger, and I'm looking at your profile now. Come up as a complete stranger and talk about I can vouch for somebody. Who are you to even vouch for anybody? You're making his case look a lot worse. Now, NATO, I've upped the fine to 150.
Afro, I was gonna say we need to go ahead and get NATO out the paint and then put little Timmy on trial next.
Yep, NATO, um, you have a good one. Or
And get
not.
your ass up out of here.
NATO has been removed. NATO has his fine. I feel like we were more than fair with NATO. And I feel like this is a good template to be. We were fair. We were fair enough. Then he started to be a smart aleck, started trying to say some slick shit. Um, he answered every single last one of the questions wrong. And he
So was
was
he in the first place?
like he was being sincere about his thing. So he is on the Summer Jam screen. He will either pay the fine or he will be rejected permanently by Certified Black Society, by Certified B1 Society. And I doubt he's FBA as well. And I see little Timmy. Let me get little Timmy's information before you get out of here. I see you running now.
Yes, these are now the trolls are coming in, and the little Timmy was a troll. He tried to vouch for somebody who was apparently also a troll to give credence and credibility. I believe that NATO summons him to come in here. And this is what I mean. So um, we don't have time to keep trying to talk to these people and educate them and ask them questions. Once he was already smoked out for false flagging, that was that. That was
Yeah,
that.
I
Yeah,
agree.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked
And
at little Timmy Page for literally 2 seconds. I already seen what time he was on. We had no mutual followers whatsoever. Man, his bio said he's a black lefty, and then he sound like a white boy how he talk. So that's like, man, that's one of NATO's people. Man, I wouldn't be surprised if that's his brother or some shit. They probably in the same house right now.
probably his man.
Now,
He said he
if
got a zaddy. He said he got a zaddy over there that's vouching for him.
um,
No, he
Probably.
said
Shit.
he said his last person he had sex with wasn't black. So
now if we are gonna, I do feel, in all fairness, that we should allow people to call people in to vouch for them. If like, let's say somebody makes an accusation against me, for instance, I should be able to be all like, no, I have people who can vouch for me. Let me call somebody who's been certified who can vouch for me. Um, because that's what would happen in real court. I'm trying to be very serious about this. In real court, you do have a lawyer who can kind of plead your case. However, if your lawyer is not certified, if your lawyer does not have any work and cannot vouch for you themselves, they cannot vouch for you. If nobody knows who your lawyer is and that's the first time anybody's ever seen them and they cannot be vouched for, then they cannot vouch for you. And in fact, they make your case a lot worse. You'd be better off defending yourself by yourself. But I tried to be very fair by letting him answer all of the questions. Every single thing he said, he was a Democratic shill, a Biden sexual. He might not be he might be a homosexual too. I mean, I was looking at his page. I don't know. Um, and that's not a diss to the on cold black LGBT. I'm just saying. Um, everything was wrong. And I feel like too, I'm glad this is being recorded once again. This sets the template of, okay, when we're trying to question somebody's credibility, what are the questions that we ask? And I feel like everybody asks some very legitimate questions concerning whether this person is certified or not, even though he failed every single last one of them. But we all know exactly what type of questions we should be asking. And I'm glad everybody in the courts kind of cycled in and out, but I'm glad everybody was able to pretty much get on one code as far as, okay, this guy's a troll. And I'm glad we
I'm
asked questions that we did.
I'm with Sister Nikki, man, because after a certain while, it was just like, man, we got the answer in the first 5 6 that he spoke. Are you black first? Well, right there was the answer, truth be told. But like, I'm sorry, I can't remember the brother that was speaking, the older brother. He said, like, brother, like, and I don't want to see nobody go down that path. Like all the stuff I was saying to him, I really mean that, bro. Like, I don't want to see you on a shirt, you know what I'm saying, or a milk carton, bro. Like, but I know how niggas like that turn out. Unfortunately, he sees black people through the lens of white people. He walked in here thinking he's the smartest Negro in the room, not realizing you probably the dumbest nigga in here. Like just cause you talk you can articulate or whatever, that don't make you smarter than nobody, bro. Like and unfortunately, I don't think nothing will be able to change his mentality until he get his Negro wake up call. Like that's the only thing that's gonna change.
But we need that money though. Make sure you pay that fine. That's the key
Facts.
thing. You got to make sure you pay that fine, and he's
You
already
know,
been found guilty on that. So it's been recorded. We need that money. Mason needs that money, and yeah, cough up that money. That's what we need from him, and he can go about his business.
I mean, I feel like our vetting process needs to be a lot more stricter and not necessarily mirroring white society's process on how they do things.
Well, I think there should be homework. Like I said, no, if you can't rattle off where your people are from, if you can't prove your lineage, I mean, like for me, my family, I have a historian in my family. You know, my people still on the same land that we was on for hundreds of years. We still own that land in Richmond, Kentucky. You know what I'm saying? So like this, if you FBA, it's not hard to do. So we need some kind of paperwork process. You got to show some documentation. I've seen people post pictures of their grandma, of their family members. Uh, records of ancestry.com. They've been posting those things up all over the place. Like, it's really easy to prove. Like, it's not hard to prove at all. So if you have this, we can prove it. I mean, I can hear just by the lingo, like how you sound and where you might be from and how you talk. So I mean, it's just one of those things where I know my people when I hear them, when I see them, I know who it is instantly. It's not really hard to do.
hey,
He
you
one
know
of
what?
them Braxton. My bad.
I was gonna say about my apologies, but at the end of the day, you know, we gotta charge people like that to the game, like our brother Tariq said. Like we really don't want to see them go down that path, but when we got too many of them, we gonna have to separate the wheat from the chaff because this is out of hand. We got way too many people that's basically false flagging, and in that culture for real, we used to G check niggas like that, and they got their asses whooped straight up.
And to touch on your point too with that, not only and I hate and I do, to be honest, I have love for all my brothers and sisters, whether you on code or off code. The thing is, when you off code, then there's just nothing I can do to defend you. Unfortunately, you're an enemy. But I don't enjoy seeing black people being harmed in any way. I don't enjoy that. When unfortunately, you see the black people who they're the token Negroes who have a bunch of white friends wound up being shot, just like that Jamaican guy went on a hunting trip, got shot to death, and now nobody's getting arrested for it. Nobody's in trouble for it. That story does not feel good to me. That story does not make me feel good. That's an upsetting story, but unfortunately, you have to accept that that's the condition of some of our people. That's just a reality, and everybody can't be saved. Um, Unfortunately, everybody can't be. So yeah, to touch up on that, yeah, you're absolutely right. Some people you do have to chop up, charge to the game. So
But my thing is, why do we have people that's B1 following these folks? Because I'm looking at it now, we got some mutuals.
And here's a good question. But let's not forget, it was also Coons that walked off the plantation. So, I mean,
I don't know what they just literally kicked me out to space.
damn. Hey,
No, I was asking why we got mutuals with these motherfuckers. That's what I was saying.
Well, we got mutual what?
I'm looking at his page and I got some mutuals with him.
To be honest too, and that's one of the things, because we need, as black people, and this is something we can do as black people, we need to practice on cleaning house. Okay, when I had that space between FBA and ADOS, okay, I clearly gave the receipts and evidence as to why ADOS is something that we should all be dropping. Okay. And I still see some people rocking with the ADOS crowd, still see some people rocking with Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore. So as far as I'm concerned, the evidence is already out about what happened, about the separation, and about why you shouldn't be rocking with that crowd. Okay. So that's kind of op energy for you to be associating yourself with them.
Thank you. I've been saying that, and I know some people be like, "Nah, you don't sell out peoples and stuff." But I'm like, "Nah, it's too many receipts showing that they ops at this point." So for anybody still willingly going around saying that term, they're working on behalf of them, or at least they're showing where their allegiance lies. I know even in the chat rooms on TBA's channel, it'll be folks that be referring to FBAs as ADOS, and I'll be like, "Hey, we don't even mention that group in this chat." And they'll be like, "What? Why?" And I'm like, "If you've been listening to TBA like you say you have, then that doesn't even need to be explained." And then, of course, sometimes TBA will even type in the chat, but hey, nah, we don't mention that group or whatever. But at this point, it's like, yeah, if you still got that shit in your bio, I'm looking at you like you behind the curve. You need to catch up. Because either A, you don't know what's going on, or B, you purposely still rocking with that group even after all the receipts been pulled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't hang around with a known snitch. Why would you want to hang around with somebody you know that ain't real to the people?
Maybe they got some T-shirts that they don't want to retire. They want to keep wearing their ADOS T-shirts.
Man, they better use that shit as a window or cleaning cloth or dusting cloth or something.
If it takes you that long to figure out someone is a fraud, then I don't want you around me. You need to realize people is a fraud from the get-go.
Yeah, to be honest. I mean, everybody's not like the ADOS and FBA fallout that happened years ago. Anybody who's not up on game about why we don't rock with ADOS, why we don't rock with Antonio Moore or Yvette Carnell, who calls herself the mother of ADOS, the mother of the lineage that is ADOS. Anybody who doesn't understand that is first off either too slow to be amongst our ranks or is an op itself. Okay, themselves. I mean, because let's be honest. Like Jason says, we don't need the largest crew. We just need the best crew. Okay. And we don't need to be surrounding ourselves with a bunch of idiots. If you like, I just don't understand. If it takes you this long to get hip to game, then we don't need you around us at all. Okay. If everybody in a room, if we all just chilling in the room and everybody just dirt out the room and start running for their lives, we don't need you to be that one oblivious ass nigga talking about what is everybody running from. Let me find out. Let me investigate what's in the basement and what has scared everybody. No, we don't need you running with us then, because you're gonna give our location away.
I just looked at Bro Page and he talking about the black supremacists are mad at me. Man, block that nigga. Block that nigga.
Hey, the black calling black people black supremacists, any of that is not coming in late to work. That is stealing from the register. Okay. He is now permanently persona non grata after that. Okay. That is completely COINTELPRO energy right there. Okay. I deem that, and I believe that everybody else will back that verdict, that he is permanently banned. Okay. We tried to give him the grace that we owe black people. But now, after the black supremacist turn, that is the stealing from the register that he's been caught with. Okay, so he is now an official enemy to black empowerment.
Salute to blank profile Sydney Dunbar down in the chat. I don't know if you just stopped in to listen or stopped in to spy, but you should probably step up and say hello to the family. Sydney Jumbar, my bad.
Yeah. Now this is almost 12 o'clock here, so I'm not gonna be on for like the longest time. So I'm gonna let people get their final comments on what they believe about the do's and don'ts of being on code. Um.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. Go ahead, Nino. And if anybody wants to speak right before we close the space, because I'm not gonna keep it on for like, I opened this space at like 6:30. It's almost 12 o'clock my time, so it's not gonna be open too much longer. If anybody wants to come in and say a final word, you can request to speak. But Nino, you can go ahead.
At this point, I'm fairly confident that everybody in this room knows the code, knows what we're trying to accomplish, knows what we got to do. So the do's and don'ts of being on code, do be on code. The don'ts, don't be off code. So there. So.
Absolutely. Yeah. East sides, you can go ahead.
Well, we don't discuss strategies in the presence of our opposition. Even if we have something about each other we don't like, we discuss it in private. You know, that's just the way I look at it.
I fully agree. I fully agree. Like I said, one of the biggest rules of being on code, or one of the biggest don'ts of being on code, is you do not ask what the code is. You do not try to decode the lingo. Okay, if you don't know what certain terms are, that means you're not hip to the game. Okay, if you can understand context clues, if you've been following long enough. And we change the lingo up, we change certain things that we say. And you would be hip to that if you were following the right people. For you to come in and ask, well, what does this mean? What does this mean? That means that you're not affiliated with the right people. Nikki, you can go ahead, sister.
I think this can be used as a learning lesson, for all of us, because I'm looking at the comments. Okay, like just told us about this post he made about black supremacists. Well, all the white supremacists are commenting on his post, and one just said, "I love how you're getting over." So from now on, we have to recognize this and not play around with it too long. I feel like we could have been done with him a long time ago. And this was a learning lesson. We don't have to let it get to the point where we see him physically, where you see him writing out something about black supremacists. He told us in so many different ways what he was about, and we just have to trust our judgment and just part ways with people a little bit sooner. My opinion, that's all.
Yeah, and I feel like we've done. I feel like I let it go on a little bit longer than what I felt needed to be done, because the verdict was already out in my mind. And I do remember it because I was looking through other spaces. I'm all like, that picture stands out to me. That picture looks familiar. Um, I'm like, did we talk before? And yeah, we did. He was on the LGBT side when I was in that 9 hour space with Eric before. I was like, didn't we run into each other before? I couldn't exactly call it because I didn't remember his name. I think he changed his name. Um, so that's why I couldn't call him out on that. But yeah, I did verify. Yeah, me and him have had some run-ins before too. So it shouldn't necessarily, if we're going to be doing this and going to be vetting people and ostracizing people from the certified black society, um as our brother Black Alpha would say, we do not need to take this long. It does not need to be a whole hour process. If the court has came to a verdict within the first 5-10 minutes, it does not need to go much longer past that. um my voice channel, you can speak, brother.
Be one to everyone. Much power and much respect to our brothers and sisters all of the, all over the, all of, just all over the world, basically. This is this space right here that been listening to right now. This is what code of unification looks like. And that's all I got to say. Being one, once again, much power and much power and much respect to everyone here. Peace.
Thank you, brother. We doing it every day. We coming up with something. We doing better. Yeah, let me get some last few people in here, and shout out to everybody in the room. Shout out to everybody who's been listening for all this time. We've been on for hours. Let me see. Kizzy, you can go ahead, brother.
Be one to the family.
And foremost, my name is Markel Howard. I'm from Prattville, Alabama. And I think that one of the things that we need to do to be on code is, you know what I'm saying, take up martial arts, because we understand how these Democrats are going to bring all these white supremacists, or neo Nazis, over to the United States. So we need to look out for each other. We ain't got no friends. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, okay. And to touch on that point, I'm glad that you brought that point up. I'm really glad that you brought that point up. To touch on one of the dues is you defend the safety of your fellow black brothers and sisters under all costs, even if that means sacrificing your own safety. So that means no more. We got a whole group of black people recording a black person getting beaten, pummeled to death by the police. And every black person like, oh my God, stop. I got you on camera. And there's like 7 black people, 1 police officer, um, beating the person to death. All of that is off code. If you need to get in, and let me be careful for what I say, but if you need to do what you have to do to protect the safety of another black person, even if that means you might get in some type of legal trouble or whatnot, then that's what you have to do. And then we can work on getting you out of that legal trouble. But I do not want to see no more 7, 8 grown ass black men recording somebody getting beat to death, and now they in a hospital. They can't see out of one eye because 7 people's all like, oh my God, this is going to get me a lot of likes on Facebook.
For sure,
I'm glad you brought that point up.
facts. And like, it's just, you know what I'm saying. Like for me, I'm from, I'm from Alabama. And it's like, you know what I'm saying, like, I'm from a state where it's just a lot of white supremacists, and then just also a lot of, unfortunately, are, are people, that just highly complacent. And I'm just trying to get away from that. And it just, like, and like, I just want, people to, I just want our people to wake up and smell the coffee. And I'm like I keep it, like I'm gonna iterate this once. I'm gonna iterate it again and again. We don't, like, black family. We don't have no friends. We all we got. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm out.
Thank you, brother. You stay strong out there, bro. Um, Let me see. Spirit of Fred Hampton. You can go ahead, bro.
Peace and love, family. I just want to piggyback on what that brother said. We do need to defend ourselves, defend our children, our mothers. You know what I'm saying? We need that spirit like Tupac had. When Tupac seen the black man getting beat by the police, he just opened fire on the police. You know what I'm saying? We need that spirit of the Black Liberation Army. If you hurt one of us, you know what I'm saying, we gonna come at you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't promoting no violence, but we got to protect ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Because nobody else is gonna do it for me. So we know, because the space is being recorded. We're not promoting any violence at all. We're not promoting anybody doing anything illegal at all. Self-defense is not only our legal right, but it's our human right. Okay. And all we are doing is promoting the safety and protection of other black people. That is the only thing we are doing. Um, Brother Rich, you can go ahead.
Brother Markel is 100% right. Us black men need to start getting in the gym, get your ass in some type of boxing program, start doing calisthenics, start lifting weights, start going to the shooting range, start exercising, do all that. All of us, black men, black women, we all need to be in shape. Actually, me and Black Alpha Network, I think we have a live coming up on Friday. That might be the topic of discussion. Is basically how to practice black empowerment, because a lot of black people, we're on code, but we don't know how to practice black empowerment every single day. But that's one of them. You have to be in shape. How could you be up against white supremacy and you're not in shape? What if something goes down and you're at a restaurant with your lady or you're at the gym or wherever you at, you need to be in shape. You need to take some type of boxing classes. You need to work out at home. Do something. Go online. There's a bunch of go on YouTube. There's a bunch of black men who do calisthenics, working out. So something. You have to do something. You got to be in shape. You got to be prepared for war at all times.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Be careful of what you eat, what you do. You know what I'm saying? Get yourself in shape. I can't. We don't need any people in their damn early 30s talking about I got a bad knee and bad backs like you in your late 80s. I know people my age in their damn 20s talking about, my knees are bad. How are your knees bad in your damn early 20s? Okay, all this out of shape thing that has to stop. Two, as far as being prepared, because that's the topic we're on too. Be prepared for other disasters and other catastrophes too. That means if you need to store some water somewhere, and you need to store some food, you need to store some damn flashlights and batteries, or something that happens. Like unfortunately, I believe it was a year ago or a couple years ago, our brothers and sisters in Texas went through a natural blizzard or whatnot. They went through a natural disaster, and that ruined a lot of their homes and their livelihoods, and they had no backup plan. So, in cases of just natural disasters, cyber attacks, or anything like that, um, you have a backup plan. Store some things. Prepare yourself. If this comes, if shit hits the fan, what's the contingency plan? So let's get to Spirit of Fred Hampton. You can go ahead. But can you not be long-winded with your comments so I can get more people's last words in?
Okay, okay. Not just the brothers need to learn self defense. I think the sisters need to learn self defense too, because what these white supremacists do, they cowards. They'll target our sisters. So I think they need to learn self defense and have a conceal and carry too.
Absolutely, absolutely. Brother Nino.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it real quick. The brothers made a good point about self defense on all angles, but I'll go as far as to say, uh, making yourself a sitting duck is off code, and that goes as far as in any way, economically, physically. If you put yourself in a bad situation, that's gonna require you to get help from other folks, to step in to help you, but you could have prevented that. I'm going as far as to say that's off code behavior.
You know what? And to be honest, to touch on Nino's point, and I've addressed this in one of my videos as well too, which you guys can check on my YouTube channel. The link is in the bio. Um, it's Afro Elite on YouTube. I address too. We need to keep ourselves mentally on code, mentally aware of our situation at all times. We have to understand that our enemy is everywhere at all times. Anywhere you go, you need to be like, okay, well, where's the closest exit out this building? Okay, well, where's my, be careful of where your car is parked. Don't just park anywhere because you're late for work. Be careful of how you park your car, where you park your car, who's around you, who's watching you. Okay, we don't need a whole bunch of black people out here getting drunk and high and just wandering around like it's some type of fairy tale and nobody's going to be able to ambush you. Okay, keeping a sober mind is a sharp mind. Now what you do in your home, what when you at home and you trying to settle down, what you do at your house is a different thing from what you do in public. I've seen people in public, they sit up there like, oh my god, I got so wasted at the bar I passed out. Are you serious? How did you pass out at the bar? Or how do you not remember what you did? It's a difference from you being at your house and you did that, but you were out in public. Anybody could do anything to you. Or you going out in public and you're high. Anybody can do anything to you because your mind is not in a sober state. Your mind is not fully aware. So that's off code too. I'm glad you brought that point up. Yeah. Anybody else have any because I'm gonna end this at 12:10. So for the last 3 minutes, anybody have anything to say? Sister Nikki, you can go.
I just want to say thank you for this space. This is the best space that I've been in a very long time, very informative, and I can't wait to do this again.
Well, thank you, sister. We love to have you here. You were a very important member in this space. Oh, our brother Torian Rain is in the house. Oh, shout out to the video that me and him did, the 3 hour live me and him did yesterday. You guys want to definitely check that out. But Torian Rain, here you go, bro.
Yeah, what's
You
going
got it.
on, everybody? Yeah, I was just like in the background, just listening for the last few hours because I knew I had told um Afro Elite yesterday I wasn't going to be able to really contribute that much because I was going to be busy during the time of the space going on. But I was able to hear everything for the last few hours that I was able to hear, and this has probably been one of the most on code spaces and discussions I have ever heard in a very long time. In the vetting process,
We can hear you.
can you hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I think I had my phone pointed downwards. So it was kind of probably sounded kind of muffled. But what I was saying was, this is probably one of the most on code spaces that I've heard in a very long time. And the vetting process that you had going on, it literally had me like literally nodding my head over here like I was listening to like one of my favorite songs. Like, wow, like this is actually what we've been needing to see for such a long time. Now just imagine if this will carry on, and I hope that it doesn't. I'm very confident that it will carry on beyond this space. This is what is needed. This is what you call tough love right here. And a lot of people aren't used to that. That's why a lot of people who were being off code were kind of standoffish to it because they've never had people, especially us, come at them in that way. That's why they reacted the way that they did when they got out of the space and started tweeting certain things. Notice how they started tweeting negative things after they got out of the space because that's what they wanted to talk about anyway. That's really what was in their heart. All you really did was brought out their true nature. And that's basically what it is. This is like the time of exposure. Now we are pulling back the layers. We are unveiling the mask. We are lifting all the veils and we are seeing what's underneath pretty much the surface. And we're getting to the core of everything. So I'm very glad that you put this together. I'm sure that there's definitely going to be more like this. And I like that the punishment that you put in place would be something that would be beneficial to FBA anyway, which of course is what we were talking about yesterday on the stream, which of course is what's going down in Mason, Tennessee. So while it was a consequence, it's going to be a benefit at the same time. Now, here's the thing. Are they actually going to contribute to that? Many of them probably don't even know what's going on. If they don't even contribute to that, then they're even more off code. So it is what it is. And that's all I got to say.
Yeah, well, thank you, brother. I'm glad you was able to speak. I know you had work and you wasn't able to catch the beginning. I'm glad you was able to speak. My voice, you can go ahead, bro, and then we can wrap it up there.
All right. Just one last thing. I'm really, excuse me. I really want to thank just everyone for participating in this space, and thank you, AE, for hosting this space. And hopefully there will be more spaces to come, and hopefully I will chime in some more and probably do a space of my own. So. God bless. Peace.
Thank you, brother. God bless. Be one. You know, well, thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, all of the people who've been listening this whole time, all of the people who've been sending DMs of encouragement, and the people who've been sending receipts. Thank you, all of the speakers. Shout out to every single last one of you. Nino, always holding it down. Torian Rain, our sister Nikki, Rich, Black Voltron. D Tubman was in here. I don't know if she still was in here. P Flawed was in here. Shout out to her. Shout out to Coops T. Shout out to let me see, we got Jeff in here. Shout out to My Voice. Shout out to Beatzilla. Shout out to other sister Nikki. Shout out to Mikey. Shout out to, let me see, our older brother B1, who is in here. Shout out to what is the spirit of Fred Hampton. Shout out, and some people I might not remember exactly your name, so don't feel any type of way about that if I don't mention you specifically. But just know in my heart I'm giving you a shout out. Freeway, Mikey or Mighty Max, Kezi. Shout out to every single last one of you. Shout out to all of you, and shout out to all of the people I did not mention. That's because Twitter is kind of tripping. I mean, like I said, they kicked me out the space, so they're not allowing me to see everybody who's in here. But shout out to every single last one of you all. And I'm glad this space was productive. Hopefully we can move forward positively with spaces like this. You all have a good night, family. You all be safe. And yeah, be safe. Stay tuned for more spaces like this.
Be one.
Be one, family.
Be one.
Be one. Be one.
One.
You want